How you feeling?
Very well.
COVID-free, 4 days in a row now. Yeah, and now you still can't taste anything?
Well,
You lick a
started
battery?
to come back today, but yeah, like 5% taste. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Really? Just tastes like water? Whoa.
Very weird.
But you don't have any residual symptoms? Nothing wrong? Good to see you back, buddy. We're a little worried about you. Just a little worried about you. Not worried about you. Alex Jones!
This is the most anticipated thing I ever did. I probably had, no exaggeration, 2,000 or 3,000 people in the last year and a half ask me, when are you going back on Joe Rogan? And I'm always saying, I don't know. And then I learned we were moving here like 3-4 months ago, and now we're here, and this is exciting. I don't get butterflies anymore, but I actually have them here, and this is great. It's good to have butterflies after about 20 years. Didn't get it the last 2 times I was on. Didn't get it when I interviewed Trump. Didn't get it in a lot of things, but I've got butterflies here today.
And Tim motherfucking Tim.
Yeah, I'm just a kid in a candy store. Thank you. Thank you for making this dream come true. This is what I've always wanted to do, and we've made it happen. This is my Make-A-Wish. I can die happy.
Well, I'm happy you're here.
Yeah, I got my Free Just Lane shirt because I believe all women.
Is that how you say it?
I think so, yeah.
I thought
Just
it was
Lane.
Ghislaine. I thought it was
It might be
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
It's Ghislaine.
Do you know?
Look at me. No, I don't.
Ghislaine?
It's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine? That's a ridiculous name.
Yeah.
Her father was a famous MI6 Mossad spy that reportedly used sex operatives to control people. He died being thrown off a yacht in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And of course, she got caught in that farmhouse on the East Coast, and she was really the pimp over Epstein, a giant sex network ring over scientists that they were compromising so they control not just government, but industry and science. So that was the master blackmail operation they were running.
And her sisters are big in tech. Like Isabel Maxwell, she has sisters that are in U.S. tech companies. I think 2 of her sisters were part of the creation of Magellan, which was that big search engine. Like,
really?
So yeah, they are a very powerful family, and they have all kinds of different operations.
Her dad was the biggest publisher in England, and also the biggest owner of private TV stations in England. And when he died, it turned out he was a front, basically, for intelligence networks.
Now, let me, right off the bat, say you were telling me about Epstein and this island years ago. You were telling me long before anybody, I think you told me about him before his first arrest.
A long time ago, I talked about how they have these islands, they fly, they compromise children. But I learned all this from Ted Gunderson 20 plus years ago. He was in line to be the FBI director. He was the head of the FBI in Los Angeles. He was a very famous FBI agent. He even ran COINTELPRO. It's a civil rights movement. He apologized for that before he died in 2011. But he came out and he was the one that explained to me about how they used blackmail rings, elements of the CIA, and foreign intelligence groups, and how they would basically make people have sex with children, be part of these clubs, these cults they were setting up. So I knew about all this from Ted Gunderson.
Were they young girls that, did they tell them these girls were underage, or did they look like they were older? Like this, the Borat movie, where they supposedly got,
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, it's very disappointing. Because
They set him up, I saw it, yeah.
they did set him up, but nothing happened. They made it look like Giuliani was jerking off in front of this girl.
He was taking his mic off.
He would have to be the biggest savage on earth to
do that.
jerk off
Yeah.
in that situation.
Right.
And they also said that he inappropriately touched her back. When he touched her back, I am not exaggerating, it was like this.
Right.
It was a couple of light taps on the back while she was close to him, taking off his mic thing. He goes, "Oh, thank you very much, dear." And he goes, I just need your name and your phone number." And then she takes off his mic, and then he leans back, tucking his shirt back.
Because he just pulled the mic out.
Right, but he's lying on the bed to do it. Now,
Right.
if you're an old man, and I'm sure you've probably got a bad back, like, that's probably how you would do it.
But any of us that have had to put the mics on our side, and then you put it in your pants, up your shirt, and then you've got to get it out. That's what you do. But it's worse than that. Remember when he was playing who was the gay character he played like 10 years ago?
Bruno.
Yeah. Remember Congressman Ron Paul at the time had run for president, and he's in the hotel. He goes, "Oh, the light broke. Please step into this room." So there's no chair. Ron Paul sits down. He's reading a newspaper, and Bruno comes in and pulls his pants down and says, "I want to have sex with you." Now that would be sexual assault if that was a man to a woman. Right. Ron Paul pushes him out of the way, goes out of the room. And so this is what he does. He's done this to other people. It's his specialty, is to say you're being interviewed.
This
Yeah, here it is.
Listen, let me just, before we go any further, I fucking love
He is very
Sacha
funny.
Baron Cohen.
He's a
I love
comic
him.
genius,
I
yeah.
think he's brilliant. I think
Yeah.
he's amazing. But his interpretation of what happened in the room with Rudy Giuliani, it's not accurate, in my opinion.
Well, listen, I mean, in Who is America?
Like, see, he's tapping her while she's touching him and removing his mic. He does this little tap on her waist, but it's not creepy. It's like an old man, like a little tap, tap, tap.
Right.
Like, if you want to take it out of context, like, I don't know if there's more to it. Than
But
what
let's
we're
go
seeing.
further. Let's go further. Right after this happens, Paul Rudd, Sacha Baron Cohen runs in panties and a bra saying, "Have sex with me, it's 15, she's too old."
Yes.
So this is, and Giuliani's like, what the, I'd have a heart, like, what is this?
Listen, my fucking 12-year-old sense of humor loved it.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is they're making it seem like Giuliani was jerking off himself. And that's not, like, he lies back and he's tucking his pants. Like, if can we show the whole thing so we can look at it? We don't have to.
They put it out as promotional material.
What's that, Jamie?
We can watch it in here, but
Yeah.
I don't need
Well, let's just.
I mean, I think Jamie's
Let's
right.
just
These are a
us.
big show. They'll try to tag you.
Yeah.
But they put this out as promotional material to be promoted. They put it out on Twitter.
The clip is on Miss Pat. Give a shout out to Miss Pat.
I mean, Jamie's
Comedian
technically
Miss
right,
Pat
though.
On Instagram. It's on her Instagram. If you wanna-
But let me drop a bombshell on you, Joe. No. I've been a big fan of Sacha Baron Cohen until I learned he spoke at the ADL last year and called for my arrest for free speech. And he called for Jeff Zuckerberg's arrest, or Mark Zuckerberg's arrest. So he called for my arrest and for Mark Zuckerberg's arrest for free speech.
Hey, he wants to work in Hollywood. Right. You gotta do what you gotta do.
No, but let's
Make
go
those movie
further.
deals.
No, I agree, but I mean, he said arrest people for their free speech, and he supports internet censorship. So how does he make his money being this avant-garde, cutting-edge, really over-the-edge comic that does things that can technically be seen as illegal? I support his free speech, and then he says I don't deserve it.
Well,
that's really
he's-
dangerous.
He's flawed, like many great artists.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm until they come for him, he's not going to understand the slippery slope of censorship. And you know, this is another thing that, you know, people have criticized me for being friends with you and for talking to you, and they also criticized me for not supporting a lot of these people that got banned and deplatformed. My take on it has always been the best way to counter wrong speech is correct speech.
Right.
When someone says something that's wrong, or someone says a conspiracy theory that's not accurate, the best way to counter that is to do better speech, to have people say the accurate information and to let the truth rise to the top. When you start censoring people, the problem is it's a fucking slippery slope. And there's a reason why we've been so steadfast in supporting the First Amendment in this country. And people think it doesn't apply to tech, because these tech institutes are private businesses and they should be able to do whatever they want with their private business. The problem is that fucking slippery slope has gone from censoring you, from banning Alex Jones off Twitter a year and a half ago, to getting the White House press secretary banned off Twitter because she posts something from the New York Post, which is crazy.
It's crazy.
That's a 200 and whatever year old
America's
newspaper.
oldest newspaper.
And what she said, the post, what they printed and put out there is accurate.
Well, let's go further. They're denying that it's a real story, but they don't ever say the emails are fake. They just say it's a smear. No, it's a real laptop. The videos have been released. It's confirmed. But just think about this.
Well, it is a smear in that they're putting it out there. They're timing it.
Sure, but they're not denying.
make-
They're not denying it's real.
No, it's real. It's real.
How did this laptop become this big story?
That's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Because supposedly he dropped it off at a
In Delaware.
laptop repair shop in Delaware.
What an
But
idiot.
also-
I mean, who's
but
doing
also,
that?
Well, a crackhead.
Right,
The guy's
good
doing,
point.
The guy's smoking
I
crack.
keep forgetting he smokes crack.
Well, he
Yes.
did at the time. Apparently
Yes.
he's kicked it. So congratulations to him. But the guy had some problems. Now,
Right.
this is self-admitted. And also...
And they have the receipts. And here's the thing. He calls in dozens of times. Everybody knows when you bring a laptop or anything, and they say, if you don't pay for this, we're going to wipe it and sell it. So 3 months goes by, 6 months goes by. Nobody ever comes and gets it. The guy goes to look at it at the repair shop, the owner, and there's all these 25,000 files, what looks like underage girls, and all the rest of this crazy stuff, and him smoking crack or God knows what. He gives it to the FBI. Ray does nothing, the director, hides it from Trump, And so people, let's just say inside that had copies of that, they leak it to Rudolph Giuliani, who then now has started to put it out. So instead of facing up to it, they just say anyone promoting this, whether it's the House or Senate committees that were linking to it, or the New York Post, or the president's press secretary, you're now banned, which again shows it's election meddling, it's gatekeeping to cover this up. I'll tell you what else has come out now. His daughter, Biden's daughters, reportedly, and they've not denied it now, this broke 3 days ago, left her diary in a house that she had rented. And the diary talks about all the same stuff and everything.
What the fuck is wrong with this
Were you gonna jump in? Hold on, Jamie.
When I was looking into this, the thing I keep seeing people say is that
You lived in California at the time.
Yeah, that is true.
That's what I keep reading.
But they fly back and forth to Delaware. They fly to Ukraine.
Well, that also might make sense that that's why you didn't go back to Delaware to pick up the laptop. Because when you're cracked out in California, it's really hard to make the flight. Right? Tim is the only one here who's probably
guys, the
smoked
FBI
crack.
confirms they have the laptop
I will
now.
confirm it's not an easy flight coming down off cocaine or crack. Yeah.
Have you smoked crack or just
No,
coke?
free-based cocaine, which is yeah, it's close.
How close is it?
Not as close as where I ever went and made shady deals in the Ukraine.
Well, that's
Never done that.
By the way, that's
How
in the
does
emails.
Biden-
That's in the emails. Finally, where it's like, yeah, I think 30 million. Part of it goes to the big guy. They're like, okay, we want to meet with your dad. And there's photos of them meeting and playing golf. So let me tell you, this is real. The FBI has the files. They admit it's real. It's a big deal.
But it's a real problem to ban this stuff from Twitter. Putin rejects Donald Trump's criticism of Biden family business. Well, because it's Russia's bribing Hunter Biden.
3.5 million through
Yeah.
through Putin, through the Moscow mayor who he's friends with, to Hunter Biden again.
Well, if I was Putin, I would deny it too. Listen, Putin has got to love this. If I was Putin sitting back, watching these fucking people eat themselves alive and destroy the First Amendment, destroy democracy,
Yeah, it's
and
great.
I'm sure they have a hand in it. I'm sure China has a hand in it. I'm sure Iran has a hand in it. This is what the intelligence communities have been telling us for a long time now, is that it's not just one foreign company or foreign country that's trying to fuck with our democracy. It's
Yeah, the
multiple.
idea that the Russians have a monopoly on this.
No.
I mean, if the Russians were an NFL football team, they'd be like the lower third.
And
I
by
mean,
the
the
way-
U.S. and China are the top teams.
And we should say, the United States does it too.
Sure.
It's 100% confirmed.
Sure, the
United
idea
States-
that Russians got Trump in is asinine because here's what happens. Notice they tried to impeach Trump just 9 months ago for stuff in Ukraine because whatever they are worried about, they project. Okay? So Trump doesn't have Russia connections. Trump doesn't have those connections. Trump doesn't have those outside connections. You can't buy him. He doesn't have lobbyists. The problem is he then has family and people around him that basically become lobbyists for themselves, and Trump isn't really even aware of it, and then that's going on. And I mean, even junior aides now, you'll find out, have people giving them millions of dollars just to say something to the president.
Is this standard shit? Is this just how politics have always been done? It's just that now we're seeing it?
Well, it was standard, let's say 200 years ago, that you'd go out for the wife or the brother or somebody that works at the White House. It got organized the last 100 years with lobbyists. Trump literally cut the lobbyist off. But all it did was now make everyone around him a lobbyist, even though they're not officially a lobbyist.
How did he cut the lobbyists off?
He just stopped meeting with them and stopped and just said, I want briefings on what's going on, I'll decide. So that's why he pissed official Washington off. Not that he's even perfect, but that he actually became the president for making decisions himself instead of having consortiums and lobbyists pay him for policy. That's why he says, Biden's raised more money than me. Of course, I can call up all these companies. They'll give me any money I want, but I got to do what they say.
But it would put him in a compromised position.
Yes, but I'm being honest about it. The vacuum and the blind spot is that then everyone around him in his cabinet and everyone that works there, even down to mid-level people, are now getting multi-million-dollar contracts for companies like AT&T and stuff just to even mention something.
No, but hold on, before you do anything, you said AT&T. Has it been proven it's AT&T, or are you just saying AT&T?
What the
like
fuck?
companies, like
Let's
large
just say,
companies?
I'm not saying AT&T is bad. I think AT&T is overall a good
So,
company.
but is AT&T doing something bad?
No, I was mentioning that as a Fortune 500 company.
Okay, but it's not AT&T.
No, it's not AT&T.
So we shouldn't say that. See, this is why you need someone that's like a fact checker, right?
Well,
next to you.
no.
Slow down.
The media will say I'm wrong about that, but okay.
Okay, but
no,
it's-
hold on. His personal lawyer, the one that ended up going to jail, actually,
Michael Cohen
was getting money from AT&T. Go ahead and pull it up. I mean, I was just trying to give you a gestalt, quick analysis.
But I just want to, I've told you before, what we really need on your show is like a legit journalist who's right next to you with a laptop going, Alex, hold on, just slow down.
But I think you're right about that because
you get so much right, but when you get something wrong, that's what
But what
people
you gotta understand is
AT&T confirms it paid Trump lawyer Michael Cohen's company.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
See, Joe,
Yeah.
they're always saying that I'm making stuff up. They're lying.
Right.
Now, every once in a while, my memory used to be photographic, but from everything I've done, it's not as good as it used to be. It moves really quick, okay? So when I'm saying stuff, it's just data knowledge, okay? And then I can like, okay, yeah, did I say that? Yeah, it's real. Check it out. But I'm not trying to make stuff up. 99% of the time.
Here it is. AT&T confirmed Tuesday evening that paid President Trump's personal lawyer Michael Cohen in 2017 for, in quotes, insights into understanding the new administration.
Insights.
I love that. So how much they pay him? $200,000 in 4 separate payments of $50 in late 2017, early 2018. Interesting.
Yeah, but he got paid, I think the number was $10 million total from a handful of companies.
But
And by the way, AT&T
did it shady. Look, Avenatti alleged that Essential Consultants, a shell company set up by Cohen before the election to pay Stormy Daniels, was paid by several corporations, including AT&T. At the time, AT&T was seeking government approval for its acquisition of Time Warner, CNN's parent company.
It's a merger.
It's a dirty world.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, AT&T is a sweetheart compared to Google and Facebook and Twitter and all these people. So I wasn't attacking them. I was giving an example of how everyone in his entourage becomes a lobbyist because he thinks, I'll just cut lobbyists off. He's not taking any money. But then everyone around him becomes a lobbyist. That's what
Do
I'm
you
saying.
worry about the influence that people like Jared Kushner have? Because I know that a lot of his supporters, like Ann Coulter, who's Trump's biggest supporter, goes, I don't love the idea that he hired his children and that they have a lot of connections.
I can tell you this. People were really pissed who were patriots in the intelligence community and in other areas, but also enemies of Trump and Kushner had so much influence. But now Kushner's gotten a lot of respect because he's actually gotten a lot of huge peace deals done that nobody else could do for 50 years.
That's
now,
interesting how little press those peace deals
Yeah, they're getting none. No press.
Yeah, it's really concerning.
so now, I mean, they were pissed, like, who's this kid? And now everything he touches turns to gold.
But he looks like the Omen. We've covered this.
He looks like a little devil.
He looks like
yeah.
Damien.
And he paid twice what it was worth for like 666 Park Avenue.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good.
That's not great.
Why would
That's
he want
not
that?
great.
Why would he want that?
I think it was more than twice. Look up 666 Park Avenue. Or
Listen, maybe he's a Satanist. He's getting good deals done in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean,
he's getting good deals.
They say the Antichrist gets good deals in the Middle East.
If you're going to be a Luciferian, at least make peace in the Mideast.
Like
How about that? Maybe Satan's the only one that can do that.
AT&T's a really good cell phone company.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, it's the way it works.
I mean, you want to...
When I mentioned AT&T, it's an example that popped in my head of unofficial lobbying.
Well, I was happy that we called you on it because then we found out it's correct. Yeah. Look, you've been correct about a lot of shit. This was my point from jump. I found out about agent provocateurs from your 9/11 Road to Tyranny video, where they used them at the World Trade Organization protests in Seattle in the late 90s. Like, I had no idea that it was a common practice to send in masked people to start smashing things during peaceful protests, so then they could go
By the
in.
way, I can give you the straight dope on Antifa if you want to do that. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on a second. 66 Park Avenue project had been a black hole of cash for years until a sovereign wealth fund made a substantial investment for the property after Kushner was already serving as Trump's top advisor in the White House. Wow.
Okay. Might be a nice building.
What does it say? The Kushner Company? Is that what his company's called?
Yeah.
The Kushner
His dad
Company's
went to
previously
prison.
found himself- The Kushner Company's 666 Park Avenue project. That's hilarious. I think that's beautiful.
His dad went to prison for, I believe, setting up his brother with like a prostitute.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they're a fun family, the Kushners.
Wait a minute. The dad set up the brother
with a prostitute, with a cold girl, and take
we
them
are
and try to entrap.
step by step. We're going to fact check every one of these.
No, this is
things.
well known.
This is
I
well known.
understand, but we need to have this for the
People like me and Alex don't just spout off. We have the facts.
I know you have the facts, but I want to make sure. Here, Chris Christie, Jared Kushner's father, committed one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes I prosecuted. Wow.
Listen, we fact check all of this.
That is crazy. Make that bigger for my old eyes. Look at this. what does it say? According to the excerpts in the book published by Axios and The Guardian, Christie claims the younger Kushner was behind his departure from Trump's inner circle after the 2016 election, writing that he was still apparently seething over the events that had occurred a decade ago. What is the events?
They over-prosecuted his dad. He should have gotten probation for trying to set up his brother with a hooker. Said he got a bunch of time.
That's setting you up with a hooker.
It's crazy.
He's trying to set the other family member up.
Here's what. If my father was guilty, I would. Mr. Kushner pled guilty. He admitted the crimes, Christie said. And so what am I supposed to do as a prosecutor? I mean, if a guy hires a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law. Oh, it's his brother-in-law.
What he said.
His brother-in-law.
His brother-in-law.
Okay. I got confused. And then videotapes it and then sends the videotape to his sister to attempt to intimidate her from testifying before a grand jury. Do I really need any more justification than that? Holy shit.
But it wasn't to intimidate. That's his interpretation. That stuff goes on divorces all the time. People go videotape the other person cheating. So that's why it was wrong he went to prison, because he wasn't doing it. He was doing that to show that the person testifying was wrong. Of course you're trying to influence testimony with truth. It's this idea that, yes, they're cheating. I told you they were. Here's the proof. How does that become fraud?
Okay, I'm confused. So he set up his brother-in-law with a prostitute
to show that this was been going on before, which he'd already alleged.
Okay, and part of the plot, Kushner hired a prostitute to lure Shoulder into having sex in a Bridgewater, New Jersey motel room. First of all, if you find yourself in a Bridgewater, New Jersey motel room,
fucked.
Run. As the hidden camera rolls, a tape of the encounter was then sent to Kushner's sister and Shoulder's
Look,
wife.
I know the whole story, so just trust us.
We try. I just made a comment that you start thinking about like who's running these stories, and Hunter Biden's running around with underage people on the laptop. You start going, why does everyone work for a Ukrainian gas company? Like, who are these people running the country?
Yeah, the West controlled Ukraine, so they just use that as the money laundering op. It's not the Ukrainians running it.
Right.
They use it as that. But let's expand on this, Joe. What I'm getting at here is, I didn't bring up AT&T. They're a good company. They're not the ones censoring stuff. Okay, it's the big tech. The reason I raised that was just the one that popped in my head the first one. It's massive what's going on. I'm just being honest that Trump's tried to...
I got the mic far away from me, thanks.
As much as that sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah, but the bigger ones, like he's talking about
Communist China.
Amazon.
Yeah. Communist China's even bigger.
Thank you.
It's bigger than big tech. It literally spends hundreds of billions of dollars buying us off. It owns Hollywood. It owns a lot of the big telecoms. It owns the majority of our debt. And I've got articles in the LA Times and New York Times I've brought for you where they say Xi Jinping must destroy Trump to save America. He was our leader. And then at the Davos group, he said 3 years ago, I will destroy Trump. I will work with Hollywood. I've got all his quotes right here. And Xi Jinping said, I want to overthrow American democracy. I want to repudiate it. I want to discredit it. And Xi Jinping admits he admires Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin.
Okay, but isn't he doing that?
Usually I have the mic closer to me, but right now I have it far away.
I understand. I'll show you. Step by step.
Yep.
Isn't he doing that because of Trump's trade deals? Like the trade deals that Trump wants to do with China are not nearly...
Well, they're not one-sided for him. Right. I mean, here's what happened. Special interest in the U.S. wanted to open up China, in the 70s when most of them didn't have running water or electricity. They're hard-working, smart folks. But by one-sided trade deals,
this is gotta be it. If I don't get boosted out, I might get boosted out, so...
Through those deals, they use the slave labor of China to then take over manufacturing worldwide. And so China's a client state of the globalists. And so now, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the New York Times, I brought you the articles here, Dreams of Red Emperor, the relentless rise of Xi Jinping. And it says in these articles, he must destroy American Western Christian values. We love him, and we accept China as our master. I have the goddamn articles. Right, but this is treason. The freaking dude right here, Washington Post.
But who's saying that quote? Who's that quote?
Here, I'll give them to you. This is the Washington Post. And there's a huge article, LA Times.
I understand, but the quote that you just said about he must...
Just like I said, AT&T gave money unofficially lobbying, you pulled it up. I read the article, I'm not giving you the exact...
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm asking is who quoted something? Who did you quote when you said that?
I'm quoting from when I read these again this morning before I came here, what I remember, David Don Durley.
Oh, that guy.
And this Chinese lady that works...
I think he's talking about the prevailing sentiment of what they feel they must do.
I understand, but when you quote somebody, it's best
No. I mean, I just said in these articles... Right. Well, look at the headline. Xi's choice, destroy Trump or save him from weakened America. I mean,
Right.
Xi needs to destroy Trump. The Chinese dictator needs to destroy our president.
So do you think that they're doing that because Trump wants to change the trade deals?
You know what
with
Trump
China?
said? Trump didn't start a trade war. He ended our surrender. We have been surrendered for 40 years with China, where they don't take our goods, but we take all of theirs. And they manipulate their currency, but we haven't manipulated ours. Where we have carbon taxes that Obama put in to shut down over half our coal plants. They're clean. And our electricity prices went up where you could not run a factory here competitively against China. So when Joe Biden says we're going to cut off all the fossil fuels, not just fracking, if you did that, we wouldn't just go bankrupt. We'd starve to death. 75% of our power comes from fossil fuels.
I understand. Let's step by step again. Are coal plants really clean?
100%.
How is that possible?
I'll tell you. Okay, there's two different types of major power
When
plants.
he says clean coal, I roll my eyes every time. In terms like clean coal, clean,
Well, that's because the engine
Amazing.
is so damn good.
is it?
I'll tell you.
Please.
They had old-fashioned coal plants. China doesn't have one scrubber or filter on their coal power plants. And China doesn't have clean-burning coal. There's one place in the United States that has major deposits of coal that is such pure carbon, you don't even need scrubbers. Nothing comes out but carbon dioxide and water. Well, we know water's not bad, so they list carbon dioxide. People think it's monoxide. It's like in studies that you say the scientific name of water, most people put a teller skits on the street and say ban dihydrogen monoxide. You go out on the street, Joe, and ask 100 Austinians, dihydrogen monoxide is everywhere. If you get too much of it, you can die, drowned. And most people will say, I want to ban dihydrogen monoxide. That's the scientific name of water. Same thing if you do the scientific name of salt. It sounds scary. Well, so hydrogen monoxide is the bad one. Hydrogen dioxide is the good one. That's the life cycle. On Earth, there's light, there's water, there's oxygen, there's carbon dioxide. Those are the four things you got to have for life. And so they've gotten people convinced to say coal is dirty. It puts out carbon dioxide and water vapor. And so until about the 70s, we were still burning dirty coal full of mercury, all of it. They found huge deposits of clean burning coal out west, enough in Utah to run the whole world for over 1,000 years.
Well, what's the difference between the coal?
Well, let me tell you. One coal is so damn pure, and it's only in the United States at major deposits, that basically you don't even need to put scrubbers on it. But our scientists in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, because they realized that dirty coal has mercury in it, has all these horrible toxins, they put scrubbers on it. That's when you drive by a coal plant, there's big, huge buildings and wires and hoses and big, huge steel, looks like an alien spaceship. That's because it's called distillates. They know how to burn it and then take off all the chemicals, all the toxins, and make plastics and make chemicals and make pesticides and make everything else that comes out of that. And then out of the stack comes nothing but water. They have sensors on it. Nothing but water and carbon dioxide. Totally clean, totally pure. So that's what's going on.
So carbon monoxide is what everybody's worried about. Carbon dioxide increasing in the environment has no negative effects?
Let's talk about it. They've done ice core samples, okay, all over the Antarctic and the Arctic. They've done mud core samples all over the world, mainly in Siberia and Wales for some reason.
Jamie, I hope you Google them.
I haven't got some decent stuff to pull up.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So what happens is they can go back 20,000, 100,000, 200,000 years at least in the ice, and they know that they've also done spectrometers in stone. They can scan it what was there. Carbon dioxide was over 500 times stronger in the time of the T-Rex. Okay, in the Jurassic Age. That's why plants grew so fast, things were so big. There was a higher oxygen level. Just like Mars lost its atmosphere, used to have an ocean, they've now gone and proven. It lost its atmosphere, it's a smaller planet, couldn't hold it. The truth is the Earth's losing its atmosphere. So what's crazy is we come right along at this time, pump up all of this juice, all this carbon that was produced on the surface with plants and animals that ran down in cracks into the Earth. We're now pumping out all that carbon saved from millions of years ago and actually terraforming the planet, putting more carbon dioxide in that we actually need right at this time, like aliens figured this out.
But hold please. Isn't carbon dioxide responsible for the increase in the temperature of the Earth?
But they said that we would have a 7 increase. They said that by 2013, all that LA would be flooded, New York would be flooded. All that's lies.
Okay, well, let's forget about what they said in the past. What they're saying now is that carbon dioxide increase is responsible for an increase in the temperature of the Earth.
Which we hope it does. Because
we hope it increases the temperature
we're set.
of the Earth.
The last ice age.
Hold on. The increase in the temperature of the Earth is responsible for the increase in hurricanes, the frequency and the power of the hurricanes.
If you look up the spectrum in the last 100 years, hurricanes have gotten weaker. That's all media hype. Let me just tell you. Joe, I swear to God, your won't choose to show the true rates.
Are you a carbon dioxide salesman?
Listen, well, they always say I get money from oil companies. I'm not. But can I please tell you what's going on?
Yes, please do.
You are a carbon-based life form. Let me show you what I came here with in my notes. I have right here in my notes the carbon conspiracy. And that is specifically what I wanted to get into here with you in my notes, because this is everything.
Are you a climate change denier?
Well, see, imagine how that's how they use that term.
Right.
Are you a climate change denier? It's like a 9/11 denier.
Right.
No, the towers got blown up, our government had prior warning, and had been funding Al-Qaeda, and all that came out later in Senate reports. The 28
Let's not go there just now. We're gonna go down the road.
That's true, but let's go to carbon. I agree with you.
Okay. What is Joe Rogan made up of?
Carbon.
Okay.
Carbon-based life form. We are literally stardust. That's a song, right?
Exactly. What are trees made of?
Tree stuff?
Carbon.
Yeah, carbon-based life forms. Most of
The
things
whole
on the
planet, and so this is the carbon cycle. This is in the mainline textbooks.
I understand.
So just like they come out and assault reality now and say a little boy is biologically a girl. I don't care if he grows up wants to be a say he's a
Again,
girl.
rabbit hole. Let's not go down.
But I'm saying it's not science. They go, the science is settled. There's not two genders. Fucking S.
Okay, hold on. Let's not go down that road. If you want to go down that road in the future, we will.
No,
But right
I'll
now,
do it. I'll do it. Let me tell you.
I want you to talk about carbon.
I don't
want to get off track here
will.
because isn't there a delicate balance with the temperature on Earth, the rising sea levels, and the melting of the ice caps? This has all been established by a lot of
They say the science is settled. It's not.
But very concerned environmentalists have said that an increase in the temperature of the Earth could be disastrous for
Power
human
grab.
civilization.
It's power grab.
Are you sure it's a power grab?
I am absolutely.
But how do you know that it's not all? How do you know that?
Because they're arrogant and they've all written white papers on it that I've read and I could give you.
White papers?
Yeah, it's not what you see in the news. They're called white papers. And Joe, just like Joe,
This is why people get banned from the internet. These kind of conversations.
We better ban it right now.
Let's not ban it. I'll throw that out. Let's just not.
Certainly not ban the
Don't have to
Tim
ban it.
Dillon
Listen,
YouTube page. Which
let me
is
tell you the story.
Fantastic, by the way.
What?
Your YouTube page.
Thank you.
Let me tell you this right now.
We'll be up for another
They
24
have
hours.
called in the European Union for the arrest of scientists that question the cause of anthropogenic warming or if it's man-made.
Okay, but there is a contributing factor. Scientifically, it's been proven that increased carbon dioxide has an effect on the temperature of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
It depends on the models they use. Sometimes actually more carbon dioxide can cause a cooling effect, but generally can cause a heating effect. It depends on potash in the atmosphere, volcanic ejections at the time, and also solar maximum and minimums.
if you had-
Sunspot activity is the main generator of planetary climate.
But if you had a giant swath of scientists that are examining carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, would you agree that the majority of them believe that it's a contributing factor to the warming of the Earth?
It's a mantra where they say the majority of scientists agree that climate change is caused by humans. I agree with climate change. The only thing that's constant is change. Of course the climate's changing. What I'm telling you is carbon dioxide was 50 to 500 times, depending on the time period, higher millions of years ago than it is now.
Right, but you also realize that
What do you think? This
by
might
an
be interesting
asteroid.
to hear. What do you think the motivation is for them to present the evidence in this way? Like you said, this is a fraud and everything. Because I've heard you talk about this before, what do you think their goal is by linking all of this climate change to man-made activity? What's the goal?
The goal is a centralized world government that can then monitor all carbon and control it as a toxic bad thing. Your carbon, it makes you bad. That didn't work, so now it's, you have a cold, you're dirty with COVID. We've got to track you and tax you and control you. So the new thing is COVID to cut the carbon footprint, and they admit that.
Before we go down the COVID rabbit hole, the environmentalists are not in bed with the industrialists. The environmentalists they're not in bed with all these people that think that they can control the world.
Actually, BP and ExxonMobil and others are the biggest funders of the climate change movement.
They're the biggest funders of it.
Contrary to what you hear.
How so?
All right, Joe, here's the thing. I understand this, and you're a smart guy, and I understand you want to go over each piece of this. Let's go through.
Yeah, well, we have to. We have to.
I agree. Let's go through each piece.
But understand, you understand that the way you talk, and I enjoy the way you talk.
It's fast.
But the way you talk is fast, and you go on these long tangents, and you go to frogs being gay, and a lot of things happen. I want to do
people
it.
can, because I'm putting a record out.
Yes, but I want to do it step by step.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
But most people, the vast majority, here we got here. BP commits $100 million to fund new emissions reductions projects.
But let me just go back for a second.
Okay.
I appreciate you backing me up. Let me break down. You want to get to the frog stuff now?
Connect it all.
That is, by the way.
Why do I feel like
you're
I'm stoned and I haven't smoked any pot?
Yeah, I wish I
If
was
he's not
stoned.
going to smoke it, I'm going to
God, it's sober October. I have 6
break
days
the
left.
goddamn rule and then go an extra day.
I cannot. I'm like George Washington.
Well, hey, on election night, we're going to get hammered, right?
Election night.
But I'm going to pop in.
You can pop it. But we've told everybody now that we're doing a live
No,
election
we're
night show.
not.
Kyle,
Yeah.
Kyle Kalinske,
That's-
Tim Dillon,
Yeah.
me, Alex Jones gonna pop in live.
It's gonna be fun.
It's live. So while you're watching the world
Yeah.
burn, live. Yeah.
All right, Joe, here's the thing. It's just like, let me explain to you, because I love you. It's just like when you said, what's the AT&T deal? And I went, oh, look it up.
But listen, we did look it up and we found
This
some
is bigger.
information.
This is bigger. Okay. Let me get my brain focused here for a minute. Let me just try to explain it. I've literally interviewed probably, let's not exaggerate, 200 top scientists, from petroleum geologists, astrophysicists, to astronauts, to quantum mechanics, to
Yeah.
petroleum.
Buckle up, because I have too.
I
and
know.
I'm a moron.
I know.
Okay?
You're a moron?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Joe, you're a smart guy, and I'm not. That's his cover. He is smart. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right.
I'm a smart moron.
Yeah, right. Okay, let me tell you what's going on. I'm going to say it again. You can go to any major study. Just type in, carbon dioxide levels were hundreds of times higher in Earth's early past.
Well, I understand that, but also I understand
But
that there was
whoa, wait. You can look at the ocean models then.
Yes.
You can look at the ocean models.
Right.
And it's true, the oceans did cover more
Yeah,
than
but
they do now.
Alex Jones, human beings weren't alive 65 million years ago. The environment wasn't compatible for us.
We put out a fraction that we hadn't developed yet.
Right, well, we were moles.
We hadn't, yeah, shrews.
Shrews,
But my point is, you're right.
yeah.
Is that
Last time CO2 was this high, humans didn't exist. The last time there was as much carbon dioxide, CO2 in the Earth, CO2 levels are far higher now than they've been for any time during the past. And oil, a single CO2 molecule can remain in the atmosphere. Oh, I see. I understand. Oh, okay. So let's just go to what this says. And what is this paper that's is this climatecentral.org? Okay. The last time there was this much carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, modern humans didn't exist. Megatooth sharks prowled the oceans, blah, blah, blah. All right. As we near the record for the highest CO2 concentrations in human history, 400 parts per million, climate scientists worry about where we were then and where we're rapidly headed now. According to the data gathered by Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, dope spot, the 400 ppm mark may briefly be exceeded this month when the CO2 typically hits a seasonal peak.
sure? And I've had top scientists on, I've had climatologists on about the Keeling curve. I can tell you all this.
Threshold according to carbon dioxide is the most important long-lived global warming gas, and once it's emitted by burning fossil fuels,
It helps
such as-
us keep our atmosphere.
Hold please. But once it's emitted by burning fossil fuels such as coal and oil, a single CO2 molecule can remain in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. Global CO2 emissions reached a record high of 35.6 billion tons in 2012, up 2.6% from 2011. Carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases warm the planet by absorbing the sun's energy and preventing heat from escaping back into space, which means it enhances the atmosphere, right?
But the sea levels didn't go up like they said.
Well, aren't they melting? But it's a
Al Gore said by 2013.
Al Gore.
Oh, okay, Joe, listen, this is one guy's take.
I know,
I've
but
read
Al
the
Gore's out
scientific.
there flying around.
I know. You found a guy admitting that he used to be higher than it is now. I'm telling you, it used to be way higher than it is now. This is
Yeah, but then the asteroid hit the Yucatan, killed all the dinosaurs, and changed the entire atmosphere of the
I don't want to
of the planet.
with a dark winter
Yeah, it was very bad for everything.
caused by atmospheric dust.
For a long fucking time. Right?
One major volcano, like Mount St. Helens, they estimated, put out more dust than decades of human dust.
Yes.
And human dust is what helps cause nucleiform to cause storms. So we are affecting our environment. But most of the astrophysicists and most of the physicists I've talked to, most of the climatologists I've talked to, they have broken down that the sun, by magnitude, is 98% of the driver of what happens. That's why when the sunspots take place, it's a coronal ejection from the sun, and one of those shoots radiation in our direction. It'll be clear blue sky, but they know when we get hit by that, it hits our magnetic field and causes an ionization of the atmosphere and electrification of it, and so that causes the giant storms. So the main driver of climate is the sun, and I think everybody doesn't be a scientist to know what's the main thing that Earth's living off of.
The sun.
The sun. And so they're telling us that carbon dioxide does this. What happens is carbon dioxide goes up. They said can be in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. It's normally absorbed by plants immediately. They've got studies. They have found giant crocodile skeletons from just 10,000 years ago in the central Sahara, when hundreds of square miles is nothing but dunes. 10,000 years ago, it was lush jungles and beautiful, but they had goats, and they ate all of the plants and killed the rest.
Also the driest theory of asteroid impacts, the Ice Age.
12,000 years ago.
Yeah, 10 over 2 impacts. I believe there's 12, and then somewhere.
But the answer is we don't know. And so they've now looked at all these big models saying that it's all carbon dioxide, and it's not. It's the sun, it's asteroids, it's tectonic, it's electromagnetic from the Earth's core.
But isn't CO2 emissions the one thing that we can control? So human-created global warming gases like CO2 emissions, if we could put a cap on that, wouldn't you agree?
Let me ask you a
that
question.
If we continue to put that stuff in the atmosphere, and it continues to get higher and higher and higher levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, wouldn't
This
that...
is going to make, the studies show, it's going to make deserts become green again, and plants are going to absorb the carbon. You can look them up.
Okay, let's find out.
And that's why the left even says,
But if you're going to say something, I'm not arguing, but if you are going to say something like that, that's a very bold thing to say. You should probably not just say look them up. There should be something.
no, let's type it in. Let's type it in. There's hundreds of them. I actually brought like over 50 articles right here.
Do you have something that you've read that makes you so confident that you can say this?
I actually know what the plant studies show, where in greenhouses they grow plants with higher carbon dioxide. And plants can grow up to 3 times faster. They live longer.
Plants live
Let's expand.
off carbon dioxide.
And what do they put out more? Oxygen.
Well, this one thing that has to be proven is there's more plants now than there have been in a long fucking
There's a global
time
greening
because-
happening,
Yes.
countering us losing our atmosphere up until this point. The Earth has less atmosphere than it did 1 million years ago, and it's like God did this or something, where we discovered all this oil, or it's just blind luck that we are terraforming the planet back to an earlier, healthier state by taking ancient carbon that was under the ground and putting it back into the atmosphere.
But isn't the problem that along the way we're also increasing the temperature of the planet and we are not aligned with a higher temperature?
Here's the truth. We don't know.
Exists.
We don't know. But in 1963, the Club of Rome came up with a limits to growth plan. And they had models and actuaries. I have copies of this in my film Endgame. Seminal film is free online. Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, predicts a virus release to lock things down. Everything's now happening because it's their own documents. And in the 1963 Limits to Growth Club of Rome plan, they said, we believe there'll be a global ice age by 2020 because the last ice age ended about 12,000 years ago and we're set for that. We're going to tell the public that actually carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is bouncing solar radiation off the Earth because we've seen volcanoes cause this darkening effect and freezing. So we believe, our scientists believe, that carbon dioxide is going to make the Earth freeze by 2020. And so we've got to have a global regime to take control of all the factories and all the energy and put a tax in for global government in the name of stopping the ice age. Then by about 1987, they went, actually, we think it's going to heat up instead. So they flipped the propaganda. Ask anybody you know.
Okay, but don't you understand that science back then didn't have as much data as they have now? So their models and what they predicted in 1963 is faulty compared to the information they have.
Yeah, just like Fauci said, 2.5 million would be dead from COVID. It was 200-some-thousand.
But worldwide, what is it?
Worldwide, tuberculosis killed 20 million people, 1.4 million here last year, but nobody cares.
Yeah. Well, COVID killed a lot.
COVID's not even killed a million worldwide.
What?
Not even a million worldwide.
No, is that true?
Yep.
Come on.
Yep. Oh, we use UN models. Again, they're our boss. Since when did the WHO say the lockdown has to go on? Now they go, oh, we're against the lockdown. Your nation states that it's their fault because they know millions are starving to death from the lockdown.
That is true and very underreported. Yeah. The WHO has now come out against lockdown, saying that the reaction can't be a worse effect than the actual disease.
So let me back out some of the climate changes. Like there's certainly, you know, we're contributing to man-made global warming. But also, what are you going to do? What are we going to do?
I don't know. What's
you know,
going on?
I mean, that's the other question. It's like, what are we going to do?
Why does his mic sound weird? Is it he's hot? Is he on it? Or is it how I'm hearing it? I'm hearing like a breakup of his mic.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds fine to me, yeah.
That's weird. Okay, I'm sorry. It must be me.
Jamie's really low. You sound great. He sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the climate control? Because that's very interesting. Like the idea of using climate to because, as you said with COVID, and we talked about this, we give up a lot of rights, right, in the name of coronavirus.
Exactly. Look, there's real issues. We don't really know what's going on. They want to be able to track all carbon and tax it with an AI surveillance grid with a social credit score over it.
Yeah.
And they admit all of that. That's Joe. They tell us what they're
I
doing.
understand that, but do you understand that the environmentalists who are concerned are not, there's a giant amount of them that are legitimately concerned that we're ruining the
Yes,
earth.
I understand the greenhouse
with
effect.
fossil fuels.
I understand the greenhouse effect.
But these people, the reason why they're acting, the reason why they're trying to get people on electric cars and trying to get people off of fossil fuels, they're legitimately concerned. Like, I don't believe that these actual environmentalists.
Sure, I agree with you, but I mean, here's the deal: the new Hummer looks badass. Here's the deal. But I'm not getting one because I don't want to contribute to global warming. Sir,
you don't want to contribute to global warming?
Listen, be serious. Did you know that on average more carbon is spent for electricity into a car than 93 octane gasoline?
Well, I would believe that because I would think it takes a lot to make a fucking electric car. But once the car is made...
No. Transmission lines. You lose up to half of transmission, and most of it's coal-powered, brother.
So most
per
of the electricity...
megawatt, it's more.
So when I'm plugging my Tesla in, and I think, because that's how I think, I'm a good guy. I'm plugging my Tesla in. I'm helping save the world. I'm not, because I'm contributing to power.
No, you're contributing to putting carbon dioxide back in and oxygen and re-terraforming the planet. You're doing a badass job. The biggest energy guzzlers, electric cars, are badass. They are putting out more carbon than anybody. Yeah, they don't come out the tailpipe, they come out the power plant top. Woo!
What about,
I love electric cars. Carbon. Listen, yeah, team carbon.
How do you feel about
carbon?
Okay, how do you feel about nuclear power?
I absolutely hate it.
Why do you hate it? Isn't it clean?
94. Joe, I'm not trying to tear you up.
Don't tear me up. I don't know anything. I told you I'm a moron.
No. I used to be for nuclear power.
Oh, what happened?
Actually, did research.
What research did you do?
They're always saying it's totally clean, no problem. But then you can look at the UN's own numbers, which I believe, the International Atomic Energy Agency. Look this up, CBS News. 94% of nuclear plants are leaking at dangerous levels. Look this up.
Jane, 94% of nuclear power plants are leaking at dangerous levels. Isn't the problem that we're using old tech like Fukushima?
Now you see you're smart. You always know everything, Joe. The average power plant age is 36 years. Almost all these power plants life is 20 to 35 years. Fukushima was already a decade older than it was supposed to be a General Electric model.
Radioactive leaks found at 75% of U.S. nuke sites.
Yeah, it's worse than that. It's 94%.
Okay, well that's not good.
I don't know why 94 is a problem.
But wouldn't it be possible with innovation that they currently have access to?
Yes. But you talk about corrupt companies. I don't. Listen, if people actually ran these right, and the executives. Here's an example. BP. I think oil's great. It has toxic problems. We should clean it up. We should find alternatives. There's all sorts of clean energy we should go to that isn't. Solar's great. Whatever. They've got fission, fusion, a bunch of stuff coming down. Take one of the best films out there because it's so accurate. Because I had lawyers on. I read the transcript of the trial. The Event Horizon with BP. They literally have all these degreed engineers out there, and BP calls them up from England to Houston and says, you're spending $25 million a day on this super deep experimental oil. We've decided to not pour concrete, they call it mud, in on top of this. The executives say we'll save $25 million a day if you dump water. And all the engineers went, we have mathematical equations, just like water boils at a certain amount. Okay, or we have a certain number of chromosomes. This is fact.
Yeah.
And they, on record, go, you're fired if you don't order them to dump water into it. So they follow the order, dump water in for 5 days, and it blows up. Because water didn't have enough pressure to hold what was going to be coming out when they finally hit that giant oil and gas deposit down there at 20,000 feet under the ground or whatever it was, super deep well. So you watch that movie with Kurt Russell and the rest of it, and Marky Mark.
Isn't Event Horizon the one where they find it?
I'm sorry, Event Horizon is where they go.
That's it. Event Horizon is a spaceship.
Yeah, that's
what I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember oil in Event Horizon. I'm like, wait a minute.
Lawrence Fishburne, right?
I think.
They go to hell.
Here's my brain.
Deepwater Horizon. Yeah, but pull up Event Horizon because that's a great fucking movie.
I love that movie. It's like they go into hell, they go into new dimension.
Also about BP.
But see how my brain got that wrong? It was not on purpose.
No, it's okay. That's the shit. He pulls his eyeballs out. He tells everybody. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
That's a great fucking movie. Pure evil.
But listen, I'm not trying to rant here. What I'm telling you, Joe, is it's the same thing with nuclear power plants. Why would the executives at BP order their engineers to do something that was going to blow up? They just said, you engineers are full of crap. We're going to make money.
They might be arrogant engineers on Adderall and they made a big mistake?
No. Yeah, that's what happened.
Could be.
That's what happened.
That is what happened? Well, those guys are probably tweaked out, right? Those executives.
What I'm saying, it wasn't engineers, it was the executives.
Yeah, but executives, that's what I'm saying.
Why do you think they were like, keep pouring water in and keep pouring water in?
Because they were insane.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying about these
So
nuclear...
the engineers are at the mercy of these executives who don't have the degrees the engineers have, and they made a crucial error to force the engineers to do something that was ultimately...
And so I was agreeing with you about we should listen to scientists and engineers. I was just going back to your point that, yeah, we don't know about the warming. We don't know what it's doing. The models they all use on warming factor out the sun.
Right.
And you can't factor out the sun in an equation. I've had other scientists that factor the sun in, and they think, despite all we're doing, that within the next 200 years we're going to a very serious deep ice age.
I think Alex's point is that in all of these things, there are legitimate things. COVID has there are real things, people getting sick. Global warming, to an extent, I'm sure is happening. Of course, it's happening. But then there are also nefarious characters that want to use that to take away your freedom. There are people that don't want you owning a car. There's all these legacy systems. Whitney Webb, who's a journalist who came on my show, said a lot of people didn't want to reopen the economy until they remade the economy and got rid of all these legacy systems and this is a doc with Eric Schmidt, who was the head of Google, and you could look it up, and they were saying, they were considering these legacy systems like cash, private ownership of cars, things like that, like getting rid of all of these things that are distinctly American ways of life, and just saying that, we don't want you to own a car.
This is the most important thing that's been said here today.
Okay,
That's it's in my notes.
That's why I'm here.
One step at a time, though. Why would they want to get rid of private ownership of cars?
Because they want control of people, and if you allow them to drive their own cars and use cash and run their own businesses and live in their own homes.
Okay, let's start with cars.
Vertical integration.
Let's start with cars. Don't you think that maybe the concern is they're looking at the future of autonomous vehicles, which would drastically lower the mortality rate on highways, and they're saying,
are they concerned? Are the people that run this country, Joe, concerned with the mortality rate? I mean, they're bombing other countries. They're doing this. They're doing that.
Stop.
They want centralized control.
Hold, please. We're
Steve Wozniak, the founder of Apple, says the best AI is not as good as an ant's brain.
Hold this thought.
Yeah,
but hold this thought.
The mortality rate on highways.
Listen, you can't think
These
that
people are in the woods with hoods on.
But the people with at Google that are working on autonomous vehicles,
Yeah.
they're not the same people that are trying to control governments all outside
But
the
it's
world.
all, but it's
They're
controlled by those
different
guys.
All of those people at Google want to usher in, a brave new world. They want to remake the world in the
But
way
you're
that they
saying
want
all
to.
these people, some of them are just writing software to
Some
make a
of them
better
are,
pixel.
sure.
Hey,
Some
Joe,
of them are.
Joe, Joe,
But there's
I
a
wrote-
lot of them that are not, Joe.
Joe, I
I
wrote
feel like
notes.
I'm the fucking
They're-
voice of reason.
You're
How
not.
is this possible?
They're
Joe?
the tech
You know why?
utopians.
I'm not
Joe?
high.
They're
I should be high.
They're
I'd be right
utopians.
along.
Yeah, you're very combative. Joe,
These are utopians. They want to create a
Joe?
paradise on earth
Joe, I brought you.
through control.
I brought you the documents, Joe.
I'm
We
sucking
have
on
the,
the cigar.
Joe, we have the documents.
I'm sucking on the cigar like it's a jelly donut. I'm hoping I get to the weed on the inside.
Joe.
I'm like I'm licking the outside. What do you got there? Piece of paper?
Take it.
What does it say? What does it say?
I think it's confirming what I
Looking
just
forward
said.
to the end of humanity. Well, what is this?
See?
Okay, but it's a person who wrote this. It's Adam Kurtz. He's probably got a pistol in his mouth right now.
No,
Right.
that's
Sorry,
the Wall
Adam.
Street Journal cover
I
story.
don't really mean that, Adam. I apologize.
That's the Wall Street Journal cover story. May I please tell you what I came here for?
You came here for a reason?
Yes.
Hold on. Here it is. COVID-19 has spotlighted the promise and peril of transhumanism, the idea of using technology to overcome sickness, aging, and death. Okay, but what is he saying?
I used to fall asleep every night listening to Alex talk about this, so I want to let Alex talk about this. Until they took him off YouTube.
Okay, but make this
He was
look-
the way I fell
listen,
asleep every
and
night.
Not only did they do that, but do you know they fucking took a Young Turks podcast, Young
took it
Turk
off.
Hoax podcast
Let's
yesterday
talk about
off of
that in a minute.
Facebook?
Can we get some weed into you?
Progressive. Yeah.
No, you need it.
No, I can't.
If I blow it at you like you get a cat high, does that not cheat it if I blow it in your face? I'll blow it in your face. Well, listen, I need to talk to you.
A little lightheaded.
All right, I'm gonna go get some apple juice, and I'm gonna pray to Jesus.
We got some in here.
Listen, I need to talk to you.
Go grab,
get
go
him,
grab some bottles and some ice.
get him some apple juice for the transhumanism discussion, please.
Listen, you wanna know why I'm so crazy?
No.
Because I discovered this stuff right out of mainline documents, and I've known it for 26 years, 27 years.
Well, here's another thing. Let me tell you something. Look, we all know that you fucked some things up, right? And your biggest fuck up is Sandy Hook. But you've gotten so many things right. This is why I keep talking to you about these things, and why I defend you, and why I think that it's fucking dangerous to censor you and to say, oh, this guy, we need to get him deplatformed, get him all these things. You're revealing some things that have been proven on the show so far to be true that make people very uncomfortable.
Well, the first thing I was going to do was thank you for having me on and having the courage.
But I was going to say the fucking Bohemian Grove thing. The Bohemian Grove thing.
That was that was the first time I really got into what he was doing, and that was like amazing. I mean, when you watch that movie, it's paradigm shift.
I've had people
This is
try
why,
to
yeah.
minimize that. I've had people try.
Yes,
to-
they all do.
I go, listen to me. I'm not a billionaire.
Well, I'll give you the real take on it because I've been there, and I think it's just a gateway to things. But let's get into Bohemian Grove in a moment. I really want to give you, I want to give you the big enchilada.
The big enchilada. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
like
have
I'm,
mole sauce.
yes, sir. Just like I love mole sauce.
I do too.
Just like I'm saying, the engineers mean well. A lot of them have good points. I'm not saying they're wrong about all this stuff. I'm simply telling you, I've read what the globalists have to say in their own establishment communication.
Okay.
And I have it right here in my notes to talk to you about the post-human era and the system that they are setting up, where in all of their main publications they say humans are flawed, humans are
But
bad.
they are flawed, right?
But then these
Sometimes
corporations
bad.
are saying they're going to take us out of our bodies and make us silicon, and that's what Elon Musk talks about. Beware of those that worship AI gods.
Well, he's actually talking about Neuralink, which is something where they're going to be able to interface with your brain and increase the bandwidth in which you access information. But go ahead.
Well, that's it. And
But
so,
it seems inevitable, doesn't it?
no, it's not inevitable. Already, driverless cars don't know a wreck up ahead or what to do. They have more accidents. Steve Wozniak, as I was saying earlier, the co-founder of Apple, says the best AI isn't 1,000,000%, close to how good an ant's brain
Right.
is.
Stop. When they first developed cars, they said, well, how are you going to take them? There's no roads.
Sure, AI
They
power.
built roads.
Here's the
But
deal.
do you understand that the AI that's powering these cars now is not
Do
as
you
good?
understand the people
Hold-
running the AI are predatory anti-humans that say
Okay,
they want to get
Elon
rid of
Musk
us?
is not a predatory anti-human.
No, I didn't say he was.
But I understand he's working on autonomous vehicles.
He said, beware those that speak of AI gods.
Yes. Okay, a lot of people are worried that look, Elon is more concerned. Don't give me one of those. You keep that shit away from me, motherfucker.
No.
He doesn't drink.
Good, thank you. I
He's
appreciate
sober.
Hey, Rogan.
Look at all this extra
I'm sitting next to Alex Jones. I'm as high as I can be.
Election night.
Okay, but listen, election night, we're gonna get lit. But these guys who are making this
It's like in
stuff,
Hollywood. This is fake. This is only corn syrup coloring.
Do you think this is a good idea, though? This idea that we should be expanding our minds in this way and putting chips in
I
our...
don't think it's good or bad. I think it is the
Okay.
nature of human innovation. I think we take things,
Hey, Joe-
we improve upon them. We do that with everything.
But at what point do you
at one
cross the
point
line?
in
Joe, you're
time-
talking
at
about-
one point-
Joe, can I please tell
please,
you?
No, one at a time. At one
He's-
point in
he's
time,
weed.
there was they had Morse code, right?
Yes.
They went from Morse code to you being able to send me a FaceTime video. And-
Understood.
well, these things happen.
Hey, Joe,
This
we're
is
not
just
against
part of being
technology.
human.
We're not against technology.
Okay,
May
I
please say
understand you're
something?
not against technology, but what I'm saying is if you follow technological innovation, it becomes better and better and more invasive.
We need to design it where it doesn't make us obsolete. Humans take control of their environment. We build our environment. The globalists have decided to have a post-human future where humans are no longer relevant.
This is where you lose.
I can show you their damn quotes.
He's getting me because
I just gave you an article. I just gave you an article where they said it.
Because I think he's right. I think the only reason we're still around is because they haven't figured out how to get robots good enough to get rid of all of them. If they had the right robots, there would be no Walmarts to get rid of everybody. You don't think that?
If they were the right robots,
The
they'd
right
get rid of
They're
AI.
everything.
making us
Yeah.
obsolete. They're making
They're
us
trying to
obsolete.
get rid of the
Dangerous,
If I
Walmarts.
danger,
need
danger,
a fucking
danger.
cooler, I like to go to Walmart. Is that okay?
But once you have a robot, you won't want to go to Walmart.
Why?
Because it's dirty, it's filthy. Everyone's got COVID.
I listen to
Yeah,
music.
that's why they're
I
doing the
get in my
COVID is the post-human.
electric car.
You're not essential under COVID. They
Not
want
essential.
They want to train you. Okay, listen. Look how calculators were great. No one knows how to do math now. Look how phones are great. No one knows their numbers anymore. All the statistics show that the science and technology is making us dumb. And that's why they wrote the big article, the co-owner of Sun Microsystems in 2000, Bill Joy wrote, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. And he explains he went to a top billionaire tech conference and they made the decision to not let humans sit around and play video games in the future. They were just going to slowly phase us out and kill everybody.
They're not trying to kill.
Okay, pull up Why the Future Doesn't Need Us.
But why
do you think they're trying to
wouldn't
kill
they?
everybody?
Well, why wouldn't they? Can we reverse engineer the question?
Because we're called useless eaters.
I don't think they're trying to kill people. I think they're trying to improve what a person is. What I think we're doing.
Oh, by chopping our son's
integrating-
balls off?
Okay, you're gonna go down another rabbit hole, you son of a bitch. By increasing our ability to access information and by becoming a sort of a symbiotic creature aligned with technology.
And once we're aligned with the AI, it can censor everything we do. You think big tech, the minute big tech got control, they began censoring. And it's the groups behind that are very predatory, Joe.
I do agree with you.
There's no
I do-
firewalls.
I do. Here's the problem. The First Amendment currently does not apply to big tech.
Right.
I believe it should.
No,
And I
they're
believe,
violating cartel laws.
they're
organized.
I believe that what's happening now with whether it's Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, these platforms are so big. I think the argument can be made that they are utilities and that they should be regulated like utilities.
agree, Joe.
and it should be a human
We did
right.
not, I agree, we did not to have access to these things. We did not talk about what we're going to cover pre to this, did we?
We're going to talk about a lot of things.
Let's
but
read
we're-
this. This is what I wrote last night.
Okay,
you ready?
I
The
want
Silicon
I want
Cult.
some weed for you. I want you to take it down a notch.
The Silicon Cult.
Okay, another article.
No, I wrote this. These are talking points. The Silicon Cult, fighting the enemy, the war on carbon. Announce up front that I am not really a liberal or conservative. I want a pro-human future. Please listen to me and hear me out.
Let's stop right there because you
right.
get called a neoconservative, you get called alt-right, you get called a far-right person. When I first met you, you were protesting against George W. Bush. And you were saying that what he was doing and what he was trying to usher in was essentially going to be the downfall of Western civilization.
Even before he was elected.
Yes, I remember that. So when people say Alex Jones is far-right guy, I'm like, he's complicated. He's really against corruption more than he's against any particular party. You just found that the right was less apt to censor you and more apt to listen to your ideas.
Exactly, and I know we're all not stoned today, so we're being
I'd like
a little aggressive, but here's the deal. Election night, if I'm gracious enough to be here, or you're gracious enough, I'll be here, we'll get hammered. But listen, Let's get into Bohemian Grove. Let's get into the technocracy. Let's get into who runs things. Let's get into the mindset. Whatever points you want, and I'll try to shut up and go through it.
This is
Yes.
Tim Dillon's wheelhouse.
This is because you're saying they want
Here it is.
mortality on the
This-
road.
Look at this thin, young, handsome, boyish, baby-faced Alex Jones.
That's 2004, but yeah, I mean, I knew you in like 99.
98. Well, in 98
I
was
met you
when-
in 98, but then I got to know you in
this,
99.
this was when you were, 98 was when you were protesting.
And this is my clip. You guys are welcome to play this. It's really good.
Yeah.
I'll sign a form and use it.
What is going on in this clip?
He's interviewing a lizard.
Let's
No, this is
play
the. You want to start it over? It's David Gergen. Let me set it up.
Yeah,
Let me set it up.
set it up.
Let me set it up. Okay, yeah. Robert, he goes. David Gergen. I'm outside. What's the main thing in New York where everybody plays?
By the way, this is when Bill Hicks was alive, so I can confirm you are not Bill
Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden, and here comes David Gergen, the Karl Rove of like 4 or 5 administrations, and I knew that he was part of the actual ritual at Bohemian Grove, so I bring it up to him, and he blows up at me. Here it is. He's like 8 feet tall.
We're talking to David Gergen, and he has advised several presidents, and of course has written quite a few books, and is a, I would call you a political pundit or researcher.
Commentary over the hill, whatever.
One last question. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal, it's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, what was it, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you, oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, hey, I don't run around in the woods naked. What did that mean?
Here is the before-mentioned Washington Times article. He said, I didn't run around naked.
I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk about.
Now, what we're watching for people that are just listening is a bunch of people wearing robes that are burning an effigy in front of a giant statue of Moloch, the owl god.
And it's the effigy of a child.
Well, I don't know if that it's what
It is. I think it's the effigy of a child.
It looks like
I believe it
grown
is.
woman to me.
He's real mad right here.
And yeah. Okay, watch this.
Frankly, I don't.
Back it up 5 seconds. We missed it. I said you take part in the ritual. Back it up 5 seconds.
Alex Jones at the cremation of care? I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you. I do. You took it. I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about yourself. But if you go in there with an understanding, you violate that. I really should. I'm sorry. You took an understanding. And you went in there.
Fuck, come on, man.
You know what circumstances are, and I'm sorry you.
Fucking bullshit, man.
That was not a gentlemanly thing.
Fucking
What
hate
about the
this
ritual?
song.
Is the ritual genuinely?
That's all the people, these fucking heads of state and
Yeah,
billionaires
that's the
screaming.
other thing. They run the world, those
I
people.
don't owe you this comment. This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you and goodbye.
Oh, it's getting cocky.
And violate them. You ambush people on the streets, and that's inappropriate form of journalism. If you wish to practice that, that's fine, but don't ask others to respect it. You want to, you can do your free American like anything you want. If you want to be uncivil, rude, ungentlemanly, that's up to you. But don't expect the rest of us to say, oh, well, you're I'm sorry. And obviously, you don't belong there.
Weaving spiders coming out here? Yeah, that is a three-pointer.
Anyways,
That's a 3-point.
Listen, you could ignore that if it was like a bunch of poor people in the woods doing that. These guys
Even then, I'd be worried.
Even then, it would be weird. These guys are the top of like every industry in America. It's at least curious.
Who goes in there?
Well, people I like. I mean, Clint Eastwood's gone. He's not really a member. Look.
Is it fun?
Look. It's 2,700 acres. Set up by Mark Twain.
Oh, get the fuck
and
out of
it
here.
was
Fuck
a liberal deal for like hookers and gay dudes and just
bullshit.
everything else. Just a big, huge.
That's
Would you say
bullshit.
gay dudes? What?
Gay dudes.
Gay dudes.
No, I'm saying if you go back to like the 1870s when Mark Twain set up, it was classically liberal. It was partying. It was their own 2,700 acres. It was saloons. They brought in female hookers. There was gay guys in there. Everything. It was Bohemian Grove, so they called it that. The people did whatever they wanted. It was open. And they had like poetry and they had plays and they had all the rest of it. Then, by the time Howard Taft became president, the Republicans basically bought it. So the reason it's important is the Republicans go there to they ship in all these private hookers, all these jets land nearby, but they also have a lot of gay sex, which they use then to basically compromise people into the cult. And so there's a lot of gay sex.
How do you know this?
It came out in news articles. No one ever got footage of it. I was in there for one day. I snuck in. I looked good back then. They hit on me a lot.
Nice, buddy.
I had people I recognized from TV walking around. Hey, let's go right now. I mean, it's a big gay hookup deal for Republicans. I'm just telling you what it is.
Thanks,
And then they've got this ritual that's only the feeder group. So I'm sitting there during the ritual, and I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool. The dude goes, shut up, I'll kill you. And they're all taking it very seriously. And I'm not saying it's a gay thing. I'm saying some of that goes on there.
You were saying it was cool and people were getting angry that you were saying
No, I mean, I was just quietly going, oh, this is really interesting. And they're like, shut up, this is a very important ritual. And they were taking it very serious. This hearse comes in with the body of a child, is an effigy.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's just a bunch of sticks.
yeah, well, it looks like a kid. No, later, others infiltrated later that worked there and got us photos of it. It's an image of a kid, a little kid.
Because Moloch in biblical is who they sacrifice to Cain.
It's a bull, but they do it as an owl.
They do it as an owl, yeah.
Thanks,
But
man.
that's from the Bible, is you would sacrifice a child to Moloch.
Give not your
That's
children to the
fascinating.
fires of Moloch.
Right.
And so I've given it to experts on religious history. It's not even from a Christian perspective. It's a Faustian deal mixed with Babylonian and religious stuff from Tyre.
Yeah. It's
Like,
quirky.
look at that. Look at that owl god and look at the fire underneath the owl god.
And there's Ronald Reagan.
I mean, if you saw that, if you were in the woods and you just saw that, you would be terrified.
And
in
Richard
my
Nixon
hands.
said, Richard Nixon, on the Richard Nixon tape, says it's a gay orgy.
Richard Nixon said
You
that?
can pull up Richard Nixon talks about
Yeah, Richard Nixon said something about it where he.
it's the most goddamn faggy thing you ever see.
I think it's just allowing.
Well, nothing against, that's what it's saying.
I think it's guys that aren't gay that engage in
Experimenting.
gay acts in the woods, and then they have something on each other, similar to Epstein's Island, where it's
That's
like,
it.
that's what
it's
it
a
is.
rich, it's like a fraternity doing that kind of
So
screw.
yeah,
that part-
pays it,
Hold on a second.
and they don't allow women.
It says founded in 1872 by a group of male.
That's not it. I didn't get it.
See, I told you, founded 1872.
Richard Nixon, Bohemian Grove, most faggy
Condone,
goddamn
yeah,
thing
condone
you could
fucking
ever
me.
imagine.
Yeah.
Yes, play it. 100% play it. I want to hear
It's the
this.
Nixon tapes, yeah.
Let me hear this.
Let's look at Northern California.
Northern California.
You know, San Francisco just gone clear over the planet, but it isn't just not very far. One of the upper class in San Francisco is that they're low control, right? And one time at a time, the Easterners and the others that come there. But it is the most faggy goddamn thing you will ever imagine in San Francisco crowd.
San Francisco crowd goes in there. It's just terrible. Okay.
So weird, the owl and the, it's interesting, and I don't know how seriously they take it. I mean, that's the real question, right?
Well,
'Cause
yeah,
you've been
I mean, the whole gay thing's a side issue.
Right.
The point is that I've talked to people that I mean, according to Ted Gunderson, first time I ever heard about this was from this former high-level FBI agent who was going to be the FBI director, but he wouldn't go along with corruption, so he wasn't. It's on the record, Gunderson almost being the FBI director.
And he blew up like the things like the Franklin scandal, and he's been
And the Finders Club.
cult, which was huge.
Yeah.
Which where the CIA was caught
Confirmed.
trafficking. You know, the Finders is a cult that was caught trafficking children, and the CIA squashed the Florida.
And then Gunderson got it
yeah.
raided in D.C. and
Right.
found a whole CIA facility with the snuff films, everything.
telex machine.
And so he told me
communicating,
about
yeah.
all this, and I thought he was crazy.
Yeah.
Even though he was Ted Gunderson.
You told us about it, and we actually pulled up one of those stories.
And I was correct.
Yes, you're correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Ted Gunderson is the reason I know about this, and he said that they get people interested with that ritual. There's like 2,000 members. They bring about 1,000 guests. Not everybody can bring a guest. Like the head of each camp can bring a guest. Most of them are nice. Clint Eastwood goes there. Danny Glover goes there. But it's an all-male deal.
Who's the other one?
Danny Glover.
Oh, Danny Glover?
I'm just mentioning who's
Lethal Weapon Danny Glover?
I saw him there.
How the fuck is he in there?
They probably like him from the
He's
movie.
just a fun guy.
I saw him when I was there. I saw Danny Glover.
Interesting. I'm starting to believe this is not. I'm starting to believe we can get in. I'm starting to believe it's not that
Joe
exclusive.
Rogan, they'd have him in immediately.
I mean,
Not now.
do a podcast
Oh, absolutely. They
from
don't
in
care.
front of the owl.
But I just want to say that overall,
Why
it
not?
started out as a truly artsy, liberal thing that I think is good. I think guys deserve to go off in the woods like we've done since humans were
butt
humans,
fuck,
and,
right?
and party and do whatever.
Right.
And so it's. But the thing is, then the weird skull. Here's what happened. About 1900, Skull and Bones, that was at Yale in New Haven, Connecticut. It was a German death cult. It took over Bohemian Grove, and that's when they set up that as the central deal. So it's this big, inviting, fun party.
What happened to Skull and Bones? Because that's one of the other rumors about Skull and Bones.
can
They
tell you, I know.
compromise you.
I know.
They compromise you so that you're always a part of this
Well,
organization.
before he died, I did multiple interviews with Anthony Sutton, the top congressional advisor to Senator Frank Church. We only know about Sutton because Charlotte Iserby, whose father was high-level Skull and Bones, gave him all of their internal manuals. And she's been a frequent guest. She's retired now.
America's Secret Establishment. An introduction.
And so this is a Russell Trust true Illuminati. Illuminati set up in 1776 to counter our revolution by Adam Weishaupt, it funds the Jacobins, it funds the French Revolution. It's the opposite of a true egalitarian, open liberal revolution. It's the leftist. I always say that liberal and leftist are two different groups. Leftist is left-hand path Satanism. Liberalism is egalitarian, open society. And so the left-hand path set this up. And then they sent all this opium money they had over in 1831 to Yale to set up a German secret society of the Illuminati, which then has become one of the dominant secret societies. And in there, they do actual satanic rituals. They get in coffins. They do simulated human sacrifices. They have gay sex as part of the ritual. They bathe in huge facilities of feces. This was made by Robert De Niro. Made a movie.
Skull and Bones they're doing that stuff now.
Absolutely. I know somebody broke into it, but
Wow.
who's the?
How can this be proven?
Well, Matt Damon made a movie called The Good Shepherd, I think.
Yes.
And in that, it's Robert De Niro directed. Okay. And that's super accurate, where it's got the swords, the devil, and they're in these big vats of calendar.
They did leak a Facebook photo album of a bunch of Skull and Bones kids hanging on a deer island. They kind of look like losers. I know they're not.
no, but-
I know they're not, but they kind of look like losers. I mean, it was kind of like
A lot of
embarrassing.
billionaires look like losers.
Yeah, they look like emaciated. You were like, these are the Illuminati. It was kind of like.
No, I
ugh.
totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Remember ABC News, because they wanted to get Bush in trouble right before the 2004 election. Another frat was able, because they're all doing this crap,
Right.
shoot video down into it where they're going, devil equals death, Satan. And they had girls they finally brought into the membership. It's all boys before.
Yeah.
Sacrificing. So, of course, it's idiotic. It's training wheels for what they do. But inside, they go grave rob. They've got Geronimo's skull.
Yeah, that George H.W. Bush supposedly stole Geronimo's skull.
Yeah, you got to do things like
I don't know, but that's a legend, rumor. Thing, yeah. Probably
It's
true.
been broken into.
Yeah.
One time the police went in there, but the point is that Skull and Bones, Order 322, is the Illuminati Germanic death cult that now set up chapters all over the U.S. and it took over Bohemian Grove around 1900, and so that's why Bohemian Grove is still this artisan, deal of elitist artists, but then it got co-opted by the Republican Party in Skull and Bones. And Helmut Schmidt, German chancellor, wrote Men in Power as a political retrospective. He retired in the late 80s, saying, I love our Illuminati rituals that we have in Germany and our own sacred rituals. But I think they've taken it to a new level with Skull and Bones at Bohemian Grove. I really enjoy the time we have there.
So these are just these elite institutions where, and Skull and Bones, I think they seek to create close friends amongst people that may not know each other, create loyalty amongst this group of people.
That's why they got to tell them all the things they've done.
Yeah, you got to tell them all the sexual history, all that stuff. They want these people to be loyal to each other, so when they're not loyal to the laws of America, they're loyal to this oath that they take with each other.
And exactly, and it's like a Team America.
Look at this. Descendants sue Skull and Bones over Geronimo's bones. Documents show George W. Bush's grandfather robbed Geronimo's grave members. Members of the secret society allegedly steal valuable things and put them in tomb. Great-grandson says Geronimo should be buried in accordance with the tradition. Federal law protects Native Americans' rights to their family members' remains.
And let's expand on that. What he just said, because this guy's done his study. It's like a Team America when the head guy goes.
It's the only person he's ever said I've studied.
No, nobody says. He goes, suck my cock, Gary. It's not about sex. In Skull and Bones and Bohemian Grove, what he says, most of these guys are not gay. It's an act of dominance, like, oh, you're a senator, you want to be president, bend over, and like a former president screws you in the ass. And that's what they do. I mean, the ritual is, I'm in charge, bend over.
Well, isn't that a thing with fraternities anyway? Like hazing? You jizz on a cracker?
Exactly. So it's the next deal.
Yeah, but most people in fraternity, I mean, these are the top kids. These are kids that they think are going to occupy leadership positions in the world.
And often do.
And often do. So even
Let me give you an example. Even John Ronson saw the photo with me when we stuck in Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
And they had it hanging in, people said, why do you get video? They have a camera hidden right here. It's Henry Kissinger bent over in a woman's dress, sticking his fingers in his ass.
Bill Clinton in a blue dress with Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Yeah, but that's just an artist rendition. Did you know that was just an artist made that?
Yeah, but
maybe
why?
this was an artist rendition. We're in a clubhouse.
Yeah.
Ronson wrote about this.
Oh, so it's a photo or a painting?
No, it looked like a photo, but let's just say it's a painting. I don't know. It's ancient memory, 20 years ago.
Okay.
20 plus, But I mean, Ronson's like, look at that. I'm like, is that Kissinger? Yeah, and it's Kissinger. It's all about being improper. And then they all go get caught to compromise each other to be in the club. It's a hazing thing.
So that they can trust each other because they're all doing shady shit.
Yeah.
Yes. Even if it's an artist rendition, why does Jeffrey Epstein have it in his townhouse and picture the president in a blue dress?
Well, because the president flew in his fucking plane
that's what I mean.
26 times.
That's what I mean.
He was
Yeah.
basically.
And by the way,
it was a
Ghislaine
power move,
Maxwell
wasn't it?
is now come out in court. It's getting no attention, confirming, okay, Clinton did fly to that island. That broke 4 days ago. It's got zero attention.
Yeah, no, they're not paying attention. We haven't heard anything other than those court documents.
Listen, I told you. Something special. My mom's brother was a famous helicopter pilot in Vietnam, running Black Ops into Laos and Cambodia and stuff. And then I shouldn't tell these stories, but no one's ever heard this stuff. But, I remember growing up and telling me this stuff. It was true. Like, they were, I'm not going to do it. The point is,
Please.
What's the problem? I just can't do it.
What's the reason you care so much?
Baloney. Let's just say he took the fall for something. He didn't get in trouble for it. He got promoted. He was involved in Iran-Contra.
And that's how people get promoted. They fail upward by taking a lot of times the blame for something, or that's like common.
Yeah, so I grew up. I grew up not just in the family, it was like something special. But those Navy SEAL guys, you got security, done a bunch of crazy stuff. That's what our military does. It's not what you hear on the news.
Right.
And it's just completely out of control stuff.
Right.
And I mean, my uncle told me, he said, yeah, I know, I got out of working for these groups and everything. As an army officer that was sheet dipped. He wasn't wearing an army uniform. So we were talking high level. We're talking running the real stuff.
Right.
Special
ops.
He was in charge. He went to command base in Guatemala City. He was like a top Morse code guy. Of course, they had satellites there, but nobody could read this Morse code coded. So he was sending stuff to the White House Morse code. He was like, when he was a kid, he was a champion Morse coder. So he wasn't just in command, he was like running all the stuff. And he just said, I had to do it because he said it was kids being smuggled out of orphanages of the CIA and sex ops in D.C.
Jesus Christ.
He told me that when he was dying.
Jesus, fuck.
Yeah.
Now, what is it with kids? Why
It's
is
the way to compromise people.
It's the energy too.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody will hurt kids, and he wouldn't. If somebody will hurt kids,
it's like, what else? They'll do anything.
But that's what everyone's so terrified of, right? There are some sex trafficking and sex cults.
and there's over 10 times the bust.
high-level people. But that's like...
And they are, though, but that's a fact.
Right, but if you want to get like...
QAnon shit gets wild and it's sloppy and messy, and you've talked about that too. It gets sloppy and messy, and they're not right about everything. But the idea, there are human trafficking. The entire reason...
QAnon is just people on the internet...
They're like playing games.
LARPing, acting like they're taking credit for something. And a lot of them are good people. It's just that you can give them like bona fide, like, look, they just busted a giant child trafficking ring. Associated Press, they don't want that. They want, no, there's underground bases and there's dinosaurs and there's
They
aliens.
don't want the real shit.
They don't want the real thing.
So is it that they're just into things that are just huge, more ridiculous than reality? Like, what is?
Yeah, because it's escapism. Hillary's in prison secretly.
Right.
And,
Oh, right.
I think they just learned about the world over the last year, and it melted their mind. Like, you've been looking at
yeah,
this
when
stuff
you
forever.
were on with Joe a few months ago, you crystallized it perfectly.
Yeah.
They've been asleep, now they've woken up, and now they think everything's a cartoon version. Well, say it like you said.
Yeah, well, it was just like, again, it's like if you didn't know anything about the Franklin scandal, you didn't know about Epstein, and you hadn't read these books, you didn't know the stories your uncle told you, and then eventually you just found out there was an island where all these politicians were going to and having sex with kids, and they were getting compromised. Your mind would melt, and then you would get paranoid, and then you would start thinking that everybody's a pedophile and that there's tunnels underground, when the reality is, it is bad, but sometimes you have to take a step back and take a breath and realize that, like, there are good people, and not everybody is evil, but there is a lot of evil out there, but you've got to take a step back and try to realize, like, what is what.
Well, there's one picture of Clinton getting massaged by this woman, and they were using it as sort of evidence. But the woman's clearly a woman. She's in her 20s, and they were
Yeah, but
saying
she's been working for him since she was like 15.
Let's never use Clinton as the example of the QAnon people being wrong.
that's not even what I'm saying.
She's
Like,
never
there
the
it
best.
is. That's a grown woman.
She's a
right?
grown-up, yeah.
So
Listen, let's be clear. The media did a limited hangout. They went with these whistleblowers instead of all the other people. And the fact that the witnesses reported at Epstein Island in the Caribbean, Little St. George, and on the other island too, that boats would pull up in the middle of the night to these shacks with little brown kids. And those are the ones that get disappeared.
well, who reported this?
It's in major documentaries. It's in Netflix documentaries. It's in all the witnesses we talked to. And they said, my witnesses, my people I talked to over 10 years ago said, remember me telling you about it, they've got an island in the Caribbean, an island in the Mediterranean, they've got ranches in the Southwest, and that they...
Well, you have a ranch.
Yeah, that came out later. I wasn't told exactly where.
I mean, the idea that these kids would disappear potentially isn't crazy. I mean,
No, it's not crazy
It's
at
not
all.
crazy at all. The thing
Here's an
is-
example. I was told by a high-level source that major Hollywood producers, by name, ran a cult where they branded women next to their vagina.
The Nixon.
But I put it out 2 years before it broke. So I was told this by a high-level source.
I remember you talking to me about it.
And then they even had articles going in Huffington Post. Jones claims Harvey Weinstein's connected to groups that do all this, and I was just going off what people told me. And I said, I didn't even say Weinstein. That's what's crazy is they were already trying to cover it in case I said that. They're like, oh, Weinstein's not involved with branding women. Well, it never even came out he was. It was the other guy.
Right.
So it's just...
But what you said did turn out to be true.
Yeah.
As fantastic as it sounded, as outrageous, as ridiculous, it turned out to be true.
First
and
time-
now it's in the news.
First time I ever heard of Ted Gunderson. Make me pull him up. Ted Gunderson. It's on Wikipedia. Up to the FBI director. He was the head of LA. Imagine being learner. He used to tell me this. And I've been in the FBI 20 years. I got to be the head of LA. It was like this devil worshiping everywhere. Blew me away. Pedophilia, you name it. He knew about the Manson thing, the satanic ritual.
And there was a senator from Nebraska named John DeCamp, who I know
Who he was friends with.
Who he was friends with. And John DeCamp was a guy who he blew the whole thing wide open. Like,
He was CIA.
He blew the whole thing wide open.
Did you-
DeCamp CIA? You think? But he was one
No,
of
he
the
told
good-
me. I was friends
He
with
was
him.
one of the good ones. Like
He was involved in Operation Phoenix.
And
but
then
yeah.
they killed. Well, that was his mentor. So DeCamp's mentor was a guy who was a high-level CIA guy. Jamie can pull that up. He was in a Phoenix operation, and he was killed. And I think
in the canoe.
And,
Yeah.
and it, the dinner was still on the table. Yeah, this was a high-level CIA guy. John DeCamp was a Nebraska senator who broke open this human trafficking operation.
By the way, I'm
pedophile
having...
cult. Yeah, no, it was a pedophile cult. It was trafficking kids across America, and it was centered out of the Omaha Federal Credit Union. It was being run by a guy named Larry King, who was this rising star in the Republican Party. He's probably still alive. He has pictures of Maureen Reagan, all that stuff. These kids were being trafficked to D.C., to L.A., to New York, wherever. DeCamp stumbled upon this, stumbled upon the occult, weird ritual shit going on too, in addition to the pedophilia and all that. And then he went to this guy, his mentor, who he knew from Vietnam, from the military, who was a CIA guy whose name is escaping me. William Colby. He went to William Colby, and William Colby basically said to DeCamp, listen, you're going up against forces that are way too powerful. You don't even know what you're knocking on here. And then William Colby, I think, changed his mind and said, fuck it, you know what? We should stop doing, if we're going to fight this, let's fight it. And then a little while later, William Colby, who was in great health, great shape, has an accident in his canoe, is found dead. in a river right by his house with his dinner still on the table. So it's like nobody gets up in the middle of the dinner to go canoeing. So this has been a common theme forever, whereas if you go against these people, you find you're dead.
He was 76 when he drowned.
Yeah, but in a canoe while his dinner was still on the table.
Sometimes people are parked out from 76.
I understand.
I understand.
I
that
understand that.
Okay, we're connecting dots here that maybe we don't need to disclose. Okay. William Colby, Director of Central Intelligence, chose to disclose some of the nation's darkest secrets to save the spy service he loved, drowned on April 27th in a tributary.
I talked to folks who they killed him.
He was 76.
How about this guy, Gary Caradori, who's a private investigator, hired to get to the bottom of the...
It's like Barry Seal, man. They're getting rid of the people.
They just get rid of him.
All right, so listen, we've done Bohemian Grove. We've done Bohemian Grove. Let me tell you. Senator DeCamp was on record running major level Operation Phoenix, which was a high-level CIA torture operation and execution operation. So Apocalypse Now is kind of based on some of the things that he's on record highly decorated.
I don't want to go too far away from the Epstein thing because I still have a whole lot of homework.
Let's go back to Epstein.
Okay. The island itself. Like, first of all, Epstein had this crazy place in New York City.
7-story palace.
That the guy who owned Victoria's Secrets, he gave it to him?
Yeah, because he probably blackmailed him.
Right. And then there was other billionaires who it turned out had, and this is like had been glossed over, and no
including
one
Bill
brought it up
Gates. Bill Gates stays there and tried to deny it, but Bill Gates denies staying with Epstein, but confirmed he stayed there and in his Paris home.
Okay. And this was also, he met with him post his first arrest, correct?
Yes.
Because he was arrested.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Chelsea Handler had dinner with him, I believe, after the arrest, too. I mean, a lot of people looked past that, apparently.
Yeah, that British Royal.
Okay, Bill Gates met with Jeffrey Epstein many times despite his past.
I gotta say, Jamie's really fast.
He's the best.
He's the best.
So let's go back to this.
Is Mary Kim Dillon?
Where's
Epstein,
getting?
Epstein had a huge interest in tech.
Where's
he
he-
loved tech.
Yes.
Yes, and he wanted to. He brought scientists and big tech people over his house in New York City.
Here's the deal. They were doing, I said this over 10 years ago, that they were involved in secret breeding programs for cloning.
Okay, before we get to this, scientists. How were they getting these scientists? Where are they getting all the money? First of all, where's he getting the money to get this island? Where's he getting the money to buy this giant house?
We now know that he was a nexus point from the dirty sides of the CIA, MI6, and Mossad at least.
Yeah.
And so they were compromising people, and then as he would compromise people, most of them knew they were being compromised. They wanted to be compromised to be let in to then run operations and be given even more money.
He was also the money manager for a guy named Les Wexner, who's a billionaire who went to Victoria's Secret and the Limited, among other things.
And that's the guy.
He was gifting Epstein a property. He gave him a
Right.
Well, that's where he got some of the first money.
Well, Eric Weinstein, who's a legit financial guy, looked at him and said, "This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about."
Of course
he
not.
said he's playing a role.
And then
he met with
scientists,
him.
scientists were like that too. When they went to his house, they go, "Oh, Epstein's is like playing a role.
Yes.
He has no. So whatever he's doing, he's working for somebody."
Well, let me tell you, they want to corrupt the scientific elite to go along with their agenda on climate change, to go along with their agenda on viruses, to go along with their agenda because they don't scientists are respected. So you want to have them compromised so they go along with whatever it is you want.
So whatever it is you want. So if you want to do something and manipulate reality to make your agenda go through, you compromise the scientists, and then these elite experts who you have on film having sex with 16-year-olds, then you
Yeah,
can-
so maybe man-made global warming is real and really bad. Doesn't matter. The solution they have is a global tax. You pay them, so it's a scam. But as big as Epstein was, he was small compared to these other finders groups and other organizations. They even came out in the news at the time in the late 80s, early 90s. And then the communist Chinese, they're running the blackmail rings with Hunter Biden and the Democratic Party and Dianne Feinstein and all these people at levels way, way, way above anything anybody else has seen.
Jesus Christ.
I always got a bad feeling from Dianne Feinstein.
I never had anything.
Turned out her main assistant was a Chinese actual agent.
Yeah, I mean that's
Ghislaine Maxwell Powell pleads for release, says jailed heiress starving in humiliating clothes.
and that's unfair for her. And I mean, this
What an
humiliating
elitist
clothes
statement.
release.
You should give her, on record, this woman was involved in all these horrible things, and now, oh my God, she said humiliating clothes.
Why do you think Trump said, like when they asked her about it, well, I wish her well?
he's always smart ass, like, because Epstein was killed in prison. So he's like, I wish her well because they want to get data.
He's also like a rich guy. He knew her, right? I mean,
Well,
so
he later
that's the whole
clarified it. I told you what he said.
Do you think Trump's cleaning everything in this? I mean,
Well, you want to give the ammo on Trump?
well, I would like to because I know that you're.
I'll give you. No.
There he goes.
Here we go.
My only superpower is that I really try to give you the accurate thing. Doesn't mean I'm always right, about 95% of the time. That's why earlier we went down that rabbit trail when I'm saying, listen, Trump doesn't like lobbyists. He fired them all. He's trying to make the best decisions for everybody in a pragmatic free market and not have one-sided trade deals.
Yo,
But
what's up,
his blind side was by him not letting lobbyists in, everyone around him became unofficial lobbyists. That became a 20-minute rabbit hole, which I'm not bitching about.
Okay.
But let me tell you about Trump. Trump's dad was a super right-wing, pro-America dude who was actually a huge funder of the John Birch Society. He introduced him to the head of the House Un-American Activities group that worked for Nixon and Eisenhower that actually ran the Red Scare. Some of it was good, some of it was bad. Roy Cohen. And so his personal lawyer for 25 years was Roy Cohen, who was like
Joe McCarthy's best friend, right?
Joe McCarthy's chief of staff.
Chief of staff.
I mean, he ran it.
He ran it, yeah.
He ran House and Senate. He was the big enchilada. And so Trump was actually heavily influenced by his father that was anti-communist, acted nice and liberal in New York, but like knew all this. John Birch Society, like, you know, we're talking whole 9 yards.
Well, wasn't Roy Cohen also involved in some blackmail stuff?
Oh, he was huge. Absolutely. And it was the whole gay mafia stuff. too, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, you guys are deep. You're deep in this,
I
Tim.
know this. Yeah, I know this.
Well,
I
it's all
fell
facts.
asleep listening to every night. I would fall asleep. I'd listen to about a half hour, and then I would trail off. And globalist, and I would fall asleep. And now I can't do that anymore. Thank you, YouTube.
You can, Infowars.com.
I know.
You know, we're halfway into this, I should say. People ask, I used to love it. I'm sorry you're off there now. We have record traffic at Infowars.com and band.video. Band.video. We have videos. I've had videos this week with 3 million views, 2 million views, 1 million views. It's all there.
My producer, Ben Avery, watches Infowars.com like during holidays. His family would be having Christmas, so you're in a room watching Infowars.
So speaking of censorship, YouTube and Facebook have now banned all the QAnon stuff, right?
Which is crazy.
Well, this is what's crazy. Like, what's next? You're gonna ban JFK conspiracy?
Well, if I make a joke about QAnon, am I going to get banned? That's the other problem for
But it's
comedians.
like you said, the Young Turks show. Well, let's just first talk about the Young Turks.
What is the show that?
The Jacobins.
Because
tell you.
Tim Dillon had put the show. He put. I'm gonna send it to you, Jamie, so you can see what it is. I'm gonna send you the video that Tim Dillon, or excuse
Tim
me,
Pool.
Tim Pool had sent me. I'm gonna send it to you right now, Jamie.
So let me explain this.
Okay.
The Young Turds are anti-free speech for everybody, including me. And then she goes, but I'm not anti-free speech. I just want Alex Jones banned. But then they have this new show called The Jacobins. Well, let's talk about evil. The Young Turks were the group that ran the Armenian genocide. They ran the Armenian genocide on record, delivered 1.5 million British. They named themselves the Young Turks. They go, oh, we don't know what that means. Now they're called the Jacobins. The Jacobins ran the French Revolution and were the Illuminati. I told you about them earlier.
Yeah.
So it's like every name they've got is like the Hitler Youth, basically. I mean, you know, the Young Turks, and
That
now
is a very unfortunate name.
Well, they also people run around with, the people that watch a lot of those shows walk around with either the Che Guevara shirts or they're unironically calling themselves Maoists. These are like suburban white kids walking around going, I'm a Maoist. I mean, it's kind
with
of
$800 smartphones.
It's right.
Yeah, but that is a problem.
absurd.
I think they're trying to do good, and I think they think they're wrong.
Right.
I think when they thought that, hey, I'm not anti-free speech, but ban Alex Jones,
Right.
they just don't understand what that means. There's a reason why you can't just go around censoring people. And again, the answer to bad speech is better speech.
Right.
That has always been the answer.
But here's the big problem. Once they silence you, they can then make up whatever they want. Because people all the
But
time
here's
go,
what's worse, Alex, and this is you personally, but the problem is when they silence someone, when they censor someone, and then that person's not that's not the target anymore, they look for another target and they invariably go left. They invariably.
Exactly. They get on a power trip.
But hold on a second. The left is not left enough. So if you're a centrist, they'll call you alt-right because you need to be compliant completely with the ideology. If you're not compliant, they keep moving what's acceptable and what constitutes racism, sexism, classism, homophobia, transphobia.
It's a power grab.
But they keep changing it. And
They move the line all the time.
Orwell talked about this in 1984.
Yeah.
He was like, if you ban all the words, if all you will literally you will change thoughts, because you can't have all I forget Orwell's words on hate
Reducing
speech.
language. He said
Yes,
what they want to reduce the language where no one's even able to communicate, and that's the goal. So we think of it as a leftist thing that's out of control. No,
Yeah,
this is a science.
I paraphrased it and I fucked it up. But the point is, what they didn't see, they didn't use hindsight. They didn't
It's
use.
called ingsoc.
Well, it's so hard to talk with you. What they didn't do is they didn't look
Joe,
to
you
where
need
this
alcohol.
goes. I
Don't-
do. They didn't look to where this goes. They didn't understand. They didn't extrapolate. They didn't say.
Or maybe some of
"It's
them
not,"
did, and some of them
but you
wanted
can't,
to go
if
where
you
it's
start
going.
if you start censoring, there's a real and I know people are saying no, you should censor people that say terrible things because they influence our children, and you can't.
But Joe, it's a power grab. They get off. Once they've got one scalp, they're going to scalp everybody,
I
including
understand
themselves.
that's the motivation of the people that are doing it. That's not what I'm concerned with. What I'm concerned with is the problem itself, because you keep finding a new target. You keep finding a new person who's doing something that's incorrect.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to give up. They want more.
But it's not that they're trying to grab power. It's that you're always trying. Look, you've started a game.
Yeah,
you
but hold
started
on.
a game.
They're
Hold on.
losers and want to control reality because they're projecting their own hatred of themselves on us.
You don't think part of it is that they want power to control the discussion?
There's most certainly a part of it.
Yeah.
That's a part. That's human nature.
But Joe,
It's
you
human
just
nature.
said I'm hard to deal with.
Well, because you talk with people. When they're talking, you don't let them get the full.
You've been talking a lot.
You don't let people get a full thought out. And Tim does it like when he's having
do it
his
too.
thoughts.
How the
but no,
censors
yeah,
are good?
What I was saying is he's talking and you jump in, and the problem is I know you have some things to say, but then you fuck with the thing that's coming out of the other person's
Okay,
mouth.
explain to me how the censors are loving people. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm not saying they love me. I'm saying they're not looking at it correctly. Because the way they're looking at it, they think they're doing a good thing. They're going to usher forth some utopian world of communication where people are only saying the things they agree with. The problem with that is you don't find out who's right unless you get everybody talking.
But
It's the
I
only-
agree.
it's the only way
But
you do
Joe,
it.
it's worse than that.
You can't have an echo chamber. It's dangerous. Echo chambers are dangerous. And what tech has done is created these left-wing ideological echo chambers.
I totally agree.
And they're also forcing people into self-censorship. Because if you don't comply with the rules that they've set forth, then you get banned, so you comply. And you find people. It is a cult. Ideologically.
Like this.
Listen, it is a cult.
Joe,
I think there's a lot of these cults.
Joe, what I'm trying to say to you is you've never been not smoking weed with me on air.
I know, it's a bummer. We should have had you come in a week.
You're angry. You're upset. I'll
But
be
I
here
I
during the
wanted
election.
you to be on before the election and the shit.
Who do you think's going to win, by the way?
Donald Trump is going to win. Then the Democrats are going to contest it. We're going to have a 79 days.
Why are all the polls showing that Joe Biden is in things all bullshit?
Last time they said he was going to win.
Yeah, but these are the post election polls.
Joe, what I want to do is talk to you right now.
Why are you talking like that?
He's like he's a conspiracy phone sex operator.
Talk about what a sexy man you are right now.
He's the only one here drunk. This is a real
I am
problem.
channeling Tim Dillon. He's Tim Dillon's.
That's not how Tim Dillon talks.
Tim Dillon's looking at you right now.
Do you really think that Trump is going to win? Because it's
Yes.
close.
No, he's going to win big.
Interesting.
Really?
But
That's
they're gonna-
why.
I was not trying to interrupt you earlier.
Well, this is how you talk. It's okay. You're
This is how you
explosive guy.
talk.
You got to let it
He's
in.
got
Joe,
passion.
Joe,
He's got
you've
passion.
talked,
Yeah.
you've talked twice as much in our last 4-hour podcast. I love it. This is the sober Joe Rogan. Let's get back to this.
Trump.
What were we arguing about political correctness?
I don't know, but you were saying we weren't arguing.
He was saying that the censors,
agreeing with
some of the censors are trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
And that you were saying, listen, it's deeper than that, and then that's where we left off.
Yeah, it's all been scientifically set up where they always say, oh, we're for outliers now and dog whistles. It's all about normalizing centralized control. Big tech knows it's psychological algorithms. It's totally destructive. China that has people Muslims in death camps, Christians in death camps, Buddhists in death camps, is trying to totally normalize censorship here domestically when the whole left is involved with communist China through big tech. It doesn't say a word about them. They have no moral high ground to stand on, Joe.
Well, we have a real problem in this society when it comes to tech, first of all, because all the people that are on the moral high ground who are buying iPhones, you know where those things are going. We all know.
And I admit it. I admit it.
I admit it as well. There's no iPhones that are being made in Ohio with highly skilled workers that are paid an excellent wage and they have great healthcare benefits. That's not what's happening. I don't know why, but that's not what's happening.
Sure.
They've decided that it's better to make them cheaper or better to have a higher profit margin and make them in other countries, or at least they decided that initially, and now they're stuck.
Let me ask you this. Who do you think's going to
Yo,
win?
for one other
I'm
Mario,
being very subdued.
for anomaly cancellation, thank you, Dick, thank you,
Yeah,
Ari
I think Joe
Butler,
Jorgensen
thank
has a
you,
great
whoever
shot.
else helped me with
She's
so thank
shooing.
you, R.Y. Goose.
And then Kanye West.
I think
All
Joe
right.
Jorgensen, Kanye West. I think it's
Thank
it's a nail bite. It's neck and
You know
neck.
what drives me crazy?
I think it's neck and neck, right?
Jennifer Aniston she made a tweet that said.
What drives me
it's
crazy
not-
is you're
it's not
hating me
funny.
right now
No, I love you.
because you're not drinking.
Hold on a second. There was a fucking hilarious response by Kanye West. She said, Jennifer Aniston put on Twitter, hey, it's not funny to vote in for Kanye. Don't do it. And he goes, Friends wasn't funny either.
Hilarious. He's right. He's right. That's great.
Friends was not funny.
But it's, you see the two of them together, Friends was a funny show.
Joe, you were great on Friends.
I wasn't on Friends.
It's a joke.
Who do you think? You think Trump?
I don't know.
Well, I don't
If
know.
you were a
I'm
Friends character, who would you be?
I'd probably be Matt LeBlanc, right?
Would you be Jennifer Aniston?
I don't think so. Who's Matt LeBlanc? His name is Joe.
Jennifer's the most
Yeah,
successful.
Joe.
She's the most
I
successful.
identify as Jennifer
He
Aniston.
was dumb. I'm dumb. Perfect.
Wouldn't you like to have a dentist like Jennifer Aniston in Horrible Bosses?
She was a dentist. What did she do? Molest her patients when they were
Yes.
under? Well, you could be molested by worse people.
Well, they're not
But I
kids.
just think it's funny that someone who's an actor would say that. Like this thing that they feel like they have this influence, they're going to change the way people vote.
This 80 days of hell you speak of, what does that entail? Just so I can mentally prepare myself.
79 days. of hell.
79 days of hell.
79 days.
What's going to happen?
What's going to
Or no,
happen?
79 days of us locked up in here with cases of whiskey and huge piles of
He's
marijuana.
lit. He's lit.
No.
You're a little lit, buddy.
I don't actually-
I can see that bottle. It was a fresh bottle. You shot
No,
it.
that's fake. That's Hollywood.
That's not Hollywood. We're in Texas. I gave up Hollywood years ago. I haven't worked in Hollywood in a long
Let's
time.
talk about this. What were you just asking?
79 days of hell. If the Democrats contest the election.
Bro, 79. See, this is not fair. 79 days of hell. That's how many days there are after November 3rd, the inauguration. And John Podesta in the New York Times, they had a big war game. The New York Times sat in on a Democrat high-level war game with Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and all of them. And they said, we're going to contest. We think we're going to win. But if we lose, we're still going to contest. And we're going to contest, and we're going to call for the UN to come there and occupy the U.S.
The UN is going to occupy the UN.
And then the New York Times came out and said we need the UN to intervene in the U.S. election, and now the Four Horsemen just called for that yesterday.
Jesus.
And so they are planning to have
Who's the Four Horsemen?
AOC and the rest of the crew.
Oh, Jesus.
And so,
I thought that's the tribe.
anyways, and so they're planning to have Western states secede. And they're saying they're going to hold the election out. You already saw this. Already denied the last election.
They can take Portland.
Yeah, take it all. Take
This
a lot
is
of
the
the West.
79
Good luck.
days of hell. Let me ask you this.
Who cares?
When did you decide to try to escape?
My love.
Well, I told you, the looting. When the looting
you
hit,
you
I
told
had-
me off air, I know.
Yeah, I had zero faith
Good, baby.
in their
What's,
ability
what's
to
new,
maintain
sweetheart?
law and order. Because if you're going to pay all that money in taxes, I feel like you should at least
Yeah,
feel
what's
like
up with
they're
you, baby?
protecting
How are you?
things. And when they were just letting them smash windows and cops were told to stand down, particularly in Santa Monica, it was like direct orders, and the sheriff was being widely criticized for this. They were told to stand down while these people were smashing and looting things. When they were doing that, I was like, well, you can't live in a place where that's being tolerated, because this goes from stores to, they'll move to nightclubs, they'll move to restaurants, they'll decide
In
what
your
they're going to
suburbs.
smash. It had nothing to do with George Floyd.
No.
It had nothing to do with it.
I agree.
Those restaurants, those stores had nothing to do with George Floyd.
And now, like in Minnesota, Minneapolis, the crime rate's like triple. The police won't even show up. They're like, people are like, why are you even paying?
Yeah.
So what do you think, both of you, Mr. Dillon, what is the end game of this?
I'm going to finish my answer
Yeah, okay,
because
go
I'm
ahead.
not done yet. It was also that there was restrictions that were put in place that didn't make any sense to me. There's restrictions for restaurants, restrictions for comedy clubs, restrictions for gyms. Like, why can't you just wear a
why are
mask?
churches closed,
Yes.
but all but Walmart's open?
Well, why are churches closed? But why is it okay to protest? Why is everybody letting people protest?
Right.
Why aren't they saying, listen, I understand you desire to protest, but understand that you're most likely contributing to the spread of this virus? Because that's a fact.
Right.
Even if you support the protests.
I agree.
Yeah, the end game seems to be if you let society get bad enough, people will then accept all these more draconian security measures and censorship across the board.
Do you think that's what's going on with California? Like, why do you think they've kept California locked down this much?
They want to kill the U.S. economy. China's been open for 6 months. They admit it's leaked out that they're doing this to kill the U.S. economy. Remember?
It's leaked out how did that, and then that's where we.
Let's come out. Democratic Party reports stated. You've heard Democrats all the news say one impression make Trump look bad.
Who said this?
Big Bill Maher.
Yeah, but Bill Maher is not a part of the Democratic Party. He's a comic.
I know, but I used a
Bill Maher
public.
jokes around about that. Like, look,
Okay,
we
well,
crashed the economy.
Okay, well, regardless, would Jews try to, or Baptists in New York try to have an event, the police show up and arrest them.
Yeah.
But then when Antifa or BLM must go around and burn stuff down, the mayor says it's great. And the mayor said, de Blasio said, this is legitimate. Antifa's legitimate. Your church isn't. Your synagogue isn't. So it's power. It's selective enforcement. It's martial law. I have articles right here because everything I brought today, I have the proof. ABC News is reporting in blue cities in Texas that they're going to come to your house and demand a COVID test, and if you don't, they're going to arrest you. Well, the federal and state courts have ruled they can't do that.
Where's that being said?
El Paso, Texas.
But I want to bring you back to what you're saying about crashing the economy. You use Bill Maher as an example, and I just don't think that's a credible example because he's a comic.
Well, he said that.
Yeah, but he's a comic, and
but
he's
they
not
always
a politician.
say
He's
comics
not a
have bigger
politician.
coverage than news people now. That's what Colbert and all them pose as news people.
Alex, you can't use him as an example of someone who's a politician who is calling for the economy to crash.
Strategically, if I was a Democrat, I wouldn't want things to open up again until Trump is out, right?
Agreed.
I mean, that's strategic.
Agreed.
Yeah.
If you want
China
wants
wants us shut down. China admits they're using the virus to keep us shut down.
Do you think he's a bioweapon?
Well, I can give you an hour-long treatise on COVID-19.
Okay, we'll get to that momentarily.
I don't want to anger you, though.
Before we
No, I love being here. I'll sit here and tell fart jokes if you want. I'd rather get drunk and just have a good time.
Before we get to
I'm gonna
that,
sit in Tim's lap.
but you said something that I want you to back up. You said that the Democrats are I'm not denying the possibility that this is the case. But this seems like if that was the case, it would be a grand conspiracy that would at least you'd have to have some evidence of this to make that statement that they're trying or they want to crash the economy because they want to maintain power and to change censorship and to change the way
there are
the laws that people are.
Okay, well, we've had Governor Newsom, we've had Governor Whitmer, Cuomo, exactly, all say the economy isn't going to be open because Trump's done a bad job. We're not going to open it until he's gone. And then Whitmer's even come out and
But wait a minute, Newsom has openly said that. You sure?
Yeah, type it in. I mean,
But what do you think he said? Listen. I'm a critic of Newsom because of his he's become an autocrat.
Keeps his wineries open.
But there's a lot of issues, right? There's a lot of issues. So they close so many things.
Joe. Globalism was about selling America off and bankrupting us under flowered pivot strategies.
That's fine, but don't change the subject.
I'm not.
Specifically, what Newsom has said.
You can pull it up. It's like I told you about the AT&T.
But what did he say that you think? And again, I'm not a fan of it. I'm a critic. Listen, I think you got to give people, grown adults, the choice. If they just look, we don't have overrun hospitals. We don't have people dying in record numbers.
We don't have 5% death rates. We don't have 1%.
They keep saying the cases and the deaths are increasing. That is true. But as long as there's a disease, they're going to increase. The question is, at what rate? And the people that are dying, how many of them have comorbidity factors?
It's never about the death rate. It's always about increased infection because the death rate's way down. Now,
the death rate is way down.
As soon as the winter hits, they're going to say it's flu. And
Alex,
it's the colds, they're going to count as that.
You get me again. When you say the deaths increase, that is going to happen. The question is, by what rate and how many, right? Well,
you take the normal flu and pneumonia and morbidity, like they did this year, and you add that to the number. They've already run the same scam, and so whatever, they don't count flu as a death or pneumonia anymore. They all count it COVID because they get money on the chart.
Right.
They get $50,000+ when they call it a COVID death. Plus, when they say that, they get $13,000 to say it's a COVID patient, and they get $29,000 or whatever extra when they intubate somebody. And so now, since when is like Congress saying how to do medicine?
Well, isn't the idea that they're doing this to give money to these hospitals to help them in the middle of a pandemic?
Yeah,
So
but then the
initial
hospitals
reason to
code
do this-
everything as COVID to get the money. That's come out. They killed most people that died in nursing homes or died from intubation when it's an autoimmune event and you don't want intubation. It's intubation that's killing people.
But they initially thought you did.
But that's why the
numbers. Because it was respiratory
and thank God the numbers went down because they stopped intubating.
Yes. That's
So
the big
now
part.
it's all about everyone's being.
But isn't
Before
that
there's this
part of
high
it?
death rate because they were intubating and they were counting and they were killing old people. As soon as they stopped shipping folks to old homes that weren't getting vitamin D because no sun, it went like this. So infections like this, you pull up the graphs.
Yes.
You know, like what's your science? Pull it up. Infections like this, deaths like this.
Right, where you're going up and down, right? Death count. Now, what did Gavin Newsom say, though? That when you said that he said it's not going to get better until Trump's out of office?
Well, it's Whitmer that said that specifically, and he said Cuomo, because I remember that too. But he was just basically like, well, I want to be friends with Trump. There's been a bad response. We've got to keep the lockdown going. And, until Trump does this wrong, until we have a change, it's going to continue on. And then it's always about the power grab. Like, oh, it's 2 years we have to do it. Now it's first it's 15 days to keep the hospitals empty. And then it's 6 months, and now it's 2 years. And then Gates said like a week ago, it's 10 years. And now they've got the people, Fauci and others, saying, no, it never ends. You never shake hands.
Yeah.
And under the UN rules, they say, don't look at someone and turn your head. So in Europe, you can type this in, citizens in the UK told, do not look at other people and turn your head. It's cult programming, man.
I think it's a pretty common talking point, and some people agree with it. Like a lot of Democrats would say, yeah, it's not going to get better until Trump is out because Trump has made a mess of it. I don't think Trump's done the best job.
That's what he
clearly.
said.
But that's a common
What
talking
could he have
point.
done better?
Well, I said
Done
what
better.
could-
He shut
Hold
down
on.
flights from
Yeah.
China in February when Pelosi's running around in Chinatown saying,
Yeah, but I think it's a pretty common belief that they're saying, listen, so I don't think it's a conspiracy, or I don't think like you have to find a source. I think it's like they believe if he wasn't in, that it won't get better until he's gone. So I don't think they actively are trying to make it better until he's gone.
exactly.
Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. They
I-
want to keep the crisis going.
I do see what you're saying. I just want to know if there's evidence. I want to know if there's an actual statement where he said, after when Trump leaves, then we'll open back up.
That's actually what Whitmer said specifically, but he said similar things. But
All right, well, let's find where
I'm
Whitmer
going from
said
memory
that.
here. I mean, my
I
God.
understand, but
Jamie.
that's why I'm challenging
I agree.
you on it.
I
Jamie's
love
on a
it.
ventilator.
I'm challenging you on this because
Jamie needs a ventilator.
people online
That's gonna be a
are going to want to challenge you on this.
Right.
So I want.
Well, that's
I
what
want
they
to
loved about our
find-
last interview over a year and a half ago, which they loved, was that people could go and actually check the stuff I was saying, no
Yes,
matter how crazy
and
it
a
is.
lot of it is true. So I want to find that quote now. See if Whitmer said that it won't get better until Trump's out of office, in terms of the lockdown,
Yeah, Whitmer.
restrictions.
Whitmer, lockdown won't end until Trump's out.
And
Someone-
didn't she lose some court case recently?
Yes. Her Supreme Court, but also federal courts have ruled across the country that you can't order churches to wear masks. You can't order social distancing. It's all just getting us to comply.
Don't you think it's a good idea to encourage people to wear masks if they're going into large gatherings?
A lot of
indoors?
studies show that doesn't even protect you. Listen. Trump told the truth a few days ago when he came out and he said, "We're never going to control this. We have to learn herd immunity, or if you're really scared of it, take a vaccine." And the head epidemiologist of Rockefeller Hospital came out and said that and got banned on YouTube.
I mean, listen, Italy did social distancing. Italy did masks. Italy did everything you were supposed to do. And they're getting clobbered again. So that makes me think that maybe it's not a bad idea to do these things, but they don't seem to prevent a second wave.
Sweden didn't do any of it, and it's the lowest death rate in Europe.
Right, but it's also a country of small villages. They have a whole different way of life over there.
Well, I mean, Italy is a bunch of 3 generations living in one house.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And they have the oldest people in Europe.
That's the problem.
So yeah, and they need
smoke.
sunlight. They smoke.
They're all
Eat good
smoking.
food.
Try finding a gym over there.
Right, when
Jesus
they smoke,
Christ.
they smoke on the treadmill.
It's so far. Every time I fucking go there, it's hard to find a gym.
They listen exactly. They
Go to
don't.
a restaurant.
Joe,
Enjoy your life.
Joe,
Have a restaurant.
Joe, I came out 8 months ago, and I was selling this stuff, but you can get. I said, get it at the store. Vitamin D, vitamin C,
Zinc.
and zinc. If you have that on the NIH website, it can't. According to the NIH website, cannot replicate inside the mitochondria, where the virus plugs into the cell and makes it replicate. Okay, and so I mean, like Jones claims he's got a cure. No, it's not a cure. If you've got sunlight and zinc and vitamin C and all these things you need, it's very hard to get these things. That's why it's old people in nursing homes that haven't been outside in years that are dying so easily. Now, Fauci finally 2 months ago came out and said, you need vitamin D, you need vitamin C.
Well, that is true. And young Jamie takes vitamin D and he kicked it in a day.
It's all about normalizing centralized control.
Young Jamie was feeling bad for a day.
But I don't want to argue, Joe. I want to just say, I love Bill Gates.
Okay. I use Windows.
I'm looking for
Tell
the
me
quote. I can't
Whitmer's quote.
specific quote.
Censorship here domestically, when the whole left is involved in communist China for big tech.
I just think anybody like that, whether it's Bill Gates or Bezos or anybody who's a billionaire, if they say, here's a suggested course of action, they have to expect that they're going to be criticized. And a lot of these guys don't like taking any criticism when they're issuing edicts. These are billionaires that are saying, this is how we're going to live.
Yeah, that's the next
this,
big question.
This amount of
Isn't it
vaccinations.
strange, though, that Bill Gates, who is not a health expert, is all of a sudden one of the leading voices?
Yeah, it's strange.
But that's my
curious.
next question.
Yeah.
Why is Bill Gates, who's not a doctor, suddenly on TV telling me how my life's going to go and what I'm going to do? This is the most important part.
Why
right?
is this a big project for him?
Well, he's also a guy that wanted to shoot a missile of dust into the atmosphere to help climate change. I mean, very few people in history have had the resources to even think of doing something like that.
That's right. He wants to have jets spraying chemicals to block the sun.
Right. And the scientists went,
have heard of before, Joe?
no good. They went, not a good idea. So, and then if you call him on that, he goes, the lies and the conspiracy theories. It's like, no, we're just asking you why you want to shoot missiles into space.
He went on CBS News and they go, 80% of those taking your vaccine trial are getting very sick. Some are dying. He's like, well, that's just how it is. You can pull these clips up.
What?
Yeah.
He said that's just how it is?
Yeah, he said, well, the FDA is going to approve it. I like
Look
this.
at you. He's beat red. Look at you. You're blending in with the walls.
But yeah, it's a problem. That's hilarious. That's a problem. It's a problem.
You know, I'm kind of retarded.
This is, listen, this is,
that meme
remember,
is hilarious.
for 2 years they said Trump worked for, I've heard of political mudslinging my whole life. For 2 years, they said Trump was an agent of Russia. He was an asset of Russia. The president. Then they did a whole report, and then it came out that he wasn't. There was no proof of it. The CIA, the NSA, everybody. And then they went like this. They went, well, we might have been wrong about that. I mean, it's mind-blowing.
One of the
Also,
most
they're-
disturbing things to me was when Ted Cruz was cross-examining Comey when he was asking him questions about what they did with evidence and how they doctored evidence. What do you got, Jamie?
All about normalizing centralized control. I just can't believe that Brian Redband is here.
He saved us. Brian flew in when Jamie tested positive for cooties. And we
Have I
had
known
to
him
have
like
a
16
direct
years?
protocol. Yeah, forever. So we had to have the protocol was you have to be 10 days and you have to test negative 3 days in
Should
a row.
Brian move here?
Before you come. Yeah, Brian's going to move here. He's looking at houses right now.
You are too.
Tim's going to move
I
here.
might.
You're moving your base.
I might.
Come on, son.
I
Brian.
don't know. I gotta save LA first from the Satanists.
Listen, it's not coming back. That
I know.
Hey, let's talk
the
about
clubs are
that.
not coming back.
Please, a little bit of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight you.
We're not fighting.
And I'm not. I mean, this much apple
It's a
juice.
little
I'm
bit-
having trouble
it's
thinking.
okay. It's okay. I love you.
No, you
We're
did
fine.
this. Just have some.
No, I can't. Can't. I made a promise.
But on election night, I can pop in.
Yes,
We're gonna have one.
that's November 3rd. That's November.
But I will be able to
have
pop in.
6 more. Yeah,
I have
yeah,
your
yeah.
we're very excited.
Put that down. I have 6 more days of sobriety.
That's gonna be a fun
But
night.
I gotta be honest. I'm a little high from this cigar.
Hey, you couldn't have a bigger promo for your election night. I'm glad you actually announced it here.
Well, Kyle Kalinski's been asking when he can announce it, so now you know, Kyle. There you go. It's official.
There you go, Kyle.
I'm excited to get everybody in the room
All right,
and watch
listen,
the
I
demise
wanna
of
cover
Western
some of this real
civilization
stuff here.
in real time.
Did I show you some stuff?
Yeah, what do you got? Do we ever find a quote for Whitmer?
I can't find it.
Okay.
There's lots of quotes, but I can't find it.
Do you want me to find it?
Can you? Just Google on your phone. And Tim and I will talk amongst ourselves.
Okay,
And
go
then we'll pull up whatever that is.
Gretchen Whitmer, they almost kidnapped her, by the
Here
way.
it is.
No, I don't have it. I'm just saying.
Oh,
that's what I
Whitmer
typed.
when Trump leaves office quote.
She was almost
not how you find it.
there was a kidnapping plot against her,
No, it's
Yes.
Whitmer.
which 52% of the
Lockdowns won't end till Trump gone. That's just, come on.
right.
Lockdowns won't end till Trump gone. Try that.
Whatever, I know it's true.
Try
I don't
that.
find it.
Whitmer, lockdowns won't end till Trump gone. He'll find it. Yeah, the plot to assassinate her. What the fuck
It was a
that
plot
all
to
about?
like kidnap her. That was weird, but
And
I'm
I
sure it's
predicted
murder,
up
right?
front that it was going to be FBI provocateurs, and it turned out the two leaders were FBI informants.
what? What's even crazier is 52% of the citizens in Michigan agreed with the plot. That's a joke.
It's a good one.
They're gonna edit that part where you say that's a joke.
Joe Rogan's guest calls for kidnapping.
This is outrageous.
This
Deplatform.
is central
When
control.
I went on Alex's show, Alex goes, Snopes always goes and finds like jokes he makes, and they go, correction, Hillary Clinton is not an Oompa Loompa.
Did you guys see that Brett Weinstein's Unity 2020 account was also banned from
My
Twitter?
producer just told me that.
It
Yeah.
was, his Unity 2020 account which was calling for a third party, was calling for unity between people on the right and the left to get together and have conversations and perhaps even have an alternative candidate.
That's outrageous.
Well, he's a fucking scholar, and he's a guy who became famous because he was a professor at Evergreen University, and the leftists took over the college.
When they said we're going to shut it down and whites can't come one day a month,
Yeah.
they had,
and then they banned him.
yes. Well, they didn't
Froze
just ban him. They went looking for him in the parking lot
They
with a
chased
baseball
around
bat.
with baseball bats. Yeah.
It was terrifying
So-
shit.
so let me ask
and
this.
then the principal was going along with everything. Literally, they yelled at the principal, "Don't gesture with your hands." Because you're threatening us, but he was talking like this,
Right.
like,
Oh,
put
did
your
you
hands
hear?
down.
They started
And then
laughing
they started
at him.
laughing
Yeah.
at him.
British universities like Oxford, I think's the one. Look it up. Oxford or Cambridge, one of the big ones. You can't clap. It's a microaggression, Joe.
Oh, that's so crazy. But this is what we were talking about for years, and people were saying, why are you concerned with what happens in the universities? It's the same thing we were saying about censorship. Because it keeps going. It
Never
doesn't
stops,
stop.
yeah.
When you allow that kind of nonsense in universities, those kids graduate, and they want to carry these goofy fucking practices into all of these
So
corporations.
let me ask you
and
about
you're
this
seeing
question.
that now. You're seeing
this
that
is,
now.
It's one of the things I wrote down I wanted to ask you, Joe and Tim Dillon. What happens? Where do they stop? Because they're going to keep running until they hit opposition, which is starting to happen. How far does it go?
I was hoping there was going to be some sort of a federal regulation. I was hoping that Trump was going to step in and they were going to amend the First Amendment to include social media. Because I think what you're seeing now, the argument that these are just private corporations, I don't think that argument is valid anymore because the impact that they have, the significance of being able to speak or not being able to speak has massive implications on our election. We see this with the New York Post being
Election
censored.
meddling.
We see it with the New York Post being censored with this Hunter Biden story. Whether you agree with the story being leaked or not, the fact that the New York fucking Post, which is a legitimate newspaper, as outrageous as they are, and the fact that the fucking White House press secretary gets banned from Twitter for tweeting that link.
That's very dangerous.
This is crazy.
I mean, I think sadly it leads to violence, because if you take everybody's ability to communicate away, there's nothing left to do but commit acts of violence.
And by the way, that's a Kennedy quote. Those
Right.
that make peaceful revolution.
Jamie found something.
This is as close as I could get to what he's asking.
Okay, the Trump virus response is the worst in the globe, she said. If you're tired of lockdowns, or you're tired of wearing masks, or you wish you were in church this morning, or watching college football, or your kids were getting in-person instruction, it's time for a change in this country, and that's why we've got to elect Joe Biden.
I mean, that's pretty.
That's right. I mean,
You can
you
make
could
that.
say whatever you want almost.
Yeah.
But that's the common sentiment, right? This is
Right, but
pretty
the
much
problem is, if you just take it from if you're tired of lockdowns,
And then
you would get one interpretation of it. But if you back it up to the Trump virus response is the worst in the globe, she said, if you're tired of lockdowns. So what she's saying
I think we're
is
splitting
that
hairs.
Man, you're not necessarily, because what she's
Okay, well,
saying
I
is
saw a clip
Trump,
of her in a
hold
speech
please,
saying that.
because that's the problem with taking something out of context. What she's saying
listen,
is
we
He's a wonderful person.
Trump's
Yeah.
done. No, I'm not saying that. What she's saying is that Trump has done such a shitty job. That's the reason why we're locked down. You can't go
No,
to
I
church.
get it. I get it. The headline
I
was.
don't know if that's true, though. I think when you've got a contagious disease, you got people flying in from Europe and China and all these other countries that are
China.
expressing. you're going to have spread. I mean, this is a fucking insanely contagious disease.
Listen,
Joe,
we
one
have
of my
to- we
favorite
have to
parts of your
kidnap
show is when you ask Jamie for something and the light turns on when you're looking at it. Let me ask you this. You're into numerology.
How hammered are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
Not at all.
We're into numerology. This is when it gets good.
You better. Let's talk. Just be nice to me, Joe.
I am being nice to you.
You got me here. I know you are. Let's get serious. Everybody wants to hear what I actually have to say.
Numerology?
What was the question? You had me on 9/11,
Yes.
1255, now 1555.
Yeah, don't connect the dots. Just, I'm in town. It's random.
Well,
It's
you
a
told
normal-
me you
it's a good
picked
time.
9/11 on purpose.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just fun. But this,
There's nothing bad.
but this is. See, do you understand how this quote? You could interpret that in a different way. Like I think
the
what she's
entire
saying
Democratic Party strategy
I understand.
is to say Trump is to blame for COVID
What she's
and to say the
saying-
economy shut down till you get them elected.
I don't
and
think
then
that's
they'll-
what she's saying.
They're all saying.
I understand that
Joe
you can
Biden's
interpret
like,
it that
we're going to
way.
end this COVID by endless lockdowns once Trump's out. If you want to go back to normal, do this. And their own. Listen, this is an end of civilization event. The Rockefellers and others put out Operation Lockstep. They're never going to stop this. They're going to have COVID tracking. They're going to have checkpoints. They're going to have apps on your
So
phones.
how do we stop this?
What Trump came out and did and said, we cannot defeat this with vaccines and with COVID tracking, with shutdowns. It's going to have to be with herd immunity, which is what the scientists actually brought articles
Why
saying.
can't we beat it with what he beat it with? He's 74 and he eats French fries every day. This motherfucker kicked it in 4 days.
That's what I'm
That's
telling
supposed to
you.
be a death sentence.
Joe,
for old
if you've
people.
got vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc, it's very hard to get to die
Okay,
from
but
this.
clearly he's got more than vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc. He's got a bunch of medical treatments, right?
Well, he was given Regeneron. He was given things that are expensive and probably not widely available.
But wait a minute, Jamie tested positive. He's right over there a day later.
Jamie's young and viral.
But I'm saying, since when does something come
it's a weird
along
word. I
and,
never
and
seen
we
it.
go,
He's also
civilization is
viral.
over. Civilization is over
Viral.
because of this thing that came out of China. You're not even supposed to come. You want to ask where COVID came from? You ask what it is.
Jamie,
What
do
is
you
it?
feel
What-
better about the disease now that you kicked it so quickly?
I mean,
How-
not
how
at-
old are
not
you?
at first.
How old are you?
37. Not
37?
At first, I was a little worried for the first day. I was like,
You're like,
well,
oh, shit.
Here we go. Are we going down like a 2-week, 3-week, 4-week?
Ventilator time.
Months.
Yeah,
Right.
right,
Because
sure.
you've talked to people on the show that have been fucked up by it.
Sure. And
Yeah.
How lucky am I going to be today is also
Right.
what I was thinking. Like,
And
But
you,
still
but you were
statistically-
also taking all the vitamins.
I mean, I got all that. We had NAD and all that stuff too in my system.
Yeah.
So like, maybe that helped. Could
I'm
have helped.
sure.
Hopefully it helped.
Sure did, of course. Statistically, they said 5% of us would be dead. It's not even
Well, they thought
0.1%. Okay,
this
but
is what they thought.
But they're the all-powerful gods. It's like the UN says, "You will not question us." Big Tech says, "You will not question anything the UN says." Meanwhile, the UN's like, "Oh, we shouldn't do a lockdown. It's killing millions of people, starvation." But still, it's like we're keeping the lockdown going. The United Nations said.
Well, what do you think should be done?
I mean, I think we should look at something that isn't much worse than the flu and say we all need natural vitamins and nutraceuticals and sunlight and health, and people should just know they got to deal with it the way it is, because we always get diseases, we always get viruses, we always live with it. The idea we got to lock society out and go into our houses, and this is a post-industrial move that they're using to roll out these systems to keep us locked down in our homes.
Right, and if you want to be cynical, this is where you step in and say the reason why they want us to be upset and they want the economy to be fucked is because they hate the president and they want him out of office and they want to regain power. They want the
They
Democrats
want to
in
remake
office.
the American economy in the image of what they want. They want to remake a lot of these systems that they feel are, for whatever reason, unjust or unjust or whatever, and they want to use this opportunity to kind of redraw the lines. And
Exactly.
They did that after 9/11.
Exactly. This is the new 9/11. The UN and the Davos group all say this is the post-industrial world, the Great Reset. I got a copy of it for right here. And they say in these documents, we are going to reorganize society. COVID is good to shut down the carbon. Carbon is bad. We're going to end success. We're going to end prosperity. We're going to track everybody. We're going to control their lives, all under the name of COVID.
They said all that. They said we're going to end success. We're going to end prosperity.
Yeah, in the Lockstep, the Rockefeller document, 2010, they say we'll have a viral release or a simulated one that creates total fear. We'll bring in a police state, martial
Is
law.
this available for someone to read?
Absolutely.
Alex, wasn't there
Okay.
something called Agenda
Try to
21 or
find that.
something where they were saying we want people living in cities, we don't want home ownership, we don't want-
Compact cities, yeah.
Yeah,
and,
this is-
and
yeah.
then you were saying it earlier. They go, oh, it's for the greater good that we don't have cars anymore. It's for the greater good we don't
No,
have
that's
single.
not what I was saying. What I was doing was playing devil's
No,
advocate.
you were quoting them.
Yeah, what I was saying, there's
I'm not saying you said that,
autonomous-
Joe. You believe in that.
I
You
was
believe in
saying that
homes.
autonomous. I do believe in cars too. Autonomous vehicles are in the future, at least, likely to be safer than people just driving and texting.
Well, it's not safe giving control over these corporations and robots and making ourselves obsolete. We need to build a pro-human future.
Well, I'm pro-human. But
No, I know you are.
wanna
I'm not
know
saying you're
the
not, Joe.
Rockefeller thing from 2010. Sounds a weird
So
segue. I'm
I
pro-human.
started, and I was already looking this up as you mentioned it because I was going down my own little rabbit hole. It says when I first started to find it, my first search just says there's a large conspiracy has been built out of this small grain of truth from this document from 2010.
Okay.
That's what it starts to say. So I haven't.
Oh, is that
gotten-
Snopes?
Small
There's
grain
this-
of truth.
Yeah.
So Snopes is
let's-
like God. It's like
I don't think is it Snopes that you Googled?
Let's
it?
focus on the grain of
no,
truth.
no. Who says it's a grain of truth?
Trying to hold on. I got a lot. Of
No. It's
Well, then-
Operation Lockstep, and it says a global police state will be brought in from a pandemic, and there'll be worldwide martial law. It actually says it in the document.
Okay.
It's like they always go like, "Oh, there's no Hunter emails." To admit the emails are real.
Right.
I love that clock.
It is weird that they're
beautiful
saying GGT Studios.
Okay,
Wait,
here
it is weird.
Here's a document.
Okay.
We're
The Rockefeller Foundation Annual Report 2010.
I'll control F. What would you like me to look up?
Look up police state. Look up.
Yeah, just look up police state.
Don't forget the exact words. I mean, just go read it for yourself.
Control F police state. This is just one paper. That's it.
I mean, that's the whole PDF is here. It's really really long.
So when you control F
Yeah, it would
police
come
state,
up. Nothing
nothing.
came up.
Okay. What else?
I mean, I've read it before. It says that. So anybody can go read it right now.
So you think they edited it?
No. It's. I mean, I can't remember the exact words.
Okay. Well, let's look up pandemic. Look up pandemic.
Pandemic just means widely distributed. Epidemic means you're actually sick.
4 minutes.
Okay. All right. With no network to transfer critical infectious disease information without open lines of communications, thousands more fall sick. The new, in quotes, disease becomes an unchecked pandemic. By the time the right expertise is brought to bear on the
push for
problem,
world government.
it's too late. The disease has spread around the globe. In a world of global trade and travel, what's traded faster and travels furthest are the microbes in every handshake. Southeast Asia. So what is this in reference to? Okay, it says a few miles east. Young boy is men. Yeah, hold on, please go back to that. Yeah, it's just a scenario that they're painting. So make that a little larger. No, go back to it. Just go back to where it was. All right. The potential pandemic of the past few decades have severely tested the world's ability to work across human borders. Detection remains weak in many parts of the world. The public health response has frequently been slow and fragmented. The looming threat of infectious disease presents humanity with a new challenge to communicate and collaborate swifter and with greater efficiency than ever before. That doesn't sound like they're trying to end the world.
Okay, well, you're just reading one of these documents. I can pull up the articles. I can show it to you yourself.
understand, but this
it's
is-
world government controlled. They talk about a worldwide police state. You search the term pandemic. I'm telling you what's in these things.
Okay, emerging pandemics, the new century, SARS, avian flu, and swine flu. If we don't move
Investigated systems to bring in global
it
government.
seems like they're trying to prevent pandemics. If
they
we
love
don't
us.
move quickly, viruses will. By continuing our drive to invest in systems that coordinate efforts and share information, the Rockefeller Foundation is working to ensure
which is the global
that we
government
have the
controlling all of
ability
this.
to meet the health challenges of an interconnected world.
Isn't the perfect analogy terrorism? Because it's like terrorism exists. People want to prevent terrorism. But it's like, how many rights do you give up in order to do that? And then, all these proactive measures that we take to prevent terrorism, a lot of them create more terrorists. So I think it's like a balance of like remaining a free society and dealing with a lot of these
Man,
problems.
listen, I sit here, we sit here and we talk about something, and whether Jamie can find it or not becomes the arbiter whether it's real. So they found something about an AT&T lobbying, but they didn't find a thing about this. I've got the Operation Lockstep documents where they say we're going to bring in this global authoritarian
Okay,
police
but
state.
you have to show us those.
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here in studio talking to you about this.
But I understand.
That's
I
all
understand what you're
internet.
saying. But we wanted to try to
But
read it.
everybody else watching this is going to look it up.
Well, I hope they do.
They're going to go crazy.
I hope we.
Oh, that's
I
good.
wish we could have found it right then if it's real.
No, I know you want to show it.
But it might be an interpretation of what they're saying, like the Whitmer
No,
quote.
it says specifically.
The Whitmer quote is just a criticism of Trump. She's blaming all this lockdown.
No, Whitmer
on
was
Trump.
found by the Supreme Court of Michigan and by a federal court to have seized
Have I been
all three
muted this
branches
whole
of
time?
government
Sorry, no,
and
man.
basically set up martial law. They even
I've
used
been
those terms.
muted this
And
whole
she was
time.
overturned.
When you say in that quote, I
Yeah,
want
dude, I got it.
when you
Sorry,
say
man. I
if
might
you are
be
sick of
muted
lockdown
this
Yes.
and you're sick of not being able to go to church, Joe Biden should be elected.
Agreed.
That is not a huge jump from what he said.
No, it's not a huge jump.
Yeah.
But the problem is the way it's being said. She was talking about how bad Trump handled the rate of infection first.
Of course, and that's
All right, well, let's expand on that. I remember like interviewing Lou Dobbs like 15 years ago. I think it was still on CNN. We were looking at documents where it said we're going to bring in global government, the North American Union, using the threat of viruses, migration flows, and economic collapse. And they said like a deadly flu or a deadly SARS.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here watching this power grab, watching the UN and big tech saying, well, you can't say that the UN's wrong because the UN's in charge. Since when is the news, WHO, and all these doctors, all these medical doctors that come out and say other things other than like how steroids cured it or, you know, how hydroxychloroquine helped it, how are they being banned? Even if they were wrong, they should have their license removed. That's what that's about. It's not Google decides that if something isn't the UN, it's taken down. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it is a problem that they're deciding which doctors to listen to, which doctors not to. When there is some real controversy as to how to handle the virus with treatment.
Right.
What treatment is effective and what isn't effective. Now, it turns out there's a lot of doctors that think that hydroxychloroquine isn't effective. There's there's some doctors that thought it was, and they think that a combination of zinc and but the problem is the people that are deciding what gets taken down or not
That's a huge
taken
problem.
down.
And the problem is that the doctors who go, well, we think that, you know, it's like we've minimized the voices of the people that are saying one thing,
Right.
and we've elevated the voices of the people that are saying another thing, and it's like that becomes the real issue. Whether people like Trump, there's stuff to criticize about Trump. We all know that.
And but in their defense, they're doing it because they think that people are going to do something foolish and they're going to go out and spread the virus further. Because
Well, it's not the media's job, though, this is the problem. I think the media has taken on this really activist role where they are now...
Worse. It's not the media.
Worse, yeah.
Social media. Social media
media too,
companies,
yeah.
not even necessarily the media, where you have like legitimate journalists that are taking
Will
on
Trump
this role.
do you think he would do something in his second term about social media?
I think he certainly is going to do something. He
Why
has to,
hasn't he done
because-
something already?
Because it's so complex, because they'll claim it's election meddling, even though they're doing that at the same time. What we have is multinational corporations acting in tandem that are already making the nation state obsolete. They're creating a information warfare monopoly, and they're censoring people and using that power they have. And we just sit here denying it's going on until it's too late. I mean, it's a really serious situation.
And it is a crazy situation where all of these tech companies all lean left, all of them.
Yeah, they do.
They lean left and they support, like there's no tech companies that are out there supporting Donald Trump. There's no tech companies.
Well, what's
out
very
there
interesting is these tech companies are very wealthy people, right?
Right.
They're insanely wealthy.
But David Pakman had a really good point about
Yeah.
that they, like, when it comes to their financial dealings, they're very conservative.
Very libertarian and conservative.
Oh, they don't pay taxes.
Right.
I mean, Google pays almost taxes. What I'm telling you, does Apple complain about Chinese slave factories in China? No. It's just what I'm telling you is, it's all BS. And when you study what they're doing, I can sit here on my phone and pull it up. They talk about in lockstep bringing in a global authoritarian system. They talk about riots. They talk about war.
If you could find that article,
There are-
send it
listen,
to Jamie.
I
Jamie
found,
got something?
I found something, but I'm trying to understand what it's saying because it's speaking about years in the future as though they've already happened.
Well, we're not too far
Let's
away
see
from...
it. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Because like they're painting another scenario, just like they painted
is on-
with that infection scenario.
Archive.org I found. Like
Okay.
I went to the second page of this link, but this is like scenario narratives. It says lockstep. It talks about pandemics from 2012 and the SARS and all sorts of H1N1. So I skipped into the next page while you guys were talking. And this is the part that's a little strange, which is getting to like,
Where is that? Can you highlight it?
it started here because it says something about Kenya in 2025 and people being weary of top-down.
Okay, by 2025, people seem to be growing weary of so much top-down control and letting leaders and authorities make choices for them. Wherever national interest clashed with individual interest, there was conflict. Sporadic pushback becomes increasingly organized and coordinated as disaffected youth and people who have seen their status and opportunities slip away, largely in developing countries, incited civil unrest. By 2026, protesters in Nigeria brought down the government. Fed up with the entrenched cronyism and corruption, even those who liked the greater stability and predictability of this world began to grow uncomfortable and constrained by so many tight rules and by the strictness of national boundaries. The feeling lingered that sooner or later something would inevitably upset the neat order that the world's governments had worked so hard to establish.
Okay, I never read that, but that's the other stuff. It's in there. It's thousands of pages.
Okay.
It talks about global police state and worldwide riots and
I mean, we're not that
arrested.
far away. There's
Weird
people
that
are
the way
saying
they're writing that. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're writing it almost like
I
it's
I've never
from,
seen that
yeah.
part. He
it's
just,
like but
I'm
they're-
just saying it says stuff like that.
but
Well,
that's
listen, look at
that
the
is weird.
ideas like the EU, right? It's a supranational financial architecture. People are saying that borders are racist. People are saying that the idea of America is racist. The country is, the idea of a country or a nation state is racist. There is this growing idea or ideology that global governance is a good thing, where the nation states are, exclusionary.
Well, it comes down to
racist.
this. It's not that nation states are perfect. Multinational corporations are bigger and operate, in many cases, more powerfully than governments.
Correct, yeah.
And so they want control, and they say they want control, and they're going to use racial differences between two countries to play them off against each other, and they're going to use global crises to centralize global control. And that's what they say in these white papers is the corporations are using this for global control, and there will be rebellions against it. That's what I read.
And then
in the
people
lockstep
have
documents.
more loyalty to multinational corporations and more loyalty. They have more in common with people that live in London or Davos or Switzerland than they do to their American citizens. And that becomes the
But
problem.
you've got Google and Facebook executives on jumbo jets and mansions telling us we've got to lower our carbon footprint to be poor. They're hypocrites. It doesn't hold water.
Yeah.
How do we get out of
There
this?
it is. Authoritarian capitalism. I mean, I remember, I don't have it in front of me, but I was reading the lockstep Rockefeller documents, and they predicted worldwide police state, authoritarianism, civil war. I mean,
They're predicting in 2018. It says, will Africa's embrace of authoritarian capitalism a la China continue? And then Vietnam acquire a solar panel in every home in 2022. And then in 2025.
yeah, that's not the same documents I saw, but that's the question is,
It's weird the way they're writing this. They're writing this as if they're predicting.
already happened.
Yeah. They're talking about it like they're seeing the future and like almost like it's fiction.
But
They're
Joe,
talking about it like it's an
here's Trump
inevitability.
saying,
Yeah.
we're not going to control the pandemic. You don't. You get used to it. You get over it. You fight it with nutraceuticals. You fight it with, with therapeutics. It's the idea that Bill Gates came out 2 weeks ago and he goes, we'll be shut down for 10 years.
Is that what he said?
He said, yeah. He said, this goes on for 10 years until there's not one corona case. Well, they picked the perfect problem they can never defeat.
But isn't that crazy? Like when you see a guy like Jamie who literally kicked it in a day, and they're saying we're going to close down the world for 10 days.
Well,
or
it's
10
also like
years.
the war on terror is still going on. I mean,
Yeah, they want a problem that never goes away.
Yeah, it's never going to. I mean, the Cold War went on forever. I mean, this is just, they like these things.
So but we've entered into 3 hours in here, 2.5 hours in here. We've entered into this weird spot. We're like, okay, what could be
Where
done?
you're going to drink whiskey.
Yeah.
All right,
What
I've
could
already
be
been
done?
invited election night. I'm here.
What could be done? What can be done?
Man, all I know is I try to tell the truth. I make mistakes. But I'm sitting here with these notes I've written where I read what globalists say. I gave you that Wall Street Journal article where they go, we're impure that we can get sick. It's time to get rid of all these machines. It's so beautiful. Well, that's just one coup. And then it's almost all these people. Really, they're just trying to convince the public to all roll over and die.
But wait a minute, isn't that a provocative article by a journalist who's trying to paint a rosy picture of our symbiotic relationship with technology? I mean, when someone's saying, like, I mean, literally saying looking forward to the end of humanity. It's a provocative attitude.
But that's the nihilistic attitude these people actually pick up. I mean,
Yes, it is, but it's also sort of this inevitable, if you extrapolate from where we are now with technology to where we're going to be in 20, 30 years, and when you look at things like Neuralink, and you look at a lot of this technology that they're coming up with.
but we're talking about big
advances.
tech censoring us. I don't want them plugged into my goddamn brain.
Yeah, it's probably a bad
problem.
idea. It
Yeah.
seems like a bad idea to have them invade your body.
Well, when you're talking about centralized power like that, it is
Yeah,
a bad
it's
idea.
not a good idea.
It's a bad idea to give them
All
power
I'm saying
over
is,
speech.
Joe, and
It's
I'm
a
glad
bad
you're
idea.
here. I'm glad you're here. I'm very excited to be here tonight, and I really appreciate you. We have to get people to debate the fact that there's people, engineers and technocrats, choosing their course, and that the public is not involved in deciding that.
Well, I hope people are starting to understand when you see the White House press secretary get banned from Twitter, when you see the New York Post links get banned from Twitter, I hope people are starting to understand that giving people power, giving large groups power over whether it's national discourse, whether it's policy, any of these things,
Yeah.
it's bad. It's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
It's a bad
Exactly.
idea.
You don't
The
want to give
founding
Alex Jones
fathers-
power.
The founding fathers, although they didn't predict technology, they didn't
Right.
predict the internet, they did predict what happens when you give human beings ultimate power.
Right.
I mean,
Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely.
Yeah, but
So,
this
so
is-
Joe, you just said it. So let me ask this question. See, you got a huge audience. We can really change the world. Good.
no one's listening.
No, they're listening.
There's no one
If you
listening.
want to change the world, you go on the Alyssa Milano show.
That's the show.
Yeah.
Dude,
No.
I only get 3 times as many listeners as her.
People that are zombies don't matter. I'm sorry, I don't mean.
I'm sure she won't take zombie
No,
offense.
but let me tell you the
I don't
big.
think zombies
Did
are
you
one of
guys
the
hear what I
nicest things
said?
you could say
Did
about
you
her.
guys-
Yeah.
Listen, you can look at Tony Podesta or John Podesta and laugh at them. They run the Democratic Party. He came out 2 months ago in the New York Times bragging they were in the meeting when they were wargaming on thousands of people listening on the telephone call. They go, we're not going to concede, and we're going to have the country break up, and we're going to have secession. And we're going to call for the UN to invade America.
How fucked up would it be if all this stuff actually comes true the
If
way
this
you're describing
happens,
it?
this will be fucking insane. I've
And
used
then,
it. I use the bathroom.
go ahead. But when people are talking about, be careful with that camera. Don't bump that camera.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying they're saying it. If it doesn't happen, I'll be glad. They're like, oh, Jones is saying this is
Yeah,
happening.
where?
No, I know
Come
you will
on.
be glad.
They're literally
but
saying
if this
this.
does happen, this podcast can be heavily criticized, right? We are aware of this. But when we knew that coming in, but when this goes down, if this goes down the way you're describing it, how eerie would this be?
Well, it would be very eerie.
Eerie.
It would be very scary because, let me tell you, like, this is what they're saying they're going to do. Now, I hope they don't do it. But they are saying that they're going to contest the election when they lose. And if Trump tries to declare it, big tech has implemented this AI system that's going to block hundreds of millions of Americans from being able to say Trump won election night.
Yeah. And
So that's why election night is so spectacular.
And some people can say, well, there's never been voter fraud before, or voter fraud has been so minuscule in the past. That is true. However, the ability to vote by mail in advance never really existed like this.
Exactly.
And
80 million
mass-
ballots put out there. 80 million ballots put out there for total wall.
So who is counting all these ballots?
It's the locales. It's whoever grabs them. It's whoever puts in the false names. There's been a bunch of people arrested.
Right, but if you're in a democratically controlled state, and so who's controlling and counting those ballots?
Brian Redman.
He's a good guy.
Brian, get over here real quick. Come over 2 minutes.
Okay.
We need Brian. No, I mean, seriously, I don't know what's going to happen, Joe. I know the Democrat chief strategist says we're going to contest the election. We're going to break the country up like Civil War 1862, and we're going to do all this, and we're going to say that. Go ahead.
They found water on the moon.
Oh, awesome.
They did find water on the moon. You know, 6 months before they said that, Buzz Aldrin called me up.
He said there's water on the moon.
And he goes, they're going to crash an Indian probe in there. It's like, 2007 or something. They're going to crash an Indian probe on the moon. I want you to know we already crashed one. They're going to find the water. I was like, thank you, Buzz Aldrin.
So he called you up?
Yep.
Does Buzz call you often?
No, he's called me like 3 times.
Are you ever shocked? Are you like, he's like, it's Alex's Buzz Aldrin?
It actually got like 20 million views
Yeah.
before they took it off YouTube. He was on the show one time, and he goes, my secretary really likes you. And he goes, she hot of you. Well, yes, sir. And he goes, there is the moon of Mars that is where the real obelisk is, 2001. And the aliens created the pyramids. And I just wanted to tell you, Alex, you got to...
What? He said the aliens created the pyramids?
Yeah, there was an
Buzz,
obelisk.
I heard
You
that
listening?
part. That's not as shocking. The Buzz Aldrin said the aliens created the pyramids?
I'm telling you, I was contacted by Buzz Aldrin's secretary. And
Okay.
I'm making this up. This is real.
I don't believe you are.
And so it's like, whenever this was, like 12 years ago, whatever, 10 years ago, whatever it was. Hey, Buzz Aldrin wants to come on. We checked. It's Buzz Aldrin. He wants to talk about his new book. But once he gets on, he goes, it is the solar moon, Choron, or whatever it's called. Look up the moon of, I'm going off memory, and somebody get this stuff wrong, so knows, of Mars. He goes, that is where the true obelisk is, and that will give us the data tapes to go to the next level. And I just wanted you to know that because you're a good person, that the pyramids were created by aliens, and we're doing important work.
There he is. Buzz Aldrin admits aliens built the pyramids and Phobos monument. Oh, the
Yeah, he
monument.
said it after he talked to me on C-SPAN, yeah. And
So he
Phobos.
said it? He
Yeah,
really said
he
aliens
did.
built the pyramids?
I swear to God.
This guy really went off the reservation. Like, do you think NASA's like doing a better vetting process now? Because this guy really.
Well, it's, he's had tough times.
Well, he just endorsed Trump.
Oh, did he?
Why did he endorse Trump? All the military endorsed Trump. All the police unions.
But listen,
endorsed
I'm not
Trump.
bragging. I don't know why. I thought he had him on about a book he wrote. He starts telling me about aliens, the pyramids, and the friggin'...
Let me ask you this. What did you think about the Pentagon saying recently that they've recovered crafts that are not of this world?
I think it's probably true.
I think it's probably true as well.
I think we're like the ditch, like a movie theater. Or
When I
like,
talked to
there's stuff in the ditch. Like,
Yeah.
when I talked to Commander Fravor, who is the guy who saw that the Tic Tac UFO off the coast of San Diego, the way he describes it and the video footage that they got of this thing, and his take on it is fucking chilling.
Yeah.
That thing went from 60,000 feet above Tic Tac. Yeah, it looks like a Tic Tac.
that's Joe's new
I thought it was a TikTok UFO.
No,
What?
Yeah,
It's a huge problem.
No, it's this little Tic Tac thing there for chasing.
Yeah.
And what did he say about it?
He said that this thing went from 60,000 feet above sea level to 1 inside the second.
Wow.
He said it defied propulsion by any understanding that we have of physics. The way it moved was insane. It was actively blocking tracking systems, which is an act of war.
That's nothing they do is they block all the radar.
You could listen to him on my podcast, but I would actually recommend you listen to him on Lex Friedman's podcast. It's available on YouTube, and Lex does an amazing job of talking to him and breaking down.
Let's do
the
that,
technical
Joe. What do you
aspects.
think the universe is? What do you think? Let's talk real. What's the
Here
secret
it
of the
is.
universe?
Totally legit report says Buzz Aldrin saw aliens when he was up in space. Well, that's not
Joe, is that
totally
you in the
legit.
photo?
They said that he tried.
I won't drink that. How
Somebody
dare you?
reached out to the people and said that it's bogus. We don't know.
It's bogus. We don't know where it
Well,
came from.
he came on my show and said that.
The pyramid thing? The pyramid quote? He said it's bogus? Hold him aside.
But Joe,
Buzz.
let's have fun here.
Lay off the
Everybody's
weed.
watching. It's an epic podcast. Part 3, Joe Rogan. I want to know. So what do you think runs the universe? What do you think the secret is? Who are the DMTLs? When's the last time you took DMT?
It's been a couple years. I don't think that there is any doubt that there's other life out there. It's a matter of if it contacts us regularly, whether or not it's contacted us, or why it comes and why it visits. Or Jacques Vallée, I believe, I think his perception is not that they're from another planet, but that would be probably the least spectacular answer, and that they could be interdimensional travelers. Some people believe that they're time travelers. Jacques Vallée is the guy who Steven Spielberg, he modeled that French scientist in Close Encounters of the Third Kind after him. He's a really, really interesting guy.
That's what I
Talking about
personally
it.
believe is interdimensional.
It could be that. It could be that our understanding of reality itself is very limited. It's like, if you wave your hand above certain insects, they have no idea you're even there, right? They lack the ability to detect it. That we have senses that we assume are the only senses that are available. And it is entirely likely that there are many dimensions that we don't have access to, right? And this is the quantum physicists and all those guys that write the shit on yellow media pads that you don't understand. They all believe there's many dimensions outside
There's no
of
doubt to
dimensions
that.
we're
So that's
aware
where
of.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think the universe is insanely huge, and they're finding life-compatible planets on a daily basis. There's hundreds of them.
So I agree with you. Let me ask this question then. What do we do about this corrupt political elite trying to make us look at them and follow them?
my
How do we
question-
break free of them?
Well, that's a different thing of the universe. But my question is, like, why are they telling us now that they've acquired these ships, or that they have access to these things, or that they know these things are real? You know, Bob Lazar has basically been describing exactly that, and exactly the same way since 1989, when he was first hiding when he was on George Knapp's television show in Vegas, and they had him only as a silhouette. And then he eventually came out and said that he was a propulsion expert that was brought to Area S4, and they've tried to discredit him, and they've tried to talk, but one of the things that he said was he talked about element 115, and that this was something that they used to propel these crafts, and it was something that it could change gravity, can bend gravity and propel itself in a way that is not like any propulsion system that we use now, which essentially you have to push something out the back to make it go forward, whether it's flames or a rocket or anything else, like even an airplane, right? It propels things forward. And what he was saying is that what this element 115 is allowing them to do is to somehow or another bend space and time, somehow or another bend gravity. They
Hold
don't,
space.
but they don't know how it works. They don't know what it's doing.
Well,
They
let's
know
talk about
it
this.
operates on this element.
Let's talk about this.
Hold on. They know it operates on this element that was only theoretical until I think it was 2013 or 2015. They used a particle collider and they detected it in an actual element 115, that it was actually real.
And that's what the superconducting supercolliders are for.
Well, I mean, they're for detecting many things, right?
Cyclotrons.
Well, these particle colliders are for detecting many different things that are theoretical, and they find these things to be true, and then it becomes, scientific record. What I think is that we are apes. We are these weird talking apes that are in an adolescent stage of technological evolution. And what we might be looking at when we see these tic-tac UFOs and other things, we might be looking at something from the future. We might be looking at time travelers. We might be looking at something that comes back and visits
Joe, I think
us.
that's a good approximation, but we're a little bit beyond just apes. Clearly, we're from outside the planet, and there's something bigger going on. Like this life form's happened before. This is a major test. And so we can sit there and just say, oh, we're just apes.
No, I don't mean that. What I mean by we're just apes is that in comparison to what we could be eventually through evolution.
You're saying
or
we're in
through
a
scientific
metamorphosis.
innovation- Yeah, we're on look, we're a lot smarter than apes, right? Than regular apes that are in
Most of us.
in the zoo or in.
Well,
in
some of the public's
jungle.
dumber than apes.
Yeah.
Right, I was about to say, let's
Some of
not
them are dumber.
paint with a brush.
But we are nowhere near where our potential lies,
Right.
Our potential lies far, far, far in advance of what we are currently. And I think some of this has to do with some of these symbiotic technologies that we're talking about, like Neuralink, and a lot of these things that are being proposed that are eventually going to find their way into the human body and
I
accelerate,
agree, but are they going to
accelerate
censor
our ability.
Are they going to censor our ability?
Well,
See, because we're already growing, and all I see from big tech is censorship. So is the Neuralink going to censor what I do?
Well,
it'll plug in and make me feel great and hit my pleasure center.
Well, when you're talking about human emotions and greed and power and all these different things, these are all biological issues that we have that the idea is will be transcended if you could somehow
if you
eliminate
believe the
a
big
lot of
tech
these-
lords aren't like us, they're us though. So they're in charge of the same thing that we already are. So to say, oh, big tech lords are going to take us away from our human problems,
Right, but do you understand-
transcend sin, they're going to make it worse.
Okay, but do you understand that they didn't understand what technology was going to create when they created the internet? The ability
No,
to
I
distribute
totally agree. The
information,
establishment doesn't know what they're
the
doing.
ability to distribute information that existed pre-1990, whatever, when the internet became mainstream, it was very, very, very different than it is today, and it's very hard to get away with the things you could get away with in the early 1980s. What they can do now in terms of a regular person and their ability to transmit information, to access information, it's
All I'm saying is the
multitudes and
controllers.
giant leaps.
I get it.
More
The
powerful.
technology's there. I'm not against the technology. It's those that introduce it to us and that control how it's deployed.
Understand.
That's the big issue.
But
Everything
the
is
thing
about that.
What I was trying to get to is the way information has gotten out of their hands, and you can distribute it in a way that they never anticipated. If they did anticipate it, I guarantee you they would have never let the internet.
No, I
be free.
agree. I used to complain.
I think that same thing is going to happen with all other technologies. And if that's the case, technology may be our only hope. Technology may be the only thing that saves us from all these human emotions, the need for power and greed and control. The one thing that might save us from that is this symbiotic relationship with technology, where we connect to things that will alleviate a lot of the problems of
But Joe,
evolution.
if that technology...
I'm not saying this is good or
I'm
bad.
not saying you're wrong. Can I say something? You're doing really good. This is a great rant. Best Joe Rogan I've ever seen. I'm not being patronizing. It's good stuff. No, I'm saying this is powerful. Be nice. Be nice. What I'm saying is, there's outside groups trying to program you. So you can't project your own goodness.
I'm not saying even goodness. I'm saying
No, what I'm saying is, you've been ranting for 5 minutes, and what did you say? I get what you're saying. It's just that you're sitting there saying this will free us from our problems, but it's still humans that program the nexus points of it, so it could actually amplify the problem. I'm saying we should be wary of all of it.
Oh, it certainly could. Look, it could go sideways. It could all go bad. But it also could go to a point where people don't feel the need to do that anymore. And that we recognize that a lot of what we have is we are escaping the shackles of our monkey bodies.
Oh, if we're our monkey bodies.
Yeah.
So if we're silicon and don't need resources anymore, we can just be spiritual, and then we'll be able to free ourselves and not hurt the earth
We
anymore.
won't hop in that Tic Tac and fly Alpha Centauri in the blink of an eye.
So well, I already see the transmission.
If you could have a spaceship that would allow you to go anywhere in the galaxy, would you be willing to give up any of your emotions for that?
No, I know the digital deal. Give up your body for the silicon gods. Become a god.
This is all fun and games, but like
No,
legit.
We're not even, I mean, in California, we're not even allowed to go to Applebee's. So let's stop with the spaceship. Let's just try to get, I'm not allowed to leave my
I
fucking
want to
house.
go to the comedy store.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a spaceship eventually.
Yeah.
Let's get a few rights
I already got
back
your thing.
first.
I'm coming here election night. You're
You
drinking
know?
with me. Election night.
Election
Top
night.
ratings. 25 billion
Stop.
viewers.
Listen, you invited yourself to this. I think you should settle down.
Me and alien. You told me
We
I'm
already,
coming.
no, you invited yourself. We already
It's
have
gotta-
a plan.
it's gotta coming.
No, I said you could come in for a little bit, but you're making it the Alex Jones show.
No, I'm
That's
not.
It's a bit of an issue.
This is like
elections.
It's a bit of an issue.
apple
It's a bit of
juice.
an issue. Settle down.
It's a bit of an issue.
It's going to be a fun experience.
It'll be a lot of fun.
But
But
quit being so mean. You literally.
am I being mean? No, not at all.
I think Joe wants to beat my ass right now.
No, I don't. Listen, Alex, I love you. What I'm saying, and I'm not even disagreeing with you, I'm saying that I think when we're talking about aliens and we're talking about life forms from outer space and space travel and shit, when
the
you
big
see
issues
them,
of the election.
you see those fucking things. Like the
talking about
iconic
Easter bunnies?
aliens. They all have big
Yeah.
heads.
Yeah, the
and
Greys.
these little
Greys.
tiny muscleless bodies.
Shaved heads.
Yeah.
Shaved heads.
Yeah, they've all
Like you.
escaped. They've escaped all of the.
You're actually
the
an
things
alien.
that make
Like
us.
what? It's
They
so
look like what
fucking
we're
dumb.
gonna be.
Yeah, but who wants to be that?
I don't want to be that way.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. I like being a person.
Right. I think we should be humans for as long as we can.
What do you think the aliens are?
There are all sorts of interdimensional forces in the universe, multi-dimensions. So there's like bad aliens that are trying to manipulate our development.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Because a high level, exactly, a high level would not try to manipulate our development.
Right.
Okay, so Joe is like imprinting on these demons because he loves them. He's a bad person. No, seriously. So all I'm saying is we need to build towards the next level and do amazing things.
What do you think of the?
And I
theory?
did invite myself onto the election show.
Please, it's gonna be great.
I got on my
We're gonna have
news in
fun.
front of Joe.
Great.
I'll do it
Listen,
again right now.
But what do you
I'll get
think?
on my
But
knees
stop,
right now.
Stop making it about you.
No,
What-
it is
what-
about me. I'm in front of Ganesh.
You're drunk.
I want to come on.
We're
Yes.
gonna ban you from alcohol. What do
I
you,
want to. You're going to smoke weed with me.
What do you think about?
We're going to have
I
a
will
party.
definitely do that. On
I'll be here
November
2
3rd.
minutes.
What do you think
the
about
highest
the
rating you ever
theory?
did.
What do you think about the theory that human beings are the product of accelerated evolution? That they came down here and they genetically manipulated lower hominids and they created human beings.
Listen, I already have the genetic memory. I already told you all this. I mean,
You have a genetic memory?
yes, it's epigenetics.
Okay.
So I have a genetic, you have a genetic memory.
Right.
I have a genetic memory, and I have a genetic memory that we're a bunch of memories. They can go watch Star Wars like I've done this before. It's totally normal. We're in the universe, we're in the planets, we're here. Our life forms have been all over the place like little seeds. Jump from planet to planet, like blowing to the space cruise. So yeah, we've already been here before.
Because this is one of the things that Lazar brought up that they discussed with him at Area S4. They said that they believe that human beings are the product of accelerated evolution. It's like, and he wasn't sure if they were fucking with him. Like when he was reading all that stuff, he's like, "Is this like disinformation?"
No, they weren't fucking with him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But God doesn't know where God came from. And we said that last time.
That's heavy.
And we don't know where we came from.
Right.
But we have the archetypal memories that go so far. And then our big fear is have an evolutionary death of the species. It's like a line of, flowers or plants or, whatever we are. And it's a whole genetic experience. We're conscious individuals, but then we have a genetic experience that goes on forever as long as the line of the genetic experience doesn't die. So we're always looking for eternal life. As long as we keep having kids, they have kids, we live forever. That's us. We just get better.
Well, as long as the Earth doesn't experience a massive extinction event.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, if we go interplanetary. So the main mission
November
is
3rd. Well, 79 days.
interplanetary.
79 days of chaos. And then
I am
hopefully-
endorsing Joe Biden right now.
I'm voting for Kanye.
By the way, that might be a good strategy if you endorse Joe Biden right now.
I'm going to go with my history of voting for people that have been on the podcast, so I'm going to vote for Kanye.
I'm going with Joe Jorgensen because I like to back a winner.
Am I sitting in the same seat as Kanye?
Yes, you are. That's the best. All right. Well, before this goes any further off the rails, we're good.
We've done it.
Oh, you want to end this transmission?
Do you?
I never got to all my notes.
You got more shit? What else would you like to talk
I
about?
got more shit than you can fucking imagine.
You gotta come back November 3rd. You gotta have guys wheeling documents. Just wheeling
Joe said
documents.
it. Joe said he's like, you're the one inviting yourself.
Oh, you're coming.
You certainly did.
I waited like
You invited yourself.
19 months or something. That was just
Yeah.
fine.
Alex, if I showed you the list of people that are trying to get on this fucking show, it would make your head spin.
I know, but I live down the street.
I understand.
I don't care. You don't want me 30 minutes on election night?
You're gonna be fine. But I'm just
I don't
saying,
know how to survive without it. I'm
it's
fine.
very difficult for me to manage a fucking small fraction of the number of people that are trying to get on.
Well, this is an epic podcast.
Yeah.
We got to go another hour.
It is.
Oh,
it
it's
is
like
that
last
we'll
time.
be dead. I'm
This-
okay with going another
This
hour.
is going to be bigger than the Elon Musk. That's the. I'm a
It
second.
doesn't have to be, man.
I'm the
Stop thinking
second
like
biggest
that.
podcast.
You can't be competitive.
Every listener has to spread this link right now, or I'm going to die.
Well, YouTube.
No, I wrote notes for you. Let me read these notes to you.
Yes, please do. Please. Do.
Okay.
Okay. What's important?
Major goals to accomplish.
How the president could invoke martial law. You handed this to me. I don't even know how he did. It's like a magic trick.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this is in
How
front
the
of my
president
hands. I
could
don't even remember it
invoke
getting
martial
here.
law.
I don't remember it being happening.
Well, these are big, important topics.
Do you drive around with this just in the car?
No, he's actually done research to prepare for this show.
No, I know
I did a lot of
Don't,
then
don't
I-
research shame
And then I
him.
was like, I'm not going to drink. I'm going to be good. And we're already here. How
We're
many
talking about heavy
I
shit.
just wish this was 6 days from now so I could be
How many
drunk
hours
with
are we
you.
into this?
We're 3 hours in.
We're 3 in.
Yeah.
If we don't break the last record, we're going down.
What's the last record?
No, we don't have to break records.
No, Tim Dillon, you rant while I get ready. Give us your latest comedy. I love Joe like it's true. I was like literally, he's like, Joe, can I please come under the election?
Listen, we're
He
gonna be
goes,
fine.
he
Let's
said
not
yes,
talk about
and he like slapped me.
We're
He
good.
goes,
We're good.
He like punched me in the nose. He goes,
I didn't do that.
And I
didn't.
groveled on the
None of
ground.
none of that happened. But tell me, go over your notes, and Tim and I will talk. Is this everything that you hoped it would be?
This is my version of a Make-A-Wish kid going to Disney World. This is the greatest thing I've ever done is to sit here. I've watched Alex since I'm 13 years old. Pre 9/11 when he was ranting about the WTO, and I followed him through 9/11, through Bohemian Grove, all the big events of my childhood, and just it's big to be here.
Can I say I'm very impressed with your knowledge? Like, you know a lot of this stuff.
But I didn't go to college, so you have a lot of time. A lot of time if you don't go to college. I'm self-educated.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of information.
Yeah, the important stuff.
I like how your new studio is like a colon.
Listen, this new studio came together in just a few weeks. We really didn't know what to do.
I'm not putting
I had
it down.
This room, we banged it out real quick.
But this is going to be known as the colon.
The
Some
red
people
pill.
call it the
The
red
red
pill.
pill.
Yeah, that's Radio Raheem.
Oh my God, this is the red pill.
He called it the red pill.
So this is a very rare studio. You're getting a new one right now.
Yeah, we're having problems finding a good location, but yeah, we'll have.
How about my house? I got a huge area.
We're gonna find a good spot.
It's amazing.
We're looking right now. We're in the process.
All right, let's get serious.
Alex, we're good, man. We're good.
No, we
3
have
hours
to go
in.
for another 2 hours.
We're gonna see you again in a week.
Oh,
You
so
endorse
I
Biden.
am on the nightly this.
Yeah.
I have to beg. How about I just beg a little bit?
You don't have. Come on, man.
I'm
Is
not
there
below
anything
blaming.
else? Is there anything else you really want to discuss?
No, I mean, I'm glad that Jamie is better than I am at searching the internet. I'm not kissing his ass, but I'm really good at it. He's better than I am, which is almost no one is.
He does it with one
The
hand.
problem is I remember all this stuff. Now, most of the time it's accurate, sometimes it's not. But I mean, if I'm saying something, I believe I saw it or I did.
One thing that was in there I didn't want to correct earlier, but the year you were talking about something, you kept saying 1963, and then it was in like 82 or whatever. That happened. And you said that the group wasn't even around yet. The Rome.
Club of Rome.
Yeah, that wasn't even created until 68. So just for clarification purposes.
Okay, cool.
I think they had a subgroup earlier. But I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, who knows?
But Jamie's I mean, he has George Soros COVID. This is a compromised individual.
Google might have compromised the records.
Oh, that's another thing I want to say.
Yeah.
This is the most important thing we said tonight. We said a lot of important things. Both of you are not drinking. Yes. So you don't know. But this is it. mRNA vaccines.
Yeah.
So when you think about the regular vaccine, goes in, it's a broken bacteria, a broken virus, it's defeated. Your body learns how to kick its ass. It's done. It's like having an attack dog and you're done. The T lymphocyte, white blood cell, big badass Mike Tyson, he learns how to defeat. mRNA vaccines go into your cells as a virus. They're viruses. So it's a virus they inject you with that reprograms your cell to then have a certain response to things and release proteins, which is what cancer does. And so they admit on the news that 100% of people that take these are getting sick, 20% are going to the hospital. And so they also have vaccines that are called behavior modification vaccines. You can type it in.
Okay, but let me pause right there. mRNA vaccines, you said 100% of them get sick and 20% of them go to the hospital.
They had two studies. In one study, 100% got sick, 20% went to the hospital. Another study, 80% got sick, and of those, 20% went to the hospital. That's CBS News. You type in.
Jamie's gonna find that right now.
You can type in Bill Gates grilled over vaccine. But the point is, they admit a bunch of vaccine deaths have happened from the test. What was I getting to before that?
We're just talking about mRNA.
Oh,
vaccines.
Behavioral modification.
Yeah, so type in vaccine to cure heroin addiction.
We're going to get to that, but before we get to that, we've got to Google the stats on mRNA vaccines because this is going to be highly contested, so we have to find out.
Well, no, you can type. I can share the clip. Bill Gates.
But we just Google the stats on mRNA patients in trial.
I think they don't even have the
Yo,
stats
Dick,
on that.
what's up, man?
So how do you know it?
Bill Gates was on CBS News.
And he said 80% of the people get sick,
Yeah.
and 20% of them go to the hospital.
No, it was two vaccines. They said one vaccine, 100% got sick, and a certain percent went to the hospital. The other 80% got sick, and 20% of those went
And
to the
sometimes
hospital.
that does happen even with a flu vaccine, right? Like sometimes people get
I swear
get a
to
little
God,
sick.
you type in Bill Gates grilled by CBS. I'm bringing that.
Right.
Certain vaccines do get people a little
Well,
bit
we
sick,
had that
right?
conversation about the whole thing in India. You know, he introduced a lot of vaccines in India. There was some negative reactions to them. I mean, that's what happens. It's just, you know, a lot of people.
Joe, I sent you the article.
That mRNA vaccines.
I sent you the article about AP, about the majority of new polio cases are the Bill Gates vaccine.
We'll get to that too. Let me see if Jamie can find this mRNA thing.
You know, you don't have a Morton's next door here.
mRNA
I mean,
test.
I know how to look it up, but I'm like,
Are you gonna get steak or are you gonna
There's
go barbecue?
barbecue.
I'm just finding
There's
lots of articles.
No
No
more.
steaks?
Oh, yeah, I'll get steak.
I want to.
He was making a point about vaccines, and now we're at steak.
I am not hammered at all. I've been drinking orange juice.
You polished off a half a bottle of orange juice.
Joe, I'm just letting you have fun.
I'm happy you're here. Legitimately. So, if you can't find that,
The behavioral
Google-
modification vaccine.
What is it you want to find?
Bill Gates polio vaccine, causes of polio,
AP.
AP.
AP.com. The headline, the exact headline is,
Why does everybody hate Bill Gates? What is going on?
because he's so sexy.
I don't think people hate him.
No, it was it was like AP.
Bill Gates did not say 700,000 people have negative side effects.
He did say that. My God, he said it on NBC News.
Bill Gates did not say 700,000 people have negative side effects from coronavirus vaccine.
I have the video
But-
of that.
Okay, but pull up AP Bill Gates polio vaccine, but that's a coronavirus. He said polio vaccine.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm pissed. I'm going to tell you the headline. It was. What was the
See
exact-
if there's a polio
Hold on. What was the headline?
article.
It was UN. UN vaccine causes polio.
UN vaccine causes polio. Okay. UN vaccine causes polio. Google
You
is
know,
not
this
gonna show
sober
you
October.
shit.
Google is compromised. Can
Look
you
at
use
this.
Ask
Look at
Jeeves,
this.
please?
UN says new polio outbreak in Sudan was caused by oral vaccine.
Yeah. Whoa. It's not good.
New polio outbreak in Sudan is caused by oral vaccine. And this, look at that kid's face. Oh my God, is that a terrifying image? The image of them distributing that. Look at that poor kid's face. Imagine that kid getting polio from that vaccine. He looks so terrified. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, that's tragic.
Oh,
And a bunch of them died. But,
Jesus
it's
Christ.
just Alex Jones.
hold on. Back up. What does it say up there? It said World Health Organization says a new polio outbreak in Sudan is linked to an ongoing vaccine-sparked epidemic in Chad. A week after the UN
Vaccine-sparked epidemic.
Health Agency declared the African continent free of the wild polio vaccine. World Health Organization said it found 11 additional vaccines.
Twice as much in our last 4-hour podcast. I love it. This is the sober Joe Rogan. Let's get back to this. Trump. What were we arguing about political correctness?
I don't know, but you were saying we aren't arguing.
He was saying that the
I was
censors,
agreeing with
some of the censors are trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
And then you were saying, listen, it's deeper than that, and then that's where we left it.
Yeah, it's all been scientifically set up where they always say, oh, we're for outliers now and dog whistles. It's all about normalizing centralized control. Big tech knows it's psychological algorithms. It's totally destructive. China that has people in Muslims in death camps, Christians in death camps, Buddhists in death camps, is trying to totally normalize censorship here domestically when the whole left is involved with communist China through big tech. Doesn't say a word about them. They have no moral high ground to stand on, Joe.
Well, we have a real problem in this society when it comes to tech, first of all, because all the people that are on the moral high ground who are buying iPhones, we know where those people come from. We all
And I admit it. I admit it.
I admit it as well. There's no iPhones that are being made in Ohio with highly skilled workers that are paid an excellent wage and they have great healthcare benefits. That's not what's happening. I don't know why, but that's not what's happening.
Sure.
They've decided that it's better to make them cheaper or better to have a higher profit margin and make them in other countries, or at least they decided that initially, and now they're stuck.
Let me ask you this.
vaccine-derived polio cases in Sudan,
Yo,
and that the virus had been
GoldenEye,
identified
man.
in environmental
Thank you, man.
samples.
Thank
There
you,
are
thank you,
typically
thank you,
many
thank you,
more
thank you,
unreported
thank you,
cases
thank
for
you.
every
What?
confirmed
Thank you,
polio
guys.
patient.
Thank you.
The highly
Fucking-
infectious disease can spread quickly
Like-
in contaminated water and most often strikes children under 5. Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
In rare instances, the live polio virus in the oral vaccine can mutate in a form capable of sparking new outbreaks.
So let me tell you a story. My grandmother died 3 years ago at 92. Incredible woman.
That's fucking terrifying.
She was told by her doctor in 1954, when she got the second polio shot, they said, sorry, it was live. It paralyzed her. She was on crutches the rest of her life. They told her it did it to her.
Jesus Christ.
So see, I just told you that.
Yeah, it's true.
And that's a whitewash what AP's doing.
I would imagine.
So I'm telling you, I make mistakes because I can't remember all this stuff.
I understand. You remember a lot.
But I'm not trying to lie. I wish, the last thing I want to say is this. I'd like to retire the next year. I'd like to finish up my work, clean up mistakes I made, talk about other stuff, because I'm ended up dying of a heart attack, going crazy. I do this 18 hours a day.
I'd like to get you in shape.
I'm totally stressed out, Joe. I'm dying.
I know you are. I
I'm
know you
dying.
are.
I literally do this stuff constantly. I read
I
thousands
know
of
you
articles
do.
a day.
I know you do. If I
know-
text you at 3 o'clock in the morning, you respond right back. You're wide
Yeah.
awake.
Well, I'm not a victim. I'm just telling you, I'm dying.
I understand.
So I can't do this much longer. And I want everybody to know I love my crew, but I told them I can't keep running this operation. I just want to tell the truth, and I want to get out in the next year. Doesn't mean I won't go on your show once a year and do like write a book or something, but
I
I'm
want
done.
you to get healthy.
I need to get healthy. I try to get healthy.
Why
but
don't
I'm
you hire a trainer and hire a dietitian?
I tried.
Because I know you got off the booze for quite a while, and we were talking. You said you felt great.
I did feel great. I lost like 40 pounds.
How long did you get off the booze for?
4 months no alcohol, about 8 months barely any, and like the last 3 or 4 I was right back.
But you were talking to me about Adderall.
You know the
too.
prob- you know the
I want
prob-
you to talk about that because that's a good thing for people to hear. The problems that you had with Adderall, because that shit scares the fuck out of me.
Well, I'm not going to get into any of that type of stuff. The point is that it's that the things that doctors push, the things that go on, the whole country's drugged up on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's not good. But I'm not. I do caffeine and alcohol. And that's it. And it's all very very destructive. And you know, it gets to the point where like you're exhausted unless you drink, and it's not a good thing. That's why I'm glad you got sober in October. Last October I was sober.
Yeah. Do you think you could just take it totally? Will you take it for 4 months? Do you think it would be
If
good
I
to kick
wasn't
it totally?
doing a show every day and having to read, I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I read 50 articles. I'd probably scan 500. I mean, I look at so much stuff that it's enslaving me. Like I just want to. I don't want to be around it anymore. It's not like I'm scared of it. I want to be
understand.
something else.
It's negative. It has negative consequences on your health.
Yeah. So for me, I just want to get away from all of it. And
What do you want to do?
I'd love to go hunting and fishing and
Relaxing.
hiking and oil painting and doing sculpture. I love metal sculpture. That's a beautiful chimpanzee skull you got right there. I mean, I've done this 26, 27 years, and when you've done it that long, you want to stand the fight. At the same time, you want to not do it anymore. And that's the thing about people, the Democrats suing me and attacking me. Before Trump even got elected, I was already telling people, hey, I'm going to shut this company down. I can't fund all of you. I can't do this anymore. Them attacking me made me keep fighting.
Did you think that if you were healthier, if you maybe just did less, you could be all right with it?
I didn't do that as a stunt. I mean, quite honest with you. I'm smart. I think I'm going to die of a heart attack at like 50-something. I'm 47 now. And I just had to, like, there's no way to do this full time. Either you do it or you don't. And I'd like to just for a few years, just disappear.
So you think that the amount of shit that's out there, and this is a problem with conspiracies, right? Because you keep finding more and more and more that are
Every
provable,
fucking time.
and you start going crazy because you start really
Exactly.
can't
And
sleep.
you lose who you, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like the globalists. I'm not giving into them. I'm giving into, like, my own body.
I understand.
It's not their attacks keep me fighting. Like they keep thinking like, oh, let's mess with him more, he'll give up. That makes me like attack more. And I'm trying to like get him to top attacking me. It's not some Machiavellian thing I'm saying. I just want to I don't want to be in, I don't want to look at the news.
Maybe if you just took some time off and just got healthy. Maybe that's what you need. Maybe you just need an extended vacation. I mean, you're your own boss, right? You could do that.
You ever think maybe shrink the operation down a little bit, and then you could kind of do what you want, how you want, instead of just being a 24-hour day operation, you could just take it down.
Well, here's my problem. I'm going to get personal. I mean, I had perfect teeth till like 2 years ago. I have to wear a mouth brace because I'll literally crush my teeth when I'm asleep. Like, I broke one the other day. I got implants in my ear, and I'm just like literally in my sleep clenching my teeth so hard that I've got like giant muscles. Like, I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger, but my jaw is off. Right. Like they're like a chipmunk, and it's because psychologically I'm trying to defeat all this. And it's just like it's like at a certain point, I can't do it all.
Right.
So I don't feel sorry for myself.
You've earned it. You've earned some time off.
Yeah, why don't you just take some months off? Just like mark an extended hiatus, whenever you feel like you can get away, and just decide you're gonna take 3 months off. Put the fucking cell phone down, eat healthy, exercise. I mean, you can hire a trainer, Not a bad idea.
There's nothing I want to do more than that.
Because where I'm doing this Sober October thing, when I've done it in the past, one of the things that we've done is these fitness challenges. You don't even realize what you can do until you're forced to do something. If you force yourself, like say, hey, for the month of January, I'm not going to drink, and I'm going to exercise every day, and I'm going to put it up on, my website and let everybody know what I'm doing, and just force yourself to try to get healthy. Only eat healthy food, and maybe get a dietitian, maybe get a trainer. Not even maybe. Get a dietitian, get a trainer, get someone who makes you like meal preps for you, gives you healthy food to eat, and this is all you're gonna eat. Is this stuff? No processed bullshit, just healthy food. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Just take a whole month and do nothing but that. Just leave the fucking news alone. Let this crazy world sort itself out.
No, I agree, because now look at this. You used to have a gold got them right here.
Yeah, because you're probably overrun. You're probably taxed out. Your body's probably like barely hanging in there. I mean, if you're boozing a lot and you're not getting sleep and you're grinding your teeth, none of these are good signs.
Now, I've been honest about it with listeners, but at the end of the day, like this is fundamental. This is an anti-human movement. It's a globalist movement, and I get people that are doing it are sociopaths that have created a cosmology to explain why they're doing all these evil things. I feel like it's such an important mission that it should be exposed. And Joe, I'm just glad you moved to Austin. Glad that Tim's here. Glad that all
Tim's moving. He just told me.
I gotta save LA first, and then I want to go work with Bill and Melinda Gates for a while,
save LA.
and then I will come to Austin.
You can't save that.
I know. We'll see. November 3rd.
So, Joe, what is your prediction? Who wins? Who wins in 6 days?
I'm not smart enough to make the prediction, but I do
Trump's
think
gonna win.
I think it's going to be chaos either way.
It's gonna be chaos.
I think if Trump, I've never, ever in my life felt this country more divided. It feels more divided now than I've ever felt before, where the possibility of a civil war doesn't seem outside the realm of possibilities. It doesn't seem like something ridiculous. It doesn't, like people used to say, if they said it in the past, someone said, oh, this country is on the brink of a civil war 10 years ago, I'd be like, listen to this crazy fuck.
Right.
But you say it now, and I go, like, I could see it.
Yeah, Tim, why are you not moving to Texas?
Well, I might
moving to
eventually.
Texas.
I might eventually. I don't know. We're gonna see.
I gotta
don't
move.
know.
I gotta open a
Joe
comic
convinced me
here.
that Joe told me to move to LA a year ago, and then I moved and it was destroyed.
Wow,
So
the
Joe told me to move
pandemic.
here. I might move here. It
Oh,
wouldn't be a problem.
We're gonna start a comic club out here.
Yeah.
We're gonna set this place up right.
Well, thank you for having me.
My
Yeah,
pleasure.
Appreciate it.
But I appreciate you being here. It was everything else. I hope
Yeah,
you did.
good.
This was a great one, Al. I
was
think
really
people
good.
got to see a side of you that they maybe even didn't see in the other two podcasts. I think you did a great account of yourself, and I think
Really? You think so?
yeah. A lot of the shit you brought up today was, I mean, you were pulling shit off the top of your head. A lot of it was accurate. A good, solid percentage.
Well, I'm not
of it.
trying to bullshit.
No, you're not trying to bullshit. No, I know you're not. And this is what I've always told people about you. And again, I think that we're at a critical time where we've got to rethink all these people that are calling for people to be censored and calling for people to be deplatformed. I think you got to rethink this. I think everybody has to rethink this because you might be looking back on this 10 years from now and going, oh my God, what the fuck did I support?
Well, I agree with you, but we should. You're being nice to the censors. They're tyrants. We should hear everybody's views.
I think there's a lot of people in this machine, and a lot of these people, they're not tyrants. They think they're doing good. They really do. I think there's a lot of people that are out there calling for people to be deplatformed, calling for people to be censored, because maybe they have children, they see their children being indoctrinated into QAnon and all this kind of ridiculous thinking, and maybe they think that the way to fight some of this shit is to just take that stuff offline so the kids have no access to it.
That only makes their children want it more.
Well, not only that, it makes the people that believe that there's a conspiracy to silence the truth, it makes them even more fervent in their beliefs. They start believing it even more rabidly, and not only that, it creates echo chambers. And then
let's end this positive. You are happy you moved to Texas.
I love it here. I love the people. I love the town. I love everything about it. I do.
But that's the good news.
Yeah.
And Tim Dillon, you come here, lower taxes, good people.
Yeah.
We want all the people from other parts of the
Great
country.
food.
Good food.
Food
yeah.
here is amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff.
And the
here.
kids here are into QAnon, which I love. I think that's good. I think
All of them.
children should be into
Well, they get
QAnon.
tattooed when they're in the 5th grade. Listen, I love you, Alex Jones. Thanks for being here. I love you, Tim Dillon.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
All right. What we do, 3.5 hours?
Something like that, yes.
Infowars.com.
To infinity and beyond.
Band.video. Don't visit it. Band.video.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Oh, hi, Tim Dillon.
Joe Rogan, thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
Thank you for having me, sir. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. That was fun going over to the club.
It was amazing. It's going to be great. It's going to be
Exciting.
great. I'm excited about it. I'm excited, and Louis was there.
I'm glad we got him to look at it, too. He has some great
Yeah,
notes.
he's been, what would you say, 30-something? I mean, you guys have been around the same time. Do you
Yeah,
know?
he was a little bit before me, but he's got to be 35 years in now.
So he's been to every configuration of a comedy venue.
Yeah.
So, and so have you probably. So you guys, hearing you guys talk about this place and that place, you now have all the benefit of all that knowledge to make your spot amazing.
And we're doing it from scratch.
Right.
So we can just adjust, change, do things.
Yeah.
He had really good notes there.
You have the money, you have the time, you have everything that would make it perfect. What about Cap City's going to open too?
They're open already.
you
Talon
think-
just did it.
Will you do you think you would like threaten them, or should
No.
we would you like do a
Come
bomb
on,
threat or
man.
something?
No, I'll work
Well, there
there.
should be like some kind of war. No? No?
Who gives a fuck?
All right. Well, I just thought it would be good.
If you're the United States, do you invade Cambodia in 2022? Why would you do that?
Well, maybe.
They're not a threat.
That's a good point. They're not a threat. Okay. So I like it. We're in a war already.
It's no war.
We're kind of in it's a little war. It's a minor war.
It's the opposite of a war.
It's a cold war.
It's a unity.
It's unity.
We're bringing everybody together.
Okay, I like
Texas
that.
doesn't want to fight New Mexico. We're all in the same country.
There's a lot of states Texas does want to fight.
Texas might want to fight California.
Texas is it California should fight.
Texas. First, they want to fight Mexico.
California grows their own food. They have that benefit. Texas has the guns.
Almonds.
They've got some good produce.
They waste all the water on almonds.
It's a lot of almonds, but almond milk is good.
It's not.
You don't like it?
It's gross. It's only good with sugar. You ever have almond milk with no sugar in it?
I get the one that's like sweet. I get like cookie dough flavored almond milk.
it's
Oh yeah,
fucking-
no. I don't do unsweetened almond milk. I do like chemical sweetener.
Of course.
Yeah.
Duncan Trussell was like, dude, I switched to almond milk. It's amazing. I go,
Yeah.
look at it right now
Right.
and tell me how many grams of sugar per serving.
Oh, it's crazy.
He's like, holy shit, it's 19.
Yeah. You know what I've been having some rarely, but in the Hamptons they have like non-homogenized, like real cow's milk.
Oh, it's great.
It's really good.
It's better for you.
Yeah.
Raw milk is better for you.
It tastes better.
It just doesn't last long, but it's not supposed to last
No,
long.
it's supposed to come in a glass bottle,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to use it and then get rid of it.
Yeah, you're supposed to have it for a couple days, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all it's supposed to
They
last.
have really good, they have farm stands out there on that part of Long Island with fresh vegetables and the milk and everything like that. Yeah, it feels like when billionaires get involved, you have good options, you
Yeah.
know? So,
Yeah, how much time are you spending out in the Hamptons?
not a ton. I mean, we're on the road, we're back and forth everywhere, but I like to go out there and just chill and swim in the pool and invite the New York guys out, New York comics.
How long is that drive?
About an hour and 35 to 2 hours, depending.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'll have them out for a day, and then everybody will go do spots at night.
No
So I'm
kidding.
doing a thing Labor Day. I'll have some people out there and stuff.
Is there any comedy out there in the Hamptons?
No, they don't want any comedy there or any tourism. There's very few hotels, and the hotels are 3,000 or 4,000 a night, and they're not anything great. But what they want is to keep people out. There's one road in and one road out. They've done a great job of keeping regular human beings out with their fat, disgusting families. They've kept them out, and they've done a great job. All the while tweeting about no human is illegal,
Right.
love is love, you know, we must embrace everybody.
Sure.
But what they've really done where they live, and this is what rich people are very good at, they're very good, they like to live in places that are inhospitable to other people. You know? Like they put houses on cliffs in Malibu,
Yep.
nowhere near anybody. And out in the Hamptons, they go to the far-flung end of Long Island. They like to be away from
Do
other
you
people.
go out there? Do you like go to parties? You hang out with those people?
I would like no, I don't really get invited to parties. I'm
Why?
waiting.
I would invite you.
I would invite me too. But I've not been invited. I've not been invited. I was invited to 1 or 2 parties in Austin. I went, I like said something about them, and then I was never invited again.
I brought you to the Elon party.
Yes, that was very nice.
That was fun.
I went to some tech guys party, and you know, I made like a joke or two about it on the podcast, and then the
was
invitations
it.
dried out. You know?
They're all wearing eyes
went,
wide
so
shut masks.
Ben went back to his party, and the guy gave Ben like a dirty look. And I told,
Really?
yeah, because I told Ben, I'm like, don't go. We're on this list by mistake. He doesn't want us coming back. He just didn't edit the list. Don't show up. Ben's like, I don't know. I think we're invited. I'm like, we're not. And he showed up, and the guy gave him a really dirty look.
Really?
And yeah, because he didn't want him there.
Really? Gave him a dirty look.
That's right, because Ben is Ben writes my whole show.
He writes all the ad-libs.
Everything that I say that seems like it's off the top of my head is written by Ben Avery, at Ben Avery is Good on Twitter, I think. And so anybody that's upset at anything I say, I'm an actor, and Ben is really the problem. So that's why the guy hated him. But yeah, I don't get invited to real parties out there. But out
If it
there
would
it's just
like
about
if
you
they
have
would,
the beach,
they'd
and
go
you have like
fine.
green farms and trees, and you just chill.
And
just chill.
Do you ever see Howard Stern?
No.
Does he go out of his house?
He has a like massive, he doesn't go out of his home. He's got a massive estate where he just chills. Most people there, I go out and we drive around and stuff and see stuff, but a lot of those people don't leave their home. So for the entire summer, they pretty much, maybe they go to 1 or 2 restaurants, They stay in their home, and then they have like a private beach that is like behind their house. Yeah, you have Seinfeld out there, Stern, Alec Baldwin, my friend, who's there to relax. And by the way, congrats to Alec Baldwin. That just got ruled an accident.
It did?
It did.
When?
Recently.
I thought they said that he had to have pulled the trigger.
He did, accidentally.
But he lied and he said he didn't pull the trigger.
People get nervous.
Taryn Butler from Taryn Tactical.
Yeah.
What does this say here? Medical investigator rules Baldwin set shooting an accident. Well, of course, he's not trying to kill that lady in front of everybody. I understand why they're saying, but that doesn't mean he wasn't negligible. Just because it was an accident.
What did the guy from Taryn Tactical say?
It's impossible for that gun to shoot. He showed me the gun. I have a video of it. I was like, I don't want to start trouble and release this. But in the video, he has the gun. Not the actual gun, but the same model gun.
Yeah.
And he's showing how the action of this works. And he's like, it's not possible for the hammer to go forward and just accidentally fire. And he like cocks it back and shows how it works. He's like, you have to engage the trigger. And he's like showing everybody in this video how it works.
He probably had Alec probably had the gun in his hand, and it's just kind of fun to pull the trigger, right? And if you have a gun, you go like, I wonder what this would feel like. I wonder what this would feel like. And then,
isn't it fucking wild that Hollywood in general is very anti-gun?
Yes.
But they promote guns more than any other media on the planet.
Right.
All their best movies, whether it's The Gray Man, or whether you're watching The Terminal List, or Mission Impossible, it's all guns save the day. Guns kill aliens, guns kill werewolves, guns kill everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone bad gets killed by guns.
That's right.
But guns are bad. They should have guns. It's crazy.
Well, these are also the same people that live in these 20,000 square foot homes and fly private jets, but talk endlessly about climate change. Same people. So it's like, to really, and I get it, because if they start paying you the kind of money they make to play pretend, they start paying you that kind of money to play dress up, to $80 million a year, $40 million a year, you start to go crazy. And when you develop this cognitive dissonance where you see yourself as something completely different than what other people see, and your behavior as something that's completely different. So they don't view that as hypocrisy. They view it as like, yeah, guns are bad, but we can make them good.
Insane, Dick. That's insane.
You see how crazy that sounds?
So crazy.
But that's
crazy,
literally
Dick.
the way they think. Guns are not good, but in our hands, they're great because we can craft a narrative that makes them justified to have. And that woman that lives in her house who protected herself against an intruder, that's not Mission Impossible. So that's how crazy they are.
And it doesn't seem odd if you think about what they do. They make fake things.
That's right.
So of course they're fake. Everything they do is pretend.
And they're all fake people. You know, we've talked about this before on this show. I mean, actors and actresses, for the most part, have never met themselves. They don't know who they are. If they did, they'd probably not be that good at their job, which is like every dumb role that I get that I audition for, I book none, by the way, because I'm still just me, trying to be a thing. But I'm not that good at being, I'm not horrible, but I'm not,
You're not crazy enough to pretend to be someone else.
Yeah, it's hard. If you put me in a thing, it's like, oh, Tim Dillon is the thing. Even if I pretend to be Meghan McCain, people go, that's Tim Dillon. Like, it's not, none of my imitations are the person. They're all just me. Rachel Levine, whoever it is. Some people want that's Rachel. But it's one of those things where the actors I know that I'm friends with are usually like good looking, but like they're not distinct looking, and they can fit easily into any of these characters, and they don't really know who they are. So if somebody tells them like 6-year-olds should get gender reassignment surgery, they go, okay. And if they go, no one should have a gun, they go, okay. Like they don't have opinions.
Well, it's also that system is set up so that you're always trying to get chosen for things.
That's right.
So you're always saying the things that you think people want to hear, and you're always espousing the correct political philosophies
Right.
and positions on things, because your whole gig is trying to get people to choose you for something.
That's right.
So you can't do anything controversial, or you can't escape those
Yeah,
lines.
and we need actors. Here's the thing: you need movies, you need actors, and you need them to be dumb. You need them to be good-looking and dumb, and you need them to just do what they're told, because you can't have an actor on set going, "Well, I actually think it would be a nightmare."
Yeah.
And every suggestion that most actors have is bad because they're stupid. So you need them to be exactly kind of what they are. It would just be nice if we could just turn down the volume on the politics and everything else and just kind of let them do what they're good for, which is to pretend to be other people. So you need that. You can't have, you don't want to see me. You don't want to have the gray man with me. You want Ethan Hawke. You don't want, what's the thing on Stranger Things? I can't play all of the kids on Stranger Things. It would be odd. People wouldn't like it. You can't do like a young adult Twilight with me in it. So they need to exist, but they just can't talk about, you know, espionage or whatever they're talking about. Unless it's
FBI
about
raid
their
on Mar-a-Lago.
movie. Yeah, it's,
Right.
yeah, I don't need, you know,
Don't you think that more people are aware of that now than ever? And one of the things is
Yeah.
like the Johnny Depp trial or Alec
Yes.
Baldwin getting in trouble. We're realizing more and more that these people are insane.
well, they're crazy. But it's also what happens, I think, when, you know, everything is at your fingertips. You've removed most of the struggles that normal people go through. And you are just, you're incredibly lucky and privileged, and you inhabit this rarefied air that very few people do, and you have like kind of the time and you have the ability to go as crazy as you can. And that most people maybe don't have the time. Like I have friends where I'm like, thank God you have work. Thank God you have a job. Thank God you have a family. And thank God you don't have a lot of money, because you don't need to have the freedom to be the full version of yourself. Like that can be a little bit of a problem.
Is this an intervention?
No. I think you're kind of poor, to be honest. I've spent time in the Hamptons. No one thinks you have a lot of money there. They think you have like cute money. It's like podcast money's like cute, but these people own third world countries. So no, I'm here to help you. I think you're struggling. I think you're, you know, I mean, it's, you know.
But it is a hypocrisy you're talking about that. You know?
Yes, you are now the wealthiest comedian, really, other than Seinfeld, that's ever lived. That's pretty much the truth.
I think Kevin Hart has more money than me.
That might be true,
Yeah, I think he does.
but he won't.
What do
You know what I mean? What? You're gonna you leave the planet a billionaire. I think so. I think so. If you would listen to me.
What do I have to do?
Well, if you get into the weed game, you're a billionaire in a week.
I'm getting in the weed game, man.
I'm telling you, like, you just with a few good decisions,
Right?
you've got a date. You're gonna get a billion, and Kevin could too, but you're up there, and it's wild to see. You know, it's good, and you deserve it. But you know, I'm horribly jealous. And every minute I say, it should be me. Every minute. I tell Ben, I go, it should be me.
Well, you're already on a fucking pretty...
Oh, Patreon? That's
Stratospheric
nothing.
ride.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, but you're on
compared
the
to
way
what-
up.
Well, that's very nice of you to say.
This is just the beginning. If you go back to my podcast 10 years ago, I wasn't making any money.
Well, what's weird right now is that, like, it is weird. We were just talking about, like, society is weird in the sense that there is a lot of money and then there's a lot of problems. And we're learning that money doesn't fix all the problems. This is something interesting.
Yeah.
You can throw money at things and it's not fixed, right?
Sometimes it creates problems.
Sometimes it creates problems. And then you're at a very interesting place where you go, well, California's got a $21 billion surplus. And you go, you should be able to just fix it. Homelessness, whatever.
Yeah.
$21 billion. More than you thought you would have. But you realize that human beings gum that system up a lot. And you go, oh, it's not as easy as we think to just fix something with money. You know?
How does California ever get fixed? Because when we were just talking about it in the lobby.
It has the most stunning natural beauty of any state. It has so many things that are positive, but then there are so many problems, and those problems seem insurmountable. Now.
But they did 3-4 years ago.
That's right.
That's what's crazy. I
Go back to
remember 2018, it seemed like LA was a great place to be. Just a lot of traffic, but pretty fucking fun.
That's right. In New York, there in the early 90s, a Rockette was stabbed in the back in Central Park. One of the people who does the Radio City Christmas show. It was on the cover of the New York Post, the Times, all these places. And it was this watershed moment where people in New York City were like, fuck, we have a problem. It was a horrifying image, very visceral image of the criminal element that was running the city. People were getting stabbed, shot, murdered, junkies everywhere. And then that was what led to Giuliani. And then Giuliani really did clean up New York. He's lost his mind a little bit now, but he absolutely cleaned up New York. And he stopped people from loitering and doing all these things. People do not want to hear that. It wasn't only Giuliani. Other things happened. Disney kind of came in to Times Square. There was a lot of corporate pressure as well to make things safe. But you don't have a figure like that in California. Rick Caruso potentially, he's running, but the problem is you have an LA City Council where they're crazy, and they can kind of stop what the mayor from doing. And you need to outlaw camping. You need to outlaw. You need to figure out another way. You cannot have people live on the street. You have to figure out a way to house these people, and it's very difficult. The problem with California is New York is smaller, and people's decisions affect other people's lives more. And California, Pasadena has nothing to do with Manhattan Beach, which has nothing to do with Thousand Oaks, which has nothing to do with West Hollywood. So everybody's kind of in their own little spot, and if they're not immediately affected by it, they just go, huh. So New York, you do have that idea of this is an organism, it's a city, we're all on the subway. We're all, affected. So people, I think, are more likely to invest themselves in having certain outcomes in New York.
Don't you think it's a different time, too? Because in the 90s, when you go back to the 90s when Giuliani took over in New York, there was no social media. So there wasn't these rigid ideologies that people have carved into their skin.
Yes. I think there was no social media. And I think people, were not as coarsened as they are now with the idea that people have become very cynical now, which I get, I'm one of them. And they tend to look at all political solutions as inherently fallible, that they won't work, because politicians have proven again and again to fail all the time. And you just end up being very cynical about it.
Yeah,
even,
I saw that too.
Guys that have good ideas and say the right things, you go, yeah, but you're a politician. So, but your nature as a human being is to tell me something I would like to hear. And then we see the big, even Trump, who came in and said, I want to do this, that, and the other thing. There are all of these forces that keep Trump from doing these things, whether you agree with them or not. It's not as easy. You can't just wave a wand and make things happen. There's this corrupt system that has gone on forever, and the answer to that is, who knows? You don't want to put a dictator in. You don't want a guy with absolute power. But you also look at the system we have now as this weird, closed doors, behind the scenes, where everybody's out for themselves. And you go, how do you get anything done? How does anything get done when we have Congress people engaging in insider trading or out there?
Wait.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
Pelosi.
Really?
Nancy Pelosi. I would guess. If I had to guess, I would say they are taking information and weaponizing it and using it to enrich themselves.
How is that not illegal? Can you turn the AC
Yeah.
up? It's a little warm in here, Jamie. I just don't understand how that's not illegal.
It's true.
I really can't imagine. Did you see what
They
they
make
asked
the
Nancy
laws.
Pelosi about it? And she's like, no,
Thanks,
man.
man.
Yeah.
She puts the microphone down.
Well, this is
okay, bye.
part of the reason why somebody like her might want to stay in office forever is because if she gets out, they might start looking into stuff.
Yeah, then they come for her.
Right? So it might be, maybe you go, why is this old, because she's an old dinosaur.
she's
She's a
81 years old.
pterodactyl.
Yeah.
And you go, why is she in there? And you go, well, part of her being in there might be a way to insulate herself from people looking into things and going, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, the husband just dumped $5 million into NVIDIA right before they put out. They decided to do something with chips. They started to do something with semiconductor chips in the United States.
Right.
So right before they passed this, he goes and spends $5 million.
And those are the
NVIDIA
Democrats. Those are supposed to be the people that are for the working class, which is like funny.
What's weird
they're
about
so
that? He
old.
sold it right before it too, which is a very strange thing to happen. I don't understand.
What do you mean? He sold it when it was down and then bought more?
He bought it and then like a week, I think it was like a week or two after everyone started making a note of it, they sold it. And they said like they sold it at a loss.
Oh, he probably had to cover his ass. Wow. He sold it to avoid any misinformation. Click on that.
That was an awkward dinner. Yeah, she's like, get it out, dump it. Can you imagine her just going, dump it, dump it? What did you do, Paul? Dump it. I told you to do it under another name.
Oh my God. That's amazing that he would blow $5 million at a loss. Wow. Wow, he sold millions worth of stocks in chipmaker NVIDIA at a loss the day before the Senate passed a multi-billion-dollar bill aimed in part at boosting U.S. chip manufacturing that sent NVIDIA's shares surging. A decision Pelosi's office said was to avoid further misinformation about the couple's investments. Oh my God, that is amazing. What kind of fucking misinformation would it be when we actually have the information? That's what's wild.
It's not misinformation.
They just call things misinformation.
Yeah, it's information.
Yeah, it's actual, real information.
Yeah. So this is the problem, you know? It's like, how do you, when a country has reached this point where these are the actors and they're bad actors and we know that, and this is only what we know about.
Yeah.
You know, the next inevitable step, which again I don't think is good, is a dictatorship. Is somebody who comes in and executes all of these people and goes, I'm now and you know, which is not good, but that does seem to be the next inevitable step.
They're going to do that through a method where it doesn't look like a dictatorship.
Sure.
Like a social credit score system that's attached to a centralized digital currency.
That's right.
You see Maxine Waters the other day talking about a digital currency.
That's
to
right.
compete with China.
They can delete you. They want to delete.
Yeah.
They've always wanted to delete you. Like I used to, you know, a couple of weeks ago I was getting 100,000 views on an Instagram story. Now I'm getting 30. I don't know what happened, but they just shut something off. They could just shut things off.
Yeah.
You notice these weird things that they do, and you notice it on YouTube. So they want to be, and eventually they want to fuck with your money. They want to fuck with your money because that's the heart and soul of what they can do. So that centralized currency or whatever it is, they will just enforce compliance by the terrifying reality that they can take it all from you immediately.
And there's got to be well, we know there's coordination between Twitter and the White House.
Yes.
Is that Alex Berenson case? Do you know what's going on with that?
I know Alex Berenson. I don't know that he was deleted from Twitter, right?
And he got back on. He won in court.
Oh, interesting.
He's back on Twitter. Not only that, but now he wants to sue the White House because he has documents that show that the White House directly contacted Twitter about the things that he was proven to be correct about, which is why he was let back on Twitter.
Yeah.
But they were saying, what are you doing about Alex Berenson? The White House directly contacted Twitter, asking what they're doing about Alex Berenson.
I remember with you, they said something about you, too.
Yeah, that the government needs to do more.
The government needs to do
Jen
more.
Psaki.
Jen Psaki, the government should do more.
Or that Spotify should do more.
So they, you know, they believe that these are their shock troops that can take people off that they don't like.
Yeah.
And then the people on the far left, I think, are also waking up because they, you know, are starting to realize that journalists like Chris Hedges, who's a war correspondent, who's a socialist writer, a brilliant writer, a lot of his stuff was taken off because it happened to be on RT. And they took all, you know, Chris Hedges' show On Contact. They had all of these hours and hours of him conducting interviews.
Abby
with
Martin's
people.
her entire library was removed.
Entire
because
library.
It's on RT.
So I think people even, you know, it's not necessarily ideology. It's are you a critic of the current regime? Are you a critic of the way that the empire is manifesting itself, however it is? Are you a critic of that? And if you are, how do we deal with you? How do we deal with you? And we'll take the social media, and then eventually we'll take the money. I mean, that's probably what ends up happening.
What do you think they're going to do to you?
I don't know. If I stay where I am right now, like if I don't get to your level, which is going to be I don't think I will get to your level. If I stay where I am right now, probably nothing. If I get bigger, I don't know. They might shut me off, or they might try to like, you know, they demonetize a lot of our stuff.
Yeah.
Thank God for awesome companies like Patreon. That,
You know,
knock on
Substack
wood.
is doing that now. Substack has got podcasts now.
I know, they had a meeting with me, they have no money. Yeah, they have no money. I'm not moving from Patreon to Substack for no money. Why would I do that? It's insane. They had a meeting with me and they're like, yeah, we want you to come over because you like it. I'm like, are you on crack? I know you had one of them here and they're like nice enough people.
Great
but
guy.
Yeah,
Great
great.
ethics.
Good. They have him, what if Spotify came to you and instead of 100 million, they said, don't you like it? Don't you want to come over because you like it? It's like, no, get
They
the
tried
fucking
that
checkbook out, you cheap fucks. What are we talking about? We're wasting our goddamn time. So, and yeah, I like Substack and good for them. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're all, every day I try to make good moves with money because I go, you know, we're all living at the whims of an algorithm we don't understand.
Yeah.
And we have no idea who the fuck these people are. Good for Netflix. I just put a special out on Netflix. It's called
Your new material is fucking fantastic.
Well, thank you. The
really
Netflix
good
is
stuff.
called The Jews Started AIDS.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's the special. It's called The Jews
But is
Started
that a
AIDS.
true fact?
And it is. And Netflix has not given me any notes on it. They actually said thank you for doing this. No, Ed Sarandos called me personally and said like, thanks. No, it's a joke, but the new special I put out, we say retard and dyke and faggot, we do jokes about the vaccine, and they didn't give us any notes, and they just said, oh, you're a big idiot, and you're a comedian, and you can say whatever you want. So that's good. That's a nice thing. And no one really online got too mad about it. One guy wrote, because I made fun of fast food workers, he's like, they don't own the companies. And I'm like, thanks. Thanks, guy. But, you know, but nobody was that mad. I think we're getting to the point now where things are, people are just trying to have fun again.
We were just having that conversation with Louis.
Yes.
Where it's like you can see, he's saying the green grass is coming through the snow.
Yes, all the cool kids now are unwoke. Some of them are going back to Christianity because it's the only way to be rebellious. Because, you know, everybody's a blue-haired, non-binary talking about piss orgies. And that's like, it's the cover of Newsweek. So you have to be like a Catholic, Opus Dei, you know, like saying the rosary to be a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Like you used to be able to just dye your hair and get a tattoo and a nose ring. Now that's like, oh, what are you running for Congress? So now the other side of it is a lot of people are kind of going, which is there's elements of that are good. There's elements of that are not great probably, but you know, that's what young kids are doing now because they're like, fuck this shit. They're like, they've realized that how empty this current world is that we've created spiritually for people because it is empty.
It is empty.
It's just very empty. It's about money and profit and everything has no history or tradition or there's everything's so disorienting, things happen so quickly that the pace of change is like making people go, what the fuck? And people need to situate themselves in the universe and they don't know how to do it. And they're going, dude, I'm like, this rock is spinning and I don't know what's going on. And every day there's a new edict about what you can say, what's real and what's not. And people are going back to things that root them. And one of them is religion. I think religion has a lot of positives. I mean, there's some negatives, but I think religion has positives for sure.
It's definitely a good moral scaffolding for a lot of people.
You need something to ground you, make you humble, make you realize that you are living for a finite amount of time on earth. You should treat people with respect. There's a code is good to have a moral code. I'm not saying what yours should be or not, but just the constant stuffing money down your throat, having tons of meaningless sex, you know, constantly obsessing over material things, these are probably ultimately spiritually empty things.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm starting a church, by
That's
the
the
way.
only way to get out of this. We need a new church.
We need a new church, and me and Caitlyn Jenner are starting a church. It's for progressive rich people that are also racist. It's important to have a religion that recognizes, as a gay person who doesn't really, you know, gays are fine, and Caitlyn doesn't really like trans people. So we are the figureheads of the church, and we are ministering mainly to rich heterosexuals.
Do you get heat from the gay population? Do gay people get upset at you?
No, they don't really care that much. I mean, they would if they knew more about me, but they're in their own world. Everyone's in their own world now.
Yeah.
So if you're in my little podcast world, you're in that. If you're in the other world, if you watch SNL, it's a different world. We're on a different planet. If you watch SNL every week, like put it on and go, yeah! Like if you're, then we're on a you don't know who I am. And you would hate me if you knew about me, but you don't even know who I am. So everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And if you listen to me every week, or if you watch me and Christine and Tom on the live stream, watch people like crush penises with stilettos or whatever those sick fucks are watching, I mean, then yeah, it's just different worlds.
What they're doing over there at your
brilliant.
mom's house is fucking wild.
It's wild.
It's wild. No one's ever done it before. To have a pay-per-view completely uncensored. I mean, it's like the worst of Live Leak, the
Yes.
worst of...
It feels very old school internet.
Yeah.
People really pull up videos. It's cringe, it's crazy, it's fun. But they're also brilliantly compromised where, you know, America's an amazing place when you leave it for a little bit and you realize how dysfunctional it is, how big it is, how large, how amazingly massive and vast it is, and how hard it is to get anyone on the same page about anything.
Yeah.
Because people in Louisiana, we were just talking about LA, there's people in, you know, the Hollywood Hills and people in fucking downtown LA have nothing to do with each other. Well, now imagine people in the backwoods of like Louisiana and the forests of Portland, Oregon. I mean, this is such a massive country, so many people to get on the same page about anything. So you're gonna have these states that are gonna have fights, and then they're gonna make laws, and certain people will move here, and certain people will move there. But it's such a boring way to live, to me, to be constantly uprooting yourself because of political reasons. You know, to me, it's just you become this person that you don't even know who you are anymore. You're like, well, I'm a reaction to that, you know?
Yeah.
And I understand why people do it. So if I have kids, I don't want them living in a fucking hellscape of LA or whatever, you know what I mean? I get it. Some people need to live somewhere where they have safety for their family. But it just feels like the lack of uniform standards in this country hurt it a little bit. The idea that everybody is so all over the place hurts it a little bit. There should be certain things we're able to come together on.
Yeah, but then do you think that it's a good thing to have states' rights where you have different law? I mean, that's the great thing about that is places that have like legalized marijuana.
Sure.
You know, there's places that have things that are outside the norm.
Yeah, I think states' rights are good. And I don't think everybody, I don't necessarily say it's a one-size-fits-all, but if you look at how profoundly dysfunctional the country is and how it just seems like infighting and everybody's at war all the time about all these things, I feel like some of these fights are things that, for the strength of our overall union, should be decided, and that should be it. Like, you know, I mean, if we're going to be a strong country that has a unified front in the face of other countries, I think we have to figure certain things out. I don't think you can have 50 places doing everything completely differently. That seems longer, because then why be a country? And I'm not saying you shouldn't have different regional things, but I'm trying to find the reason we're a country right now. Other than, you know what I mean? Other than like the economic and the military and the fact that it's been a scam for 50 years of cheap credit and an economy based on war and blah, blah, blah. But what would keep us a country going forward if we're all just going to spiral off into our own directions?
I didn't turn up the volume because it was a slow run.
Yeah, you know, sports, Monday Night Football, like, what will keep us? If Texas is their own thing and California, I mean, these states are big enough to be their own countries.
For sure, if it was Europe.
Yeah, so why would it be America in 30 years? And it might not be. I'm just interested.
Well, the fear is that to compete with other countries that are united, like China,
That's
we have
right.
to become closer to them, and that's what Maxine Waters was saying. Which
That's
is
right.
I mean, that's the thinly veiled.
And I've had the journalist Whitney Webb on my show. Who has a book out. And she said that a lot of our AI and stuff, a lot of our tech people go, listen, in order to compete with Chinese technology, which is a lot of it surveillance technology, things like that, we have to have it first. Ours has to be better. We have to have technological hegemony. We have to sell it to the world. before they sell it to the world, and so we have to become a little bit of a police state.
You know, it woke a lot of people's eyes up when the pandemic hit and we couldn't get things shipped over here.
Yeah.
How much they make overseas.
Oh,
How much we need.
90% of antibiotics
Yeah.
are like made in China. Something crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, all of our electronics, there is something highly ironic about tweeting about woke politics on a phone that's made by slaves.
Of course.
I mean, it's really like the height of it.
Yeah.
Because that's the #1 distribution method is through phones.
Yeah.
And or any kind of electronics. It's really the only distribution method for that information.
It seems tough to beat China, and I don't know that it'll happen. It does seem like they're a tough. It's going to be tough.
Well, they're connected. The government and the military is inexorably connected to business. You cannot operate without the consent and the approval of the Chinese government.
It's a tough country to beat. I, of course, believe in China. I believe in one China. I don't recognize Taiwan. I never have since a boy. Since I'm a young boy.
Do you speak Mandarin?
I speak fluent Mandarin. I will, ever since I was a young child over 9, my parents said we do not recognize Taiwan in this house. And
Call it Chinese Taipei.
They go, we believe in one China. And they explained it to me. We had a thing on the wall. So that's where I'm at. But Biden, you, and the rest of the cucks can go over there to Taiwan and do whatever the fuck you want. But no, here's the other thing. It's like, I read a little bit about that. I'm like, yeah, of course China thinks Taiwan's part of that. And I'm not trying to start problems, but it's like, I'm not fighting these wars. I'm not going to Ukraine, and I'm not going to Taiwan. So figure it out. We got 1 million fucking nuclear weapons, and we're surrounded by oceans. We should be fine. Enough already. Truly.
But not.
It's my stance.
Because they have supersonic weapons now.
Yeah, but so do we. We have everything they have.
Do we?
Of course we do.
Do we 100% have supersonic
We
weapons?
absolutely have everything they have. Why wouldn't we? What, are we not as evil? Are we not as smart? Have we not been breeding sociopaths forever? We invented it. We blew everyone out. They've never even used. We're like, they have supersonic weapons. We're the only ones who've used the fucking weapons. We're the only ones who've really used nukes. So I'm pretty sure that whatever some monster thought of, we also have. We've also got a lot of shit.
What do we have? Does the U.S. have
Well, we won't
supersonic
even
weapons?
know. We don't know what we
I
have.
think they said they're testing them, right? Haven't they said that?
Yes, but we also wouldn't know what the fuck we have.
We don't know
Right.
what we have.
That's the problem.
Who knows what we have? But we got to get on the same page here. You know what I mean? Like, we need to just fucking cut the bullshit. Stop. Just have fucking rules. Stop with you can be trans when you're 17.
17?
17, but not fully. You have to do a summer of like fake trans, and then 18. As soon as if we can draft you into war, you can go chop yourself. But you're going to war. You know what I mean? Trans people get free operations, but they do 2 years in the military. Boom, done. Done. It's over. Roe v. Wade, you have to have your children, but you have to give the babies, we have to have them, they go right into like we conscript them into some thing. They go mine Bitcoin or whatever. Have to have your baby, we take it down. Property of the state, fine. Be more responsible. There's ways to do it. We can solve all these problems. Here's the thing with the cops. You can't defund them, they have to be there, but you should be able to slap them occasionally. Citizens should be able to slap the police, and the police can't do anything back. So there's got to be ways and rules to fix it. Because otherwise, we're just going to have all these problems forever, you know?
But what kind of, like, in all seriousness?
Yes.
What kind of rules could be established that would unite people?
Well,
And is it a rule thing or is it a leader thing? Like, if we had a leader that united people?
You need a leader. You need somebody who can say, listen, everybody, because everybody is both things inside of them, like, whether they know it or not. Like, everybody is a psychopathic Texas gun nut, and everybody is a fat blue-haired dyke in Portland. We all have those two things in us. We all have a crazy meat-in-the-woods proud boy and an Antifa fat bitch in us. And we have to make sure that the fusion of those two things is what makes us great, you know? We all have those two things. All of us get mad at corporations and want to burn them down, but we don't go into the Portland Center and throw eggs at a Starbucks because we're sane. And then all of us get mad when, like, I don't know, like somebody, whatever, like at a fast food place, someone of a different race doesn't get our order right. We all get mad, but we don't go into the woods with a burning cross because we have things to do. So what we have to realize is that we're Americans. You know, we're deeply selfish monsters that have been bred to destroy all life on Earth. We have to not lose sight of that message. We're here to fuck things up for everyone else, not each other. And that's what we had in the 80s and the 90s. We had a commitment to apathy while our leaders ran around pillaging the earth. And we made great movies and great art, and it was fine. Yes, people got killed, but people always get killed. But now we're at war with each other. We should just be enjoying the spoils of the end of the empire. Truly. We should be enjoying it. People, so many people got killed, murdered, tortured, and maimed for us to have all the nice things we have. Do you know how insane it is to not enjoy it? You know how crazy it is to not enjoy a McMansion, a flat screen TV, a McFlurry? You know how much blood is in the street for those things? And people act like they don't even matter. And they're fighting about all this bullshit? It's crazy. Anyway, that's the truth. That's the real truth. Nobody wants to hear it, but that is the truth. We have, a lot of these things are nice, but some of them are ill-gotten gains. Fine. You know, not everybody picking tomatoes is happy about it. But have you ever had a good, like a nice Jersey thick beefsteak tomato? It's good. Imagine having one and then fighting with someone about something. It's stupid. If there's a hell, we're all going. And if there's not, we get reincarnated when we're Beatles or something. But just enjoy it. And nobody wants to enjoy it. And that's what makes me upset. Is that we used to have a country built on enjoyment. Built on fat, stupid people enjoying the work of a small group of demons. And now we can't even enjoy it. Can't even have fun.
You know what I think unites us?
Yeah.
Aliens.
That's interesting. See, this is your thing, and no one cares about aliens, but they should.
Yeah, I think
Some people do.
I think that's what unites us. I think if they come,
That,
then we
oh,
get
you're
it-
right. You're
then we
certainly
get
right about that.
United, and then we realize, like, oh my God, like we're thinking we're in control.
That's right.
And we are just the shit-throwing monkeys of the universe.
That's right. And if aliens come down here and fuck us all up and put us in line, it could be the best thing in the world for us.
I think they come down and shut down all the nukes.
Interesting.
I think that's it. I think they're like watching two brothers fight in the yard. Like, they just let them sort
Right.
it out. Don't let them stab each other.
Right.
Let them sort it out.
Right.
And then when it gets too much, like, okay, break it up.
Yeah.
All right, we need some rules here.
We do need someone to come in here and just shut us down a little bit.
Do you remember Ronald Reagan said that?
Yes.
He said that in a speech to the United Nations.
He said, we'll unite in the face of like
Yeah.
an existential.
Yeah, and then all the alien people went nuts, like, oh my God, he knows something.
But you know, all these years and all these disclosures, and we still don't know shit, right?
Why would we?
I know, it's amazing. Like all these alien disclosures, all this shit,
Yeah.
and no one knows anything.
Well, do you think ants in one of those leafcutter ant colonies have a detailed understanding of
Yeah,
the way
that's a
nuclear
good
power
idea.
works?
That's a good idea. That's true. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it's like.
It's-
I mean, we
yeah.
like to think that we're super advanced, but we are, but only compared to other things on Earth.
That's right, because those aliens have probably bred out all the things that bother us, like
Yeah.
personalities and
Gender.
sex and gender and everything.
Yeah, hormones.
They're probably
Emotions.
so maybe this is like we're just in this sloppy stage of truly becoming those higher level people, beings.
I think that's what's happening. I think that's part of what our obsession with gender and gender neutral and gender
Right.
this is going. Like we're going to be genderless. All
Yeah.
it's going to take is something that they can do technologically that replaces all the things you get from biological love and fear
That's right.
and emotions.
But isn't it good to know that
need.
we lived in the best times
Oh, yeah, we
of
lived in the
America?
wildest times.
We had the wildest, but we also lived in the best times. Like in 50 years, it's not going to be as good.
What year were you born?
1985.
So you were born before the internet.
Good run.
So you.
I remember what it was like.
Yeah. So you remember what it was like pre-internet.
Yes.
I remember what it was like pre-answering machine. I'm 55.
That's
I'm
crazy.
fucking old. I remember everything. I remember pre-call waiting. I remember when you got a beep beep and you realized
Wow.
someone else was calling. You're like,
Fuck.
holy shit, this is crazy.
big. Yeah.
Another person is calling while I'm on a line with a different person.
Yeah.
This
Like
is the future.
we've experienced this amazing time, and the way the climate and everything within 30 to 50 years. I mean, it's gonna. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah, the climate thing is interesting because it's hard to figure out who's accurate. I've talked to people that they're
Yeah.
skeptical about forecasts because they, and this is a guy, was it Steve Kirsch? No, what is it? What was the gentleman's name that did the podcast? That was the guy who wrote that book, Unsettled. It's a very good book because he's a physicist and he's a very sort of stoic guy who explains things from a point. You know his name?
Stephen Coonan.
Koonin. That's right, Stephen Koonin. This book, Unsettled. I recommend it. It's very
Interesting.
very interesting.
But it's just whether human beings are contributing to the degree that people say they are or not, it's just going to suck.
I don't know.
Things are getting hot. There's droughts. There's all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I think things are definitely getting hot, and I
Things
think
just
we
change.
definitely are contributing to that.
Yeah.
But the question is how much, and even if we weren't, would it still be happening? And it seems like it has in history.
Yeah, my point is just like, we had a nice real run here of like, before it gets really bad. Well, and it'll last for a few more, we'll get a couple of years out of it.
How bad do things could get?
Well, I don't know if the droughts keep going and the extreme heat keeps going. Those aren't good.
No.
The hurricanes and all that. So, I mean, it seems like...
Yeah, but see, that's what Steve Koonin said. It's like those have not increased. In fact, they've decreased in power.
Okay.
Like, we have this idea that everything is ramping up, and he's like, that's not true.
Right.
And if you look at, like, long term, like, we're looking at things in terms of our own lifetime, and this is not my perspective, this is his perspective. If you look at a long-term model, like 1,000 years, you have this dip that goes up and down, regardless of...
because we don't zoom out enough. It's very possible. It's probably true. It just does seem like with more and more people, even if the climate stays relatively consistent, just the amount of people, things are just going to get worse.
Well, the amount of people is interesting, but in places where it's urbanized, the birth rate is dropping.
Right.
And that's what Elon's worried about. That's his excuse for having 90 kids.
Interesting.
He thinks people need to have more people.
Right.
Which is interesting.
And I'm not even an anti-people person. I just mean, like, there is an inevitability to things becoming unmanageable. It does seem like that. And it just seems like that. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like it does.
Well,
it feels like it is. Everyone's living in their own realities, and it just feels like we're heading towards problems.
Well, when you get big numbers, things become harder to manage, right?
Harder.
And that's one of the reasons why Austin cleaned up its homeless population so easy.
Right.
Because we only have 1 million people. There was only 2,000 homeless people.
Not a lot.
So they took them, they put them in shelters, they put them in hotels, they they did a good job. They took the tents away. It's one of the few cities where you go, where you don't see any tents. You see one or two, and they always clean them up. They clean them up.
There's no tents here anymore.
But it was bad for a while.
There's still some vagrants.
Oh, there's still vagrants.
There's still some vagrants.
You can't keep people from wandering around the street, and they definitely need more mental health care, and they definitely need more people that can take care of these folks and help them out. But that's the problem.
Beverly Hills does a great job of it.
They do.
Beverly Hills does a great job.
Yeah. Well, they also, they have a lot of fucking money.
Well, listen.
And it goes other places.
If Jamal Khashoggi had to get it so that I can enjoy a nice walk to get coffee in the morning, it is what it is.
Did you see they fucking arrested that woman who's a PhD student for retweeting and following activists?
Stop tweeting. Stop tweeting. What is wrong with you? How many times have I told these people, get off Twitter?
Yeah.
It's nice. I live in a nice part of Beverly Hills where, and I go back and forth, I live here too, but I have this lovely, the Kingdom of Saud runs Beverly Hills, and it's a great culture, and all the men smoke, and all the women are very quiet. And you never have to turn around to a Saudi woman and go, keep it down. They're very quiet, and it's nice, and it's really nice. So I like it, and I'm a fan of the regime. I'm a fan of the regime. I don't know Jamal Khashoggi. Was Jamal Khashoggi helping me or no? It's just a really nice, beautiful... Beverly Hills is gorgeous, and they don't tolerate shit. And a lot of it's because it's mainly like Persian Jews and Saudis. It's really what it is.
And a lot of those live golf posters.
Yeah, live golf. Everyone's like, yeah, we're living, and we're going to be golfing. Live golf, fuck the PGA, big fan of live golf, big fan.
Selling Trump.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Big fan. But no, I mean, it's a reality. It's an uncomfortable reality, but the reality is that Beverly Hills looks a hell of a lot better than the rest of LA.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
And you can't really turn the rest of LA into Beverly Hills.
No.
There's not much you could do.
No, but a lot of that is because the residents of Beverly Hills will not tolerate what's going on elsewhere. And those residents are not white Americans. That's why the racists are wrong. The racists are, it's white people, white people, white people. They fucking destroyed Seattle. They destroyed Portland. White people do a lot of fucked up shit. Saudis do not.
And they do it under the guise of white guilt, too.
That's right. They do it under the guise of virtue signaling and white. Saudis did one bad thing, 9/11. And it's bad, but mulligan, move on. Let's not fixate on it forever. It was a not nice thing, but there's some really cool movies about it. And a couple of my friends who sadly lost their parents, got some nice money. So let's just move on. It's not a big deal. The new Freedom Tower is gorgeous. They didn't do it again, and they probably did it with help from our government. So, hey. Yeah, I mean, there's no way in hell we're being told the truth about that day. We're not being told the truth. I don't know what the truth is, but we are not being told the truth.
But isn't that one of those things where after a horrific disaster, people look for threads of conspiracy?
Yeah, and they're right, too.
You think?
Yeah, that would be correct. That'd be the correct impulse. Well, because they don't happen all the time. So if they happened all the time, you'd go, oh, this is just, after a rainstorm, you got to be really crazy to go, well, it's the government controlling the fucking weather. But when a president is whacked and they're not whacked all the time, and they're whacked in fucking Dallas, Texas, you know, and they're whacked by a guy who ends up getting whacked, that makes you go, oh, that's interesting.
And a guy who travels back and forth freely from the Soviet Union.
You know, when all of American air defenses are outsmarted by a ragtag group of guys who couldn't pass a fucking flight test, does that make you give it a second look? When a plane going into the Pentagon, there's not one video of that plane going into the Pentagon that's ever been released when there's 90 cameras on the fucking Pentagon? It's not one, except one little weird thing where you go, look at that ball of light explode.
What
It's
do you
just,
think? You don't think that was a plane that hit the Pentagon?
I have no idea what it was. There's 90 cameras on the Pentagon. Release one. Release one.
That one video doesn't look like a plane to you?
No.
What does it
Show
look
it,
like?
Jamie. Can you show
What
it?
does it look like?
Get it up, Jamie. It's an old school podcast.
What does it look like?
It's just a ball of light. It's weird. Doesn't seem like a plane. Aren't there other cameras that would show the plane?
So here it is.
Here's the plane.
Here we
Can you just play it again? Does
It's
that
just
look
instantaneous.
to me, it's
Let me
like
see it again. From the very beginning, you don't see it at all.
it's weird that that's the only video of this thing.
Is this?
Only frame you can see something else before.
9/11. There's a million.
That
different,
looks like a plane.
But you can't tell what kind of plane. You don't know how big it is. All you see is white.
Let me see that again.
And listen,
That looks like a fucking plane to me.
they analyze this actually brilliantly in a documentary called 9/11: The New Pearl Harbor, and they actually talk about this exact video that was released and the frame rate and everything like that. But it is impossible to know
I'm
if
missing
that
this
thing that
discussion.
you're
Well,
seeing,
look how big it is. It looks like a plane.
all you're seeing is a streak of white.
Right.
That's
But
all
look,
you can see.
but look at that right there. Tell me that doesn't look like a plane.
I have no idea what the hell that is.
But doesn't it look like a plane?
I have no idea what
Okay.
kind of plane, how big it is.
If I said to you, do you think that that is a house?
I wouldn't say it's a house.
It's not a flying house.
It's not a flying house.
It's the shape of a plane, right? It's
That-
more likely a
it is-
plane than
it
a
is-
house.
It is a shape like a plane, which has the same shape as a missile, which has the same shape as a lot of things. It is cylindrical and white.
Yeah, but is that the same shape as a missile? It's like it's way bigger than a missile.
Oh, for sure.
Look how big that is. That's as big as a plane.
Are you telling me why is there only one video of this when the Pentagon is one of the most surveilled places on Earth?
Play it again?
This looks like it's from a parking thing,
Right.
right? Like you
There's
pull up and
no
say,
other. There's no other videos of this thing. The FBI confiscated like 80 or 90 of those videos.
It looks like it hit the ground as it's hitting the building. Do it one more time. That looks like a plane to me, man.
Does that look like a 757?
Is that what it was supposed to be?
Yeah, massive
But,
757.
but it's our perspective, though. It easily could be a 757. If you look at the perspective, that's a big ass building. And look
If
how
you look
small
at-
that plane is.
Yeah,
But it's small compared to the building. But if you had a plane out there with its wings, you would think, yeah, that's about the size of a plane in relationship to that massive building.
okay. And there should be some. I would just imagine there'd be other angles.
Right,
of
but
this.
a lack of proof is not proof.
A lack of proof can be a question.
Yeah,
And there
I
should
guess
be-
you could have a question, but
Well,
that
one of my questions would be, why is there one angle of this available? Do you know how many angles there are of the planes going into the Twin Towers? Is a few.
right, but that's a different animal, right? Especially the second plane going into the Twin Towers because they were already observing the first one.
For sure. But there's got to be more cameras around the Pentagon than just this one parking garage. That was my question.
But didn't they find wreckage of a plane on the lawn? There's photographs of wreckage.
There is photographs of weird stuff that is consistent with the plane, but it's also like very hard. They don't have any. I don't believe they don't really have. There's certain things that they found, certain things that they didn't find, and it's weird that there's only one depiction of it in that one thing. Like that's all you'll ever see of the. That's just odd to me. It's not. The Pentagon's not a building that isn't surveilled. In fact, I'm sure that there are other buildings with cameras literally pointing and filming the Pentagon. I mean, the FBI confiscated 80 or 90, I think, security tapes. We've seen one of them. That's just odd to me. That's strange. I'm not saying I know the answer. This is where other people will say, well, you don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I'm just curious.
The thing about it is it looks like the trajectory that a plane would take. If a plane is getting low and a plane is trying to slam into a building versus a missile. A missile would come over the top and drop in.
Depending on how it was programmed, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It could fly 50 feet above the ground.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I have no doubt that, listen, it's very, maybe if all the facts were out on the table, I'd go, oh yeah, everything they told us was true. But we already know that they lied about the Saudi thing. We knew that. They literally withheld, pages out of the 9/11 Commission report. The people that had the 9/11 Commission report were like, it's set up to fail. The two people that ran it, Lee Hamilton, and like these are people that were literally like, yeah, we don't have all the info. The president and the vice president appeared together to testify. Incredibly weird. There's just weird things. That's all. I don't know what happened. It's just weird. It's weird that the president and the VP had to sit there next to each other.
Why is that weird?
Why would, when you're trying to get to the bottom of something and try to figure out why it shouldn't happen again, and you're trying to treat every person's account as their own personal account of the day, why would two officials have to sit next to each other? It's very strange. Everybody else was interviewed individually.
I bet that was Dick Cheney's idea.
Yeah, it probably was.
Sort of like, I got this.
Yeah,
Sit
it's
next
probably
to
like,
him.
sit down and but then what does that tell you? I mean, these are weird things. These are odd. I'm just saying they're odd. I don't know what happened. I'll never know. I'll go to my grave not knowing what happened, like everyone else. But, maybe it happened exactly the way they said. Exactly. Where people 30,000 feet up were calling people with cell phones that didn't work. That don't work now 1,000 feet up.
Isn't it odd that, look, I don't know what Trump did and what kind of
well, he just said we never got
documents
to the bottom of 9/11.
Yeah.
That's what
Did he just say it?
That's Donald Trump just said that, yes.
When did he say it?
They said, well, Live Golf would have been the Saudis, 9/11. He goes, we don't know what the hell happened on 9/11. That's a quote. Jamie King got it. Trump literally was asked about Live Golf, asked about the Saudis, and Trump goes, yeah, we don't know what happened. That's Trump. It's the president. He probably stole the fucking 9/11 documents, and he's got them at fucking Mar-a-Lago, and he's going to tell everyone the truth at the Labor Day fucking Mar-a-Lago barbecue. And now the feds are trying to fuck him.
What I was going to say is, isn't it crazy that they're breaking into his place and making this gigantic deal about it? And maybe they deserve to. Maybe it's righteous. But yet no one's clamoring to release Ghislaine Maxwell's list of clients.
No one wants that. The FBI is a criminal organization. It doesn't mean that the Trump organization isn't a criminal organization. That is too. But these are criminal organizations. The feds, the CIA, all of them. They're fucking criminals. Their job is to break the law. Their job is to wire to do it. Yeah, here we go.
What does he say? Give me it from the beginning.
For how long?
Give me it from the beginning.
Decision to host this event. Well, I've known these
What's
people
up? What's
for
up?
a long time in Saudi Arabia.
What
and
is up?
they've been
Any
friends of mine
dust?
for a long
Lol.
time.
What's up? What's
They've
up?
invested
Welcome,
in many
welcome.
American companies. They own big percentages of many American companies. And frankly, what they're doing for golf is so great. What they're doing for the players is so great. The salaries are going to go way up.
Welcome.
PGA was not loved by a lot of the players, as you know, for a long time. Now they have an alternative, and nobody would have ever known there was going to be a gold rush like this. I think nobody ever knew that they were going to be paying signing bonuses. The prize money was going to be much higher, 4, 5, 6 times higher. So instead of $1 million, you'd win 5 or 7 or 8. A lot of money, and it's even going up. So, but the PGA Tour hasn't reacted well.
You're so closely associated with the city of New York. You, of all people, understand the passion surrounding 9/11.
What do you say to those family members who protested earlier this week and will be doing so again on Friday?
Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have, as to the maniacs that did that horrible thing to our city, to our country, to the world.
He's right
So
about
nobody's
that.
really been
He's right
there,
again,
but I
by the
can
way.
tell you that there are a lot of really great people that are out here today, and we're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to celebrate, and money's going to charity. A lot of money's going to charity. And you have really the best players in the world, many of the best players in the world, and soon you'll probably have all of them. Because remember this, if there's a merger, the people that didn't come, they will never get anything except a thank you from people that took advantage of them.
Yeah,
So this is truly what. This is why our society is so fucking insane right now.
I
The
usually
truly
have,
wokest points are being made on a golf course by a billionaire. That's why our society has gone fucking. Because he's going. We've not gotten to the bottom
over there.
By the way, that's
Usually
literally
I
what
have the
every
mic nice and
fucking
close, so
far
it's
left
like you
anti-war
can hear me speak
protester
very well.
was saying for my entire childhood. What that guy just said on a fucking golf course. We have not gotten to the bottom of any of this shit. We're in 7 wars. We're enriching people, and he is making that point. And it's amazing. A billionaire on a golf course is going, yeah, we don't know what the fuck happened. We're in all these wars. Like, that's what our society has gone so fucking insane that he is the wokest person on that issue. Truly. He is, that's what a fucking lunatic, you know, like somebody the society viewed as a lunatic would say. You know, in 2003, 2004, I mean, he's the president. We're 2022, but now a lot of people are more open to it. They're going, yeah, man, here's the reality. We just don't trust anybody on anything anymore. And the government's going to have to earn that trust back. The FBI is going to have to earn that trust back. The FBI had a 2-year, very politicized investigation saying this guy was a Russian asset. They came up with nothing. Okay? Trump's got all kinds of problems. He's done a lot of shady business deals. But they didn't go at him for that. They said he was an agent of Putin and that he was installed and that, you know, Putin was doing all these things. They were unable to prove that, and in fact, a lot of the evidence they used to that was kind of cooked up in its own weird way. The Steele dossier and the Clinton and all those people. Not to say Trump's not dirty. I'm sure he's fucking dirty. He's a real estate billionaire in New York. What are you, nuts? Of course he is. But the FBI is going to have to earn that trust back. I mean, this is an organization that made their bones with COINTELPRO. They made their bones, I mean, you know, assassinating civil rights leaders and setting up people, protecting pedophile politicians, fucking, you know, doing all this crazy stuff, right? I mean, they can't just, we're supposed to just say the FBI is great? No, that's crazy. It's absurd to me and to others. Doesn't mean Trump's wrong, but if he took like a Bill of Rights on the way out, who gives a fuck? Yeah, he grabbed a Bill of Rights or something on the way out. Listen, the guy knows value. He knows money. Listen, he didn't make a lot of money. He had to cut some side deals while he was in there. He didn't make a lot of money. We don't pay the president a lot because it's really not an important job.
Well, he didn't take a salary.
Right, because the salary's fake. What is it, $500,000 a year? It's embarrassing. That shows you how much the job is not really important. So he wanted to take some parting gift on the way out. So what? He grabbed the fucking Articles of Confederation, or who cares? He grabbed something good. I hope he got something good. I hope he's got something real good. I hope he got a couple of fucking letters from John Adams, some of the UFO shit. I hope he's got some Kennedy stuff. I hope he's got a whole file. You know he's got something good. If they're freaking out like this, he's got something good.
You think so?
I hope.
I think they're just trying to get him.
They might be.
Well, I think what he did was against the law. And if it is against the law, somebody made a point, like, if that room is locked and it is safe and secured by Secret Service agents, isn't that a secure place for those documents? The problem is it's not the correct.
Yeah, they asked him to, and I think they had a video that showed those documents going in and out.
I usually have the mic close to
After
me.
they
I
told
just
him to
don't want to really talk very much.
So he told him to lock it up.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what he did. Maybe
What do you
he
mean
did
they
something.
told him to lock it up? What do you mean by that? Like, how'd they say it?
What I was reading was that they like probably told them where the room where it was going to be held, and they're like, okay, if you hold them there, make sure you follow these steps. And they're like, okay, we'll follow those steps. And so then they got a video I read that showed, which I'm reading this stuff, so I don't know exactly.
Maybe he did something really outrageous.
Hold on. What was the video?
Apparently the video showed the documents leaving that room for a period of time before they were then put back in that room.
So he had an understanding with them that he's allowed to possess them as long as they're in a secure location?
I had read that they'd been there to look for documents back in January.
Can you see if we can find that article so we can get the specifics of that?
He might have done something egregious.
We don't the kind of guy he is.
He's the kind of guy he is. We don't know. But I also know this. After Bush got out, there was this idea that he was going to be prosecuted for war crimes. You know, that was a justifiable prosecution. But people said, you know, it would tear the country apart, leave it alone. I don't know. If this is egregious, then it's one thing. But if it's not, then let it, you know.
Who was saying that they should prosecute him for war crimes, though? Was that like
the
a
far
serious...
left and people on the left were going, yeah. They were going, he, you know, flouted the Geneva Convention. Like, there's no argument that what Bush did was tantamount to war crimes. We shipped detainees to countries where we knew they were going to get tortured. We tortured them ourselves. You could have absolutely tried it for war crimes in The Hague. Absolutely.
Did you see that interview with Roger Waters?
What's up, man?
No.
On CNN? You got to watch this.
Okay.
You got to watch this because Roger Waters throws it all in his face. Yeah. Because he's talking about war criminals. And he shows a photo of Biden.
Right.
And they're like, why are you showing like your last thing was all anti-Trump in his last show?
Right.
Like Trump, like with a pig's body. Like there's a bunch of like wild anti-Trump shit.
Yeah.
And in this, he talks about war criminals and shows photos of war criminals, and one of them is a Biden.
Yeah,
and
sure.
CNN was pushing back against it, but Roger Waters, pull that video up because it's fucking wild.
Yeah, Biden supported all that stuff too.
Roger Waters is very well versed politically. He really understands like what's going on, and it's interesting to watch him being. I forget who the journalist is. Pretty interesting. Here it goes. Yeah, this is it. Go ahead. Give me some volume.
Politics, he's amping them up to 11. Last time out, he preached against Donald Trump and in favor of Palestine. This tour, twice delayed by COVID and ominously titled This Is Not a Drill, includes references to police murdering black men, semi-automatic weapons and abortion, and giant video screens in the shape of a cross. Waters guitarist Jonathan Wilson has explained why Waters' tour differs from those of fellow older classic rockers. Quote, even the Stones or members of the Beatles, it's more of a trip down memory lane than it is a current show. The activism, that's sort of the key to the whole thing. As a longtime fan of Waters' music who doesn't always agree with his messaging, I wanted to ask him about his mix of performing and preaching. Things got a bit animated.
So here's the quote, as I understand it, begins the show.
If you're one of those, I love Pink Floyd, but I can't stand Rogers' politics, people, you might do well to off the
bar. You might do well to F off to the bar right now. At the outset of the show?
Yeah.
Because
it's a really good way to start the show. But apart from anything else, it sets a few things straight.
Namely?
Also it encourages a lot of the people who have come to the show, A, because they have listened to everything I've written since, 1965 or whenever I started writing songs. So they do know what my politics are, and they do understand where my heart is. And they understand sort of why I'm there. But maybe it also gives a message to people who don't want to be there, in which case them effing off to the bar is probably not a bad idea. Except that you never know, those people, if they sit in a community like my audience is on these shows of This Is Not a Drill and this tour, there is such a great feeling of communication in that room between me and the audience, and between us combined with all our brothers and sisters all over the rest of the world, irrespective of who they are, where they live, their ethnicity, their religion, their nationality, or anything else. Because if This Is Not a Drill has a message, it is that we have to communicate one with the other.
To the guy who says, shut the F up, play the hits. Do you want him, as long as he doesn't shout it out, do you want him in the arena?
I don't not want him there, so long as he doesn't annoy the people who do understand what's going on in the arena. I'm happy for him.
But I'm saying, like, do I have to buy in? Does a person in the crowd have to buy in to the message? I've always loved the music.
Right.
Some of the messages I can buy into and some I can't.
I've only got one message. Two strangers passing in the street, by chance two passing glances meet, and I am you, and what I see is me. That is my message. And that was on Medal, which was in 1970. And basically, my message hasn't changed. I recognize your humanity, but I recognize all the Russians and the Chinese, and the Ukrainians, and the Yemenis, and the Palestinians.
Are you an equal opportunity offender on this tour? Here's why I ask. I remember the last tour. Of course, I came and watched. Very much, about Trump. And in the current show, you've got a montage of war criminals, according to you, and a picture apparently of President Biden on the screen, and it says, "Just getting started." What's that all about?
President Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Well, he's fueling the fire in the Ukraine for a start. That is a huge crime. Why won't the United States of America encourage Zelensky, the president, to negotiate, obviating the need for this horrendous war? But that's killing. We don't know how many Ukrainians.
But you're blaming the party that got invaded. Come on, you've got it reversed.
Well, that's you know, any war. When did it start? What you need to do is look at the history, and you can say, well, it started on this day. You could say it started in 2008. Okay, it's basic. This war is basically about the action and reaction of NATO pushing right up to the Russian border, which they promised they wouldn't do when Gorbachev negotiated the withdrawal of the USSR from the whole of Eastern Europe.
When you say this, then I have to say, what about our role as liberators? You of all people...
You have no role as liberators.
World War II? World War II?
You got into World War II because it's Pearl Harbor. You were completely isolationist until that sad, that devastating,
I would argue we were
day
always going to get in, and that pushed us in. But thank God the United States got in. Right? You lost your father in World War II. Thank God the United States.
But thank God the Russians had already won the bloody war almost by then. Don't forget, 23 million Russians died. Protecting you and me from the Nazi
and you would think the Russians would have learned their lesson from war and wouldn't have invaded Ukraine.
Well, you with all your reading, I would suggest you.
Just depends on the guards line up.
You go away and read a bit more, and then try and figure out what the United States
if I want to risk going a very good run. So my very good start, my best starts usually I'm doing traditionally.
The Chinese are too busy encircling Taiwan as we speak.
They're not encircling Taiwan. Taiwan is part of China, and that's been absolutely accepted by the whole of the international community since 1948. And if you don't know that, you're not reading enough. Go and read about it.
Okay. Did we solve anything here?
Yeah, we did. I mean, no, we didn't. I mean, you're believing your propaganda, your side's propaganda.
You're defining it as
Taiwan. You can't have a conversation about human rights, and you can't have a conversation about Taiwan without actually doing the reading.
Roger, if you're having a conversation about human rights, at the top of the list of offenders are the Chinese. Why is it always the Western world?
At the top of your list.
Why is it
the Chinese didn't invade Iraq and kill 1 million people in 2003. In fact, as far as I can recall, hang on a minute, who have the Chinese invaded and murdered, slaughtered?
Their own.
Bollocks.
Okay.
That's absolute nonsense. Complete nonsense. You should go away and read, but read some proper...
Hey, my problem is I spend too much time reading your liner notes, okay? Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
All right. I just don't understand why he'd be laughing. Like, why he's laughing like Kamala Harris laughs. It's like one of those...
Michael Smerconish is not the brightest bulb, right? I mean, CNN does not hire smart people. So he's not, and Roger Waters is right about a lot of that. There's things, obviously, that there's blind spots there. I mean, China's certainly not nice to all of their people. But, we've gotten to a point, we've lost our moral authority. America's lost it. It's still the best country to live if you are an ambitious, relatively healthy person. And it's still heads and shoulders above a lot of places, but it's no longer, it does not have the moral authority that it once did. And when it wades into these things like Russia, Ukraine, or China, there's a lot more baggage that we have now as a country than we did. and that Iraq and Afghanistan and the legitimization of torture and all of these things, you know, we are not looked at as this moral paragon. We're just not. So Roger Waters is 100% right about all that stuff.
But that's wild that they aired that too. Because
That's wild, yeah.
I mean, he schooled that guy.
That's right.
I mean, the real point was China invading other countries. This is not something they do.
Yeah. No, we have been for a very long time, you know, pushing this narrative that we are liberators and that we are there to help. And I think the last round of conflicts we engaged in, the last round of wars, Afghanistan and Iraq, one, we left completely disgraced, Afghanistan and Iraq. It seems, you know, we don't know what the hell's going on there now, but it doesn't seem to be worth it. You know, if people look back at it, they go, yeah, that wasn't worth it. A lot of people died. Soldiers from our country died. A million people or hundreds of thousands of people in Iraq died. You know, and yes, Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, but did it make us safer from terrorism to overthrow Saddam Hussein? Seems to have done potentially the opposite, you know? Terrorists were kicked out of Iraq. I mean, Saddam Hussein was not, you know, fostering people in that country that would be a threat to him or challenge his power. So, you know, it's tough. It's tough because obviously we don't want to. We don't want to turn the world over to China and Russia and things like that, but you know, we don't really have the authority we used to have.
We definitely don't have this moral high ground that the CNN guys claiming we have, or this consensus that we're the liberators of the world. There's a large swath of the population that doesn't want that. They want peace through negotiation and not peace through military intervention. That's Tulsi Gabbard's position.
That's right. And she's demonized for it like no one, like no other. I mean, it's really, they attack her. When you go abroad, you know, people's feeling in America now, they're just kind of over us. They just don't care. They don't hate us anymore. They're just over it. Okay, you're America. We get it. You know.
Wow.
They're like, yeah, try to make it, you know,
so
but
dumb.
again, we haven't made a good funny movie in a minute. We haven't done one.
The only funny is comedy right now. Stand-up.
Podcasts.
There's some mild comedies.
There's some new young funny guys.
Oh, there's a lot of great comics.
You know?
A lot of great podcasts. Stand-up comedy and podcast it's holding raw, wild comedy down.
Yeah.
Because like movies like Superbad.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder, you're not making those.
No.
Like Jamie Foxx was just talking about a film that he made in 2016 that got shelved. And in it, Robert Downey Jr. plays a Mexican guy.
Right. See, if we were making funny stuff, you know, I think that would be a way to get the world to love us again. You know, that was always our superpower, was that we could make cool shit and funny stuff and great music and, you know,
they want to make comedy without any criticism.
They want to make comedy without comedy. It's a problem. But I do think that eventually, you know, we've learned how to do everything on our own. We've learned how to do talk shows on our own. You know, our shows, your show, certainly, and my show, a lot of times, you know, they get more viewers than Kimmel. They get more viewers than Fallon, right? This space that we're in has replaced late night television. People can watch it whenever they want. My show comes out late at night. A lot of people watch shows late at night. They have fun. They smoke a joint. They have a drink, whatever. You know, this has replaced that. So eventually, the technology will be there for people to make their own films, like Louis C.K. just did, to fund these things, to distribute them. You know, and I think you'll be living in this decentralized space where a lot of interesting art is going to get made. And, you know, if Hollywood's smart, they're going to start grabbing up this stuff before it's too late.
Well, what's interesting is what you were saying about Netflix not giving any names.
Right.
That, to me, seems like they're waking up. And we were talking about their stock price dropping by like 80%. They still have some of the best fucking content that's available.
That's right.
I mean, they have Ozark. They have fucking Stranger Things. They have so many good shows. Every rerun of every great sitcom, all the great stuff is all there.
Well, they also have, you know, it's a good app. The tech works. They're a tech company. The algorithm, like, they know how, you know, some of these other things with you know, arguably as good or better content, because they're not inherent, they're not tech companies. A lot of these apps suck. The experience, like, where is this shit, whatever. Netflix has all the ingredients to be good. The content they make has to just get better.
Well, they're making blockbuster movies.
They're trying.
The Gray Man is fucking great.
I've not seen it yet.
It's fun. I read the book. The book is great. The book is a little bit more crazy because, you know, they only have a movie length. Like The Terminalist, they did over, 6 episodes or something like that on Amazon. The Jack Carr series, which is also great. and the Terminal List, they followed the book pretty closely, not too much deviation at all, and that goes over like 6 hours. So it's the same thing with the Gray Man. It's the same length book.
Ethan Hawke.
No, Ethan Hawke's not the Gray Man. Ethan Hawke is in that horror movie, the Black Phone. That's what he's in.
Okay, I saw that. That's good.
Fucking great. But is that on Netflix too? No. That's a movie, right? That's out in the movies. Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans.
Okay.
Chris Evans is a fucking great bad guy.
Yeah.
He plays this evil character in it. It's
I gotta
great.
watch it.
It's fun.
I gotta watch it.
It's a big budget movie. Like fucking explosions, chaos, and some of the scenes took like $20 million to shoot. Like wild shit.
Yeah.
It's great.
I have no doubt, and I'm excited. Hopefully for a little bit of a détente where people can just go, hey, let's make fun stuff.
And you don't have to like it.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's like, I don't want to stop people from making like some types of metal. It's not my kind of music, but people fucking love it. They love getting in mosh pits. I've seen these concerts. I have friends that love that hardcore music. They jump around, they get fucking crazy on stage. And I'm good friends with John Joseph, who's the lead singer of the Cro-Mags. It's just not my
for you.
It's just not my thing. But people love it, right? It's like some people love jazz.
Yeah.
I've tried. It's not grabbing me. I'd rather listen. Like if I'm gonna listen to old cool shit, I want to listen to like Nina Simone, or I want to listen to something with his lyrics to it. It's just not my thing.
Right.
But maybe if I was a musician, it would be my thing.
Right.
But I don't want to stop people from seeing it. Just like I don't want to stop people from going to a Tarantino movie. Like, you don't have to like your kind of comedy.
That's right.
But I do. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I fucking love it. And I'm glad that you're out there. So for me, as a fan, I'm like, don't stop what I like.
Let everybody do their
own.
own thing. And, that's what's great about this decentralization that we're all seeing everywhere. We're seeing people become smaller, kind of leaner, meaner.
Yeah.
Their organizations are more, nimble. They can react to things, generate content quicker, put it out. People enjoy it. They can build an audience faster. These older companies are cruise ships. They're big, they're cumbersome. It's hard to get them to do things. So I think seeing the independence over the last couple of years, these big companies that have shitloads of money are going to start going to these people and going, yeah, you've got something good here. Let's see if we can, by putting it on our platform, let's see if we can, go into business together. Let's see if there's some type of reciprocal relationship that works. I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't happen. I think that's a natural, inevitable, consequence of people wanting to earn money.
Yeah.
These companies going, you guys have big audiences, come and share those audiences and we'll get you more of an audience. And that seems to make a lot of sense to me.
That would be a more fascinating alternative approach to YouTube. If YouTube had more of an approach of just let what becomes popular.
Right.
Instead of like forcing specific things or demonetizing certain things, where it's freedom of speech and expression.
Right.
You should be allowed to state your opinions on things.
For sure.
And many of the things that people have been demonetized for and penalized for have turned out to actually be true.
That's right.
A lot of them. Right? And so we have to be open to the idea that the correct answer to dealing with a problem of who's right is let people talk it out.
Yes.
You got to let people talk it out. And I understand that you're going to have horrible people like Holocaust deniers and fucking Nazis. You're going to have horrible people. But you're also going to have people that push back against horrible people.
That's right.
And the laws that we have in place, like the rules that we all agree on, are like, don't threaten people, don't dox people, allow for discourse, allow for people to agree or disagree, even if they say the nuttiest shit. Like Trump was appointed by Jesus, and he will now be president forever when Jesus returns.
But I think what's going to happen is there'll be places where people are going to say that. Like I do think that what's going to happen, YouTube is this big platform, right? But I do think you have other platforms like Rumble and like Odyssey, and they're just never going to be as big as YouTube. But I think that, Rumble's got what, 60 million people on there? It's not small.
No, Rumble's really growing. They're growing huge, and so they're signing people too. They're signing people to go over to Rumble, which makes sense.
Yeah, YouTube to me is like a place to put your content. To me, it is not. I mean, I think it's very important. I would love it to be governed differently, but I don't have a say in that.
Listen, YouTube is fantastic
Right.
Let me tell you, like, and this is not from the perspective of me doing a podcast that airs on YouTube, just from what I enjoy out of it.
Right.
I can watch, like, I'm a fan of pool. It just seems like a stupid thing, right?
Yeah, it
it's
is.
just a stupid
No, I'm
game,
kidding.
but I'm fascinated by it, and I've always tried to play well. And I watch old matches. I can watch matches from the 1970s. Like, these were never available before.
Right.
Before you have this company called Aztec, and I'd buy them. I had boxes of VHS tapes, like this high of Aztec boxes, like old Buddy Hall versus Keith McCready in 1988. And I would watch those things. Because you learn how guys move the balls around the table. Those are impossible to find back then. I used to have to hoard them. But you'd have to get them from this online company. But now you can get them on YouTube instantaneously. Any instructional you want to know on basically anything. You want to learn archery? John Dudley has a full series of from the beginning of picking up a bow, setting your draw, all of it's taught. You can learn from the masters. You can learn how to play guitar.
What about a council?
Piano.
What if YouTube was a little more democratic? There was a council. All decisions weren't made in the back room all the time.
The problem is,
Steve will do it. It was a friend of mine, part of the Nelk thing, the Nelk Boys. His channel was completely deleted because he didn't blur out like a URL of some gambling website. He was. You know, it's just one of those clerical mistakes.
Did he get it back?
What kind of coffee is it? Yeah. Is it like crazy?
No, it's just awesome.
I don't know if it's one of those.
No, it's really good. Shout out to Evan Hafer. And Matt Best. Shout out, boys. They make dope coffee. It's really good. He's a coffee nut. He started Black Rifle Coffee. He's roasting coffee on the back of his convenience overseas. Yeah, he's that much of a coffee nut. You bring a roaster with him to war.
I might try a different level.
Like, there's a thing about like having a nice cup of coffee that like sort of sets the mood of the day.
Yeah, so this is the coffee they drank before they carpet bombed the Iraqi families. Yum.
That's what I'm scared of more than anything is drone warfare.
Yeah, drug warfare?
Drone warfare.
Oh, drone.
Yeah, I'm scared of that more than anything.
What about the stuff in Baja, Mexico?
Oh, that's wild.
What is going on there? Is that cartels?
My friend Ed Calderon, he's been on the podcast a couple times. He's an expert in cartels, and he explains the whole way it works down there.
Yeah.
There's it's a very violent cartel war. They're lighting cars on fire to block the exit, so you can't get into San Diego. They get blocked off the highway. Yeah, it's scary shit. They installed a curfew at night, so no one is allowed to be on the street by word of the cartel, and everybody responds to it.
Yeah.
And so
do we need them to come in to fix LA? Do we just bring the cartel in?
But this is what happens when you have no rules.
Yeah.
The people with the power make all the rules.
Sounds like there's more rules in downtown LA. We could use a curfew. Let's bring in the cartel.
Yo, Irie, what's up, man?
Why not?
That's like the people say,
thanks,
like, it was better when the mob ran Vegas. Yeah, unless they killed you.
Yeah. Look at what's going on here.
Yeah. It's wild.
Yo, congrats
they're
on
lighting buses on fire.
Now, what is this about? What is the general problem?
That's a good question. That I don't have the answer to. We should probably Google this.
No, it's not a fucking...
There's some sort of dispute
man. What's up, dude?
over territory, I'm assuming. But here's the thing, it's like, these people have insane sums of money. They're making insane sums of money. They have incredible resources. You don't understand what you're talking about. When someone doesn't pay taxes, and they're selling cocaine,
my mic is also
and they're getting it through the United States every day. They're making fucking billions and billions of dollars.
That's crazy.
And a lot of them, are very smart when it comes to business. They understand what they're doing. And they control territory. The way businesses control territory.
That's right.
Crazy ruthless way.
So like one cartel will have like one swath of territory.
They didn't used to be like that.
Right.
This is all funded by the state. All of this is like us eating poison and wondering why we're dying.
Right.
Like this was literally funded by this desire that other people have to control what you can and can't do with your body. Because of existing laws. Not because of like rational, logical thinking about other intelligent human beings and their perspectives and whether or not they can handle this, or whether or not this is beneficial to them. No, they just decide sweepingly that they can control you.
That's wild.
It's wild.
It's amazing how the turf wars, where it's like one cartel is like, we have the right to provide products. Like one cartel goes, we have Whitney Cummings' house, and then they're getting a fight about who can. It's weird to me that
funded that.
with laws.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't pass that sweeping...
Why do you think we did that?
For money.
Yeah.
For money. You can control it. They're still selling opiates.
Yeah, there's no reason
they're selling heroin.
Our narco state is on our southern border. It's really, there's no reason for that unless we have some hand in it.
It's because we made it illegal. So the only way you can make money selling the stuff that people want, like cocaine, is you got to get it illegally in here.
Right.
But there's a massive business. And they're pretending it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Or you're going to fucking stop it by arresting a few people here and there.
No way.
You know how much money is involved? You see these fucking tunnels these guys dig?
It's crazy.
And they go through, they have electricity in them and shit.
Amazing. They're still in the cartel. They have a whole city.
Bro, these people are well funded. They're well funded, and they're funded by our stupid fucking laws.
Do you think it'll ever get to a point where we legalize everything?
The problem is we're so coddled. If everything became legal tomorrow, people would die. For sure. For sure, we would lose folks. It would be a problem. They're not innocuous. When you're talking about giving people heroin and giving people cocaine, I think you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want if you were an informed, consenting adult. That's my stance on anything you want to do.
There's so much fentanyl.
But that said, if that shit just becomes legal everywhere, and you could just go to 7-Eleven and buy meth, people are going to die.
That's right.
It's going to happen because you're going to have more access to it. You'll probably have way more addicts.
Right.
They're going to have to learn how to use this. It's like there's an argument that they make about kids in Europe. Like in Italy, when you're young, you could drink wine. So they let kids drink wine, and they don't become alcoholics. It's not even nearly the rate that we have in meth. Because they don't make it this horrible forbidden fruit that one day I'm going to get my hand on that carrot and dangle that drink. 21. It's your first drink,
and
Billy.
The car
wink,
keys.
Wink.
And then here's the car keys, here's the booze.
And it's always wink, wink. It's your first drink.
Right.
Everybody's had a drink before 21. Everybody. Nobody fucking waits. It's stupid.
Right.
You just can't go to a bar. So you make it this forbidden fruit that people can't wait to get to. So it becomes a giant part of their life. Let's get drunk. We can get drunk. It's the weekend. We can get drunk.
That's right.
Yeah, it's fun to get drunk.
That's
drink. It's great. It's a good product.
Yeah.
They figured out something that actually does make things more silly.
Right.
But, I mean, if that was illegal, you would have organized crime.
Yeah,
and that's what they fucking had. We know it. That's how the mob emerged.
That's right.
That's where they got all their money. They were selling alcohol. The fucking NASCAR drivers.
Such a bad system.
That's what NASCAR is.
Yeah.
NASCAR was, they developed that. We're moonshiners.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the fuck away from cops.
It's amazing.
They souped up their cars. That's the origin of NASCAR. It's one of the most American things of all time.
Ever.
NASCAR is one of the most American things of all time.
Just high-powered
if you look at the
moonshine vehicles.
Moonshine vehicles. Wild Southern boys just going down dirt roads sideways in a 69 Charger.
Yeah, that's the fucking genesis of NASCAR.
That's the genesis.
That's crazy.
That's where it started from.
That's amazing. So many people don't know that.
Those crazy motherfuckers were running alcohol, getting away from cops and souped up cars.
Well, do you think we'll be like, do you think federal legalization's coming of marijuana?
I think it should have come when the Biden administration took office.
Right.
That was one of their promises.
Right.
You should do that. Right. You should exonerate people that are in jail for selling it to. There's a guy that's in jail that I just sent something to. He was in Phoenix. This is one of the craziest fucking stories you'll ever hear. This guy was in Phoenix, and he sold weed to an undercover cop, I think 4 times, in small amounts.
That's
and
insane.
4 times, it was a total of, here, I'll send you the link. 4 times, it was a total of a little bit over an ounce. So because it was over an ounce, they were allowed to charge him, and they put him in jail for 15 years. Now, in Phoenix, right now, 16 years, excuse me, in Phoenix, and they just denied clemency for this gentleman.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was just selling weed.
Right.
You know, and maybe did bad things in the past. But whatever he did was not worthy of this, while there's legal weed right now in Phoenix.
And people are making millions and
just
billions.
because someone did something in the past they already did their time for, it doesn't mean a small thing like selling weed.
And this is a kid.
Lock someone in a fucking cage. I don't know how old he is.
Well, it said a South Phoenix kid, got 16 years.
How old is he? Does it say how old this guy is?
21.
21. Jesus fucking
That's
Christ.
crazy.
So 21, you're gonna give him 15 years because he sold an undercover cop
this is fucked
weed
up.
4 times.
He was in, it's entrapment. It's fucked. Yeah.
Well, first of all, yes, he was selling weed. Yes, he was selling weed. But who fucking cares There's so many crimes being committed. This is the most mild of crimes. The guy's selling weed. That should not be something you should arrest someone for. Oh, don't break the law. Okay, when you have no more robbers, and no more murderers, and no more rapists, and no more fucking carjackers, when all that stuff is complete zero,
then we'll focus.
Then focus on weed.
It was never fair to me that so many people lost their entire lives.
No, not
and
fair.
then that should be changed.
It doesn't make any sense. They're still in jail. Like when we're talking about Brittany Griner, yes, it's terrible that they put her in jail for that. It's crazy. But it's crazy we have thousands of people in America in jail for the same fucking thing. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them.
We'll get her out.
I think they're going to make a negotiation politically. It's the smart thing to do. I think to leave her in jail is a horrible slight.
That's right.
But it also highlights the many Americans that are in jail that they haven't tried to get, that were supposedly tried for. Maybe false accusations of espionage or whatever, all kinds of wild shit. There's a lot of people in jail in foreign prisons that probably shouldn't be in jail. Right. And we're all aware of that. And I get that this woman is loved, and I get what happened to her was horrible. It's fucked, beyond fucked, right? But we have people in America right now that are locked up, and they basically did the same thing. They just had something on them they weren't supposed to have.
That's right.
Whether they're selling, if you want to get him for tax evasion and say he owes you money because he's been selling $100,000 worth of weed a month for the last 3 years, sure. Okay, get him on that. You know, get him on that. If you find some big-time drug dealer, he's driving a Lamborghini and doesn't pay taxes, hey, bro.
Give me some money.
Give me some money, and plus you might have to go to jail.
I hope that we figure out a way to do that. I mean, it should absolutely be a priority of any supposedly progressive group of people to, figure out a way to stop.
Oh, that's what I want to do. I want to run.
And get
the
these
new
people out of jail, have their lives restored, and
It's
stop people from going into jail from non-violent drug offenses.
You're also not giving a person a chance to grow. You're putting them in this situation where you stop all of their, this one decision that they make at 21 years old
is defining their entire life.
And it's just to sell weed. How heartless is that?
Yeah.
It's heartless.
It's tough.
It's heartless.
I knew kids that got caught with a lot of stuff and they had the money to get big-time lawyers, and then they didn't get those sentences.
Right. And
so it is, it's uneven.
And there's like this, they point to history of crime, that people have a history of doing things. Like, yeah, I'm sure he does. But if he did his time for that, you can't just automatically retroactively attach something that's innocuous, like selling weed today, with, assault from 10 years ago or whatever it was. You can't do that. You can't do that.
No.
You can't do that because if he did time for that, then he did time for that.
Yeah.
But does he have a history of it? Yeah, but it shouldn't attach itself to this new crime.
No.
But I think he was on probation too, which is also part of the problem.
Oh, then fuck him. No, I'm kidding. It's still bad. It's still bad. Yeah, it's still bad.
I think the probation alone puts him in jail for 5 years, the probation violation.
So we need a happy medium. You can't have no cops, but you also can't have like a draconian police state. You gotta have that's where we talk about it. It's that compromise, that rational attitude.
There also has to be some compassion for people.
That's right.
That's not a violent crime. It's not a big deal. There's got to be compassion for people.
Especially, I think, people that are younger and have their entire lives ahead of them. And if they're not violent and they're not killing people or hurting people, and they make a mistake like that, to doom them is crazy.
Listen, when I was 21, I was a fucking idiot. I would have sold weed to a cop for sure, 100%.
The only reason I didn't get in trouble was luck. I could have gotten pulled over, intoxicated, I drank, smoked weed, I was doing all kinds of other drugs, and I had them in my car, and I was just lucky enough to never get pulled over when I had the bad stuff in my car. I just had 8 balls of cocaine in the car. It's like, but thank God, none of that. But it's just luck.
Yeah.
It's the luck of the draw,
It's a lot of it's the luck of the draw. A lot of it is.
I know guys that I knew that I used to hang out with. They got popped for DWIs. They got popped for drugs. They did time in jail.
I went to high school with got in a drunk driving accident.
It's crazy.
It was a kid I knew.
Young when they did it when he was young.
We were really young. We were in high school.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And he's got to live with that for the rest of his life.
The hearts.
I know a girl.
And he's not a bad guy.
Friend? No, of
He
course.
was a good guy. He was a real good guy.
Friend of mine just, used to date a girl. She got 3 DWIs in Chicago, 10 years in jail. 3 on your third strike there. They don't fuck around. Put you in for 10 years.
Yeah, it should be that your car doesn't work.
Right.
But nobody wants to give up to that.
Nobody
wants to give
people
it.
have
It should
somebody
be,
blowing the thing.
You get in your fucking car and it reads your, like, I have one of them whoop straps, you put on your wrist, it measures your activity and your workouts and shit like that. Why, not the worst idea in the world. Like, if you want to be able to drive a car, you should have an app that says if you're sober. Because if you're really drunk and you think you can handle it,
it's a problem.
That's a fucking problem.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that make those decisions, and you make one bad decision, and your entire life is now irreversibly changed.
Especially when you're like, this kid, one of my friend in high school was like 17.
Do the wrong thing. I got in a car accident. I was not high, but I got in a car accident when I was young, and my secretary, a secretary of my company was in the car. And she ended up being okay, but I mean it was a bad head-on collision.
Oh Jesus!
And it was
Christ.
you imagine that listen, so you can get in an accident sober.
Very.
So the reality is you up the ante. You're on drugs. You're drinking. I mean you can get in a life-changing event fucking sober. So you do something like that. You get in a car. I mean, thank God that the damage wasn't worse. Thank God this woman was fat and she was able to take
a good impact.
A good impact. It's true, and
cars are really well designed today too.
Well, they're better than they were. They're better than they were.
But they're still. It's such a wild agreement that we have. You stay in your lane and I stay in my lane and we go.
It's the one thing I miss about New York City. There's a lot of things I miss about New York City, but there is such a nice. Someone like you're way too famous for it. But when you don't have to drive. And you can just walk around all day, and you look at your phone and you're like, I've done fucking 11,000 steps, and I didn't even realize it. And you're like, I walk all day. There's something nice about that as a lifestyle.
It's way better for you. That's
it's a lifestyle. You go, all right, I don't have to sit in traffic. I can walk around. There's something nice about not fucking having a car, or having a car that you can use when you want. But you go, the majority of the time I'm on foot. And that was my favorite thing I think about New York was like that pedestrian culture of like you could walk around a lot.
Right.
And you didn't have to necessarily be dependent on a car. 'Cause it is dangerous. I mean, you get on the 405 at night, get on the 101, you see the way these people fucking drive.
There's always that.
Even here in Austin, like you just anywhere.
There's always that one dude.
I mean, I might start playing a different game.
Yeah,
going way too fucking
fast. It's like, and you see, and I'm not the best driver, I'm a pretty good driver, but I'll kill you. You know what I mean? There's people that I'm in Facebook groups about to cut a guy off Whataburger and all that shit. And I won't even mean to kill you, but I'll kill you, and I won't even mean it. I won't even mean it. I'll be on my phone. And I'll just kill you and your family. So it's so hard. I try. I'm a lot better now. But I've totaled 5 cars. When I was younger, I was really bad. I left the scene of most of those accidents because it's a horrible way to meet someone, to stay there. A few of them I had to stay, but some of them I was like, later. One woman got out of the car, started screaming, yelling, and I was like, I'm out. She was fine. I was like, enough. But yeah, you just get in accidents all the time. All the time.
It's going to be interesting when those autonomous cars start going out.
And they're coming.
Yeah, because right now the self-driving thing, it's very highly criticized. It's not like really there yet in terms of you can just turn your car on and take me to work. And it avoids all the traffic, stops at the red light, lets pedestrians cross in front of you, knows when a car is changing lanes or not changing lanes. It's not perfect yet.
That's right.
And people do things now where they get inside Teslas, and if they think you're on autopilot, they'll like kind of half swerve in your lane. Yeah. Red Band was telling me about it. I think someone did it to him, and realized like, oh my God, the car just reacts because he will, if he's on the highway, he'll just put it on the autopilot, which is good for the highway. Like doot doot, and it just stays in the lane.
Is Tesla your favorite car of your cars?
It's the most impressive.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I love cars just because I love cars that aren't even that fast. I have like an old Porsche. It's a 1993 Porsche, but it's fucking great.
But the Tesla's the really impressive car.
Oh, it's way more impressive than anything else that I've ever driven by a long shot.
Yeah.
The 0 to 60 is 1.9 seconds. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely silent inside. It's very nice. It's very smooth. It's a great bumps and shit. It handles great for. It's essentially a 4-door sedan. There's a great center of gravity because all the batteries are down low. It's just a marvel.
Yeah.
It's a marvel.
Yeah.
Like when I drove it today, I was like, Jesus Christ, this thing is like a marvel. It just goes.
Yeah,
There's no gears. It's just one gear.
Right.
Which seems so superior once you get used to it. Like, oh my God, when you're used to like the acceleration of an electric car, it's instantaneous. It just goes shoo, and it goes to where you want to go.
Just goes.
Yeah, it's great. It's got a lot of nanny things in it. It recognizes things that aren't really a problem.
I hate that.
Like if you're turning like down a road and there's a tree in front of you, it'll like a little alarm will go off. I'm like, I'm not gonna hit the tree.
What I like
I'm
about
turning.
my car, the Bentley, is that it doesn't care. So nothing's automatic. You have to put the lights on. Everything, because they're like, maybe you just killed a hooker and you're driving out of a, there's no lane sensor. You could go in another lane. You don't have to signal. Yeah, it doesn't care. It's a British gentleman's car. The British gentleman can do what he wants. A Bentley is a car made for a British gentleman.
How quiet is it?
Quiet, and it's heavy. It's heavy and it's quiet, and it's it's a beast. Into the Flying Spur, it's a beast, a big sedan, and it's there's nothing like it. There's no driving experience like it.
In what way?
I thought I had more ammo.
It's just a smooth, you float. Yeah, it's great. The Teslas are nice, but they're gay, and it's what it is. They're like not a lot of money. Anyone can kind of drive them. Teachers drive them. It's gross. But the Bentley, it's just kind of an old school British gentleman. It's a British gentleman's car, you know? James Bond.
So I have cars that I drive, like the Tesla.
Yeah.
Is a car.
Yeah.
But then what I really love is muscle cars.
Yes.
And those are not like
luxurious.
No.
They're tough.
Well, they're just
fast.
fun.
They're fun.
They're fun. And they're not practical at all.
And what's your favorite of those?
I don't really have a favorite. I love them all. But I have a 1969 Camaro.
That's cool.
And it's all completely redone by this company called Roadster Shop. It's amazing.
But I like the new setup.
It drives like a modern car. It's amazing.
That's cool.
The brakes are amazing. The acceleration's amazing. But the thing about it that's the most amazing is like you're in this thing from 1969, and it's been redone and built up like a modern car. And it drives like a modern car.
You're having that experience of somebody like, imagining being in that car in the prime 1969.
Yeah, but it's way better.
It's better. No, you're experiencing that, but now you have none of the problems that it would have.
God, those cars are terrible. I've driven one of those cars recently that didn't have anything new on it. It's terrible. They're worth so much money.
Right.
You can get like an old Barracuda, like a perfect Barracuda numbers matching. They're going for $1 million.
Right.
$1 million for a car that's terrible to drive.
Yeah. Do you like boats at all?
I do like boats.
I've been getting into speedboats, but not getting into them, but watching the races on YouTube. It's crazy.
So crazy.
Some of those Donzi boats, some of those crazy speedboats.
Fuck going fast in the water.
It's scary.
That's a silly way to go flying through the air.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's stupid.
You see those cigarette boats?
Oh, dude, they're nuts.
Catch wind and they go flying through the air. I'm like, fuck all of that.
Austin has a lot of regular people that live here, like Sandra Bullock and Matthew McConaughey and Elon Musk. All of your friends are regular people. You're a regular working class guy around regular people. You have a very simple life.
Simple needs, bro.
These are simple. That's the thing. It's like, that's what I like about Austin. There's a lot of good, salt of the earth people here who are like talking about NFTs, or, these are the people that you would grow up with.
They crashed because of all the stock market crash.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've crashed, man, but,
are they still being bought, though?
The people that are into them now seem a little frantic.
Like the jig is up.
The jig's up a little bit. People are they're not.
That is a great hustle, though, man. They got people to buy pictures.
It was a great hustle.
For millions.
It'll come back in another form that makes more sense. It won't be pets.com. It'll come back in a way where it's like, it'll be Amazon, where it comes back and you go, oh, I get it now. But at the moment, it's silly. And at the moment, I think people are like, fuck this shit.
But let me say something, though. There's levels to it. And the levels to it where it makes sense is people create digital art.
Yes.
And that's like Beeple. What that Beeple guy does, he's literally putting together a giant gallery. So
Yeah.
he actually has like physical art, right?
Yeah.
And he made that thing too. And then he'll sell that.
Yeah.
You can have an NFT of that. That's like, you get like a whole thing that goes with it. It's a different sort of, we're buying art.
There'll be a way to where it'll 10 years from now we'll look back and go, oh, that's what it was supposed to be. Like everything else, you know, in the late 90s, there was this crazy rush to the internet, but before there was the infrastructure there, and there were these wild companies. You know, obviously Pets.com is the one that everyone talks about, but like, you know, there was, you know, a lot of these companies, including Amazon, lost like 90% of their value, right? And some of them died, and then Amazon came back to be the, you know, one of the biggest companies in the world, if not the biggest. So I think eventually what happens is years from now, we will see how all this technology is applied, and it'll make a lot more sense then, but as of right now, it's a big mess. It's a big mess. There's a lot of criminals, there's a lot of opportunists, a lot of fucking desperate people. It's a soup of humanity out there trying to figure out what the applications are.
I wonder if it'll ever get to a point where, you know, televisions, like super high definition televisions, are everywhere. And if someone could have a digital piece of art that's so astounding, and you could only see it on like a digital television, and so you would get one, it would be like, oh my God, he's got
I think also,
and you can replicate it.
Yeah,
it's like replicating a Frank Frazetta painting.
That's right.
Like I have a print of a Frank Frazetta painting, but it's not an actual Frank Frazetta. Right. That's worth like $1 million or more, probably more.
Right.
But to have like an original digital art might be very representative to people.
Or to just be in a club, right? Because that's essentially a lot of what that is. It's like an NFT. It gains you admission into some kind of club. And maybe
it's a
there's
flex.
certain live streams you can get into. Maybe there's certain events you can get into, and live events. Like the idea basically is that you have something that has a value to you.
Yeah.
And the people that want it. Just like everything else in the world. It's like art. It's like a Ferrari is a value to a guy that can afford a Ferrari but also wants a Ferrari.
Right.
He's got to want it. And then to him, a Ferrari has more value than anything else in the world. And he'll pay $1 million for it. But to somebody else, maybe that has $1 million, the guy don't fucking want a Ferrari. So it's really that's really what it comes down to. It's like these things will have a lot of value to the people that they're holders, and then other people as well. But then a lot of people go, yeah, fuck that, I don't want that.
Yeah, I could see it being a thing where it could be like someone says, look, I have an original Picasso. I could see it being a thing like that, where it's like images on a screen, like maybe it's a number, right? Maybe the art is based around a number. I've got a number one. Oh my God, is that the number one?
Yes.
And then and if you had a number one in your house, people were like, bitch, you don't have number one.
That's right.
Tim Dillon has number one. It's in the
one.
registry.
Yeah. Or they go, I'm a member of the JRE, whatever. And that entitles me to whatever. I get something because I'm a member of this club and I want to be in it, and this NFT gives me this preferred status in this thing that I really like and enjoy. There's a way to do that, some kind of fan club.
I'm thinking Tim Dillon Nation.
I think I can see the list of
Yeah,
Dillon Nation
that won't get
NFTs.
shut down by the feds.
That should be if you have a right-wing radio show someday.
Yeah.
It's got to be Tim Dillon Nation.
Dillon Nation.
Yeah.
Tim Dillon Nation. I could make a lot of money if I went that route. I just, you know, I think if a few years from now I will just move to Florida and go completely insane.
Just move to the Keys.
The thing is, when you move to Florida, you got to lose it completely.
Yeah.
And all the friends I have that live there, they're all like, they're all so happy, but they're on the beach screaming about the FBI. So how happy can you be? But when you move to Florida, you just got to let it go. You just got to let it fly.
Yeah, well, Florida has a long history of chaos. Long history of chaos. I mean, from the Cubans coming into the prisoners being released by Castro.
Oh, yeah.
All the Scarface stuff, the Coke days. My
It's a
good
cool
buddy,
place.
Steve Graham.
Yeah.
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He's an ophthalmologist, and he did his residency in Miami in the 80s. So he was working in the hospitals when people were just coming in with gunshot wounds, cocaine everywhere. He said it was wild.
It's gotta be insane.
He's got some crazy fucking stories. He was in the heart of all the chaos.
Heart of it.
And he's working in the emergency room.
Yeah, I mean, that state is one of those states where it just has that ethos of crazy is tolerated and encouraged.
Well, they had more banks per capita in Miami than anywhere else.
So we do money laundering for drugs. Fuck yeah.
That city was built on coke.
Yeah, it's a cocaine.
That wild
That's
ass
why
city was
buildings
built
are
on
like
coke.
collapsing and everything.
Have you seen Cocaine Cowboys?
Oh yeah, it's great.
And 2 is just as good. They're fucking phenomenal. But when you realize the history of Miami, you're like, holy shit.
It's a wild city.
Wild.
It's wild.
They had one class, a graduating class at the police academy, where the entire class was either murdered or went to jail.
Fuck. Right.
I fucked it up.
It was wild. Dudes were making millions of dollars and buried in their backyard.
Yeah,
They didn't know what to do with
it. It was like a no man's land, no laws.
It was chaos.
Too.
And that Griselda Blanco.
Griselda
Damn it.
Blanco.
I fucking suck.
Tough bitch.
The craziest,
You know that,
most
guys? I
evil
suck.
woman
God
maybe
mother.
that's
Fucking
ever
bro.
been documented.
Yeah. And she lived in Miami?
I can't
She lived in
believe it.
Miami, and they exported her. They sent her to prison somewhere, and then she eventually got out. But I think she got
Oh, you
killed.
just don't see with the category?
What happened to her? Did she die recently? Do you remember? I think they
I
covered
just
that in
fucked it up,
Cocaine
guys.
Cowboys too. I just haven't watched it.
Yeah.
But that lady was terrifying.
She was no joke. Yeah.
That's so scary.
But she, it's good to have a passion. Like she had something that
killing
she
folks and
wanted to
selling
deal
drugs.
with. You know, no one gets to that level that isn't into it.
You know, she was murdered. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez was slated to play her in movies. That's still happening? And everybody's like, whoa, she was way too hot. Jennifer Lopez is hot as the sun.
You can't have like Jennifer Lopez do it. That's gonna take everyone out of it.
Well, it's also like Griselda Blanco she wasn't the best looking woman.
No.
It wasn't even anything like that.
No, she was a tough bitch. It's a different thing.
It's a different thing. That's crazy.
Completely different. Yeah. No, it's a bad idea to have J-Lo.
It's like Ryan Gosling playing Amy.
Not a good move.
It's not. It doesn't fit.
No, but I would like to see that movie just with someone else in it.
Yeah. Some really good actress that no one knows.
Yeah.
That would be the way to go with that. Oh.
Okay, that's
that's not the one. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong. But they were titled the same thing. And I don't know if the J-Lo one
she's hot as fuck too. She's too hot.
This woman looks like Artie Lang.
That's what I'm talking about. See?
Right.
Look at the real Griselda Blanco.
I need to be doing this.
That's the real one.
No, I need to be in this.
We can get Bobby Lee for that part.
I need to be doing that. Hey, Papi.
Yeah,
no, she's not a good-looking woman, which is why it's so crazy to have.
You know what it is so funny? It's like that is the thing with Hollywood again with movies. Nobody's gonna watch it if she's gross.
Well, none of them.
That's true.
That's the thing that Hollywood will say. They're
There
like,
are true ones
we need a
out there.
hot murderer because no one will. It's very interesting. They'll be like, yeah, no one will watch it unless there's some eye candy. It's somebody that.
Are there big female movie stars that are not attractive at all? Like
Yeah, for
Melissa
sure.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
You get like some big women. You get a few big women.
But it's rare that they like.
Pretty good.
They had to make sure.
They had to make.
Well,
her,
Charlize Theron did it to herself. That woman's a beast.
Fuck, I don't know if
That
it's
was
gonna work.
directed by my friend
I have to
Patty
go with
Jenkins.
it, though.
That's one of the best movies.
It's a fucking phenomenal movie. And Charlize Theron killed it, dude. She killed it.
Right.
I might have
That
fucked
lady,
it up,
she
everyone.
even looked like her, man. It's like she
did a great job.
assumed her mannerisms. I mean, it's a phenomenal performance. I mean, you think about what she did to her body.
Right.
To be like a top of the food chain, gorgeous woman, and eat yourself into this horrible place, and then look at what she looked like when she won the Academy Award for it. I mean, that is fucking wild. And then she gets herself back into
Shit, I
shape.
almost fucked it up.
That's incredible. I mean, people don't know how fucking hard that is to do, and to do that for a movie.
Okay, I'm gonna
and
try
to
this run, and then I'm
nail,
gonna use a
like
watch
one of the
from
only
444.
documented female
Holy shit.
serial killers.
The sign
Woo!
She killed it.
She killed it. She killed it. You got to be a special.
J-Lo should gain fucking 100 pounds
no,
to become Griselda Blanco.
This is the
Well,
run
she's never
to
gonna do that.
all this conversation.
Yeah. She will take on Columbia Droid, Griselda Blanco, in
Fuck. Let's try it.
upcoming film. That no way, man. Look how hot she is. Get out of here. That's crazy. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense. Historically, that's not accurate. It's like having a Chinese guy put Castro. There's no reason for this. Why are you doing this? Right. Those are two very different things. Yeah. What she is smoking hot.
Come on, man.
Fucking dime.
Yeah,
Like,
you can't have that.
You can't have that.
As Griselda Blanco.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe she'll kill it. Maybe it'll be great. But
Holy
it's not the
shit.
same story.
It's Hollywood. They'll figure it out.
Part of the story was there was a guy who, when you see there's this one dude who's got his arm around
Yeah,
her.
Hattie's a
That was her boyfriend.
Fuck.
And she had found out.
Damn
he was
it, the
fucking
stupid
around.
hit, man.
That was like part
That
of
stupid ass
the
random
story.
fucking hit.
I forget
What did she do to
forget
him?
what she did, but she found out he was fucking around. I'm sure it wasn't good. I don't remember what she did with him.
Yeah.
I don't remember if she took him back or killed the girls.
Yeah.
I don't remember what she did. But she's a scary lady.
I gotta rewatch that, the Cocaine Cowboys.
It's always good to rewatch that.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Really cool. She supposedly killed her 3 husbands. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. She killed 3 of her husbands. Oh,
Black Widow.
That
Yeah.
lady's so evil. You can't just have. I mean, she was killing
Who
them.
killed her?
I don't know.
Just a rival.
Recently, right?
It's 2012.
Oh, it was? Yeah, I guess. Isn't that wild? That was 10 years ago. How's that real? 2012 was 10 years ago. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's hard to wrap your head around. I know it's like makes sense on paper. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that she rose to the top and just stayed there.
She was ruthless.
Yeah.
She was fucking ruthless.
Vicious.
When you talk to the hitmen that were told to carry out certain crimes, and what she told them to do, she was bisexual, said to have orgies with strippers, and later have them executed for her own amusement. Holy
Vicious.
shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Imagine making some girl eat your pussy and then shooting her in the head. Jesus Christ. She forced men to have sex with her by gunpoint. She started using her own products. She became crazier and crazier. She reportedly gained a lot of weight, started making men and women have sex with her at gunpoint.
Well, why? Yeah, it's like why?
How are you gonna have?
Yeah.
How am I gonna believe that with J-Lo?
Yeah, you
I'm
cannot
not gonna believe that.
it with J-Lo.
I am not gonna believe that J-Lo
No.
is having to force a man at gunpoint to have sex
That
with
makes
her.
no sense.
Makes
Yeah,
zero sense. Or a woman even.
No, it's crazy.
It doesn't make any sense.
It makes zero
She's
sense.
too hot.
That's a crazy. I didn't realize she was getting that nuts.
Yeah, that is amazing. What an amazing quote.
How long did she live?
How come there's no like cry from the women who look like Griselda Blanco?
Right.
Or angry.
Yeah. No,
Super hot J-Lo's
certain people
taking
like
that.
her get away with it.
Supposedly worth $2 billion.
Holy
I wonder
shit.
who gets
she
that
was
money.
worth $2 billion when she died? Holy shit, dude. Fuck. How old was she when she died?
I'm wondering who gets that money, if anybody.
How old do you think she was when she died?
70? 68?
Yeah. What? 69.
69, yeah.
Hell of a run.
Hell of a run.
Hell of a run.
Hell of a run.
$2 billion in the bank.
What else do you want?
Lots of X's on your gun.
A couple of dead strippers in the driveway?
Jesus Christ.
You know?
All the
Fucking
evil
people at gunpoint?
I mean, that's an incredible run for an evil person.
Oh, of course.
It's incredible.
She did it.
I mean, she made it to the finish line.
She did it big.
And she
She's
went out the way
actually
she's
kind of
supposed
a
to go.
hero in a weird way of thinking about it.
What way
Because
is that?
The way that how many women occupied that position, right?
Right.
Women of color, fat women, big. This is huge. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
She certainly, when it comes to evil people that have killed a lot of folks and got away with it, she fucking did it right.
She did it right.
If you want to talk about it that way.
Ruthless.
Yeah. It's crazy that someone could do that. They could rise that far.
How she got into jail too is a little interesting. I don't know all the details on this. I'm just trying to uncover it.
But Blanco caught a lucky break. She was only convicted on 3 counts of murder. The DEA suspected that she was involved in over 40. But the Miami-Dade District Attorney's Office became embroiled in a scandal involving 3 secretaries in the office and one of Blanco's top lieutenants. So instead of handing her a death sentence, the prosecutor handed in his resignation, and Blanco cut a deal to serve 3 concurrent 20-year sentences. After serving her sentence, she was deported back to Colombia in 2004, where she spent the rest of her days.
She only did like 6 years. Wow. It was in like 98 when she was going in, and then they said she was out by 2004, last seen in 2007, jailed in 2012.
So it's interesting here. It's some kind of poetic justice that she met an end, that she's lived to so many others, said Bruce Bagley, a professor. She died by the motorcycle drive-by killer.
But a person like that, when they finally do get it, it's probably like a relief.
Oh, yeah. Well, what else?
I mean, she had to know, but she had to know it was coming.
She knew it was coming.
She killed so many fucking people. She must have had so many.
The last thought in her head was like, oh, that thing that I did.
I invented that.
I invented that.
Oh,
the chickens come home to roost.
Great strategy.
Yeah.
It's just the, that's the history of that part of this country, and that was entirely funded by the drug war.
Right.
The same thing we're talking about.
Right.
The reason why there's so much money for criminals is because drugs are illegal.
That's right.
I don't know what the solution though is. Like I said before, like honestly, I don't know if like legalization would be a giant disaster, and I assume that it would be. I assume if they just unregulated
everything.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
Right.
And like, if you could just sell it anywhere, if we don't, I mean, what does that look like? Does that look like drugstores? Does it look like prescription? Does that look like you could just buy it at 7-Eleven? What does that look like? Because you can go to
It looks like,
doesn't 7-Eleven sell booze?
Yes, but I think what it would look like is approved vendors in certain areas, just like liquor stores and other things would have to have some type of distance from school or whatever. But yeah, to your point, I think it is chaotic, and the potential for a real problem is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think,
there's a lot of people that don't even support the idea that the government should control alcohol. They're like, why are you controlling this? Like, why do you have any say in this at all? Like, you just, as long as we're not selling something that's a fraud, like, why are there so many hoops that someone has to jump through to sell alcohol? Like, why do I have to get your approval? Right. Isn't it legal? If it's legal, why can't everybody sell alcohol? Why can't you just open up Tim Dillon's beer and just start selling beer? Yeah. Why do I need to go through a bunch of hoops and shit? Like, do you want to make sure that I'm doing it right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Or is it just want a piece of the pie?
They want a piece of the action.
They want a piece of the pie.
That's
Come
right.
on, Dylan, you want to do fucking business in this town?
That's also part of why, why things are the way they are. It's just like, life is too short in many cases. You're not, there's so much of this that it's not changing in our run.
What do you think about the government installing 87,000 new IRS agents?
Oh, well, I mean, what are you going to do? You got to pay your taxes. I pay,
I pay too.
Don't pay your taxes.
But it's just like, isn't that a lot of money?
They need money.
Don't we?
They need money. So they're going to hunt. They're going to come after everybody. And, there's a lot of money that's moved offshore. But
is that what they're going to chase? Do you think they're going to chase that? Or do you think they're going to chase, like,
they're going to chase somebody sending someone on Venmo?
Right.
They're not going to chase these billionaires because they know the tax loopholes better than anyone. The flat tax always made a lot of sense to me. 25% of everything move on. That always made a lot of sense. Whether you make 20 grand a year or 20 million, 25% flat tax or something like that, 20, whatever it is, 20%, whatever it is, flat tax. But then you go, okay, if you do that, then what happens to all these accountants and the big accounting firms and all that whole entire sector of the economy that's run based on how complicated our tax code is? And then you start to realize, oh shit, like Thomas Sowell said, there's really no solutions, there's only trade-offs. Because no matter what you do, you're going to create other problems by doing it. You're going to lay off all these people whose entire career is spent on analyzing this arcane and very complex tax code. They're not going to have a job. Now, that doesn't mean that the ends don't justify the means or that it isn't a greater benefit, but all of these things become kind of a racket. It's just a racket.
Yeah.
And if you come in and get rid of the racket, people are going to go, hey, man, what the fuck? It's why the entertainment business, it's like a racket. Like, why are there, like, when you go to a movie set, there's like 30 people standing around doing nothing. It's a racket. All of those people have jobs that are supposedly necessary. But now you can take a phone and film something and have more people see it than a television show that they put millions and millions of dollars into. But it's just a racket.
If they just did a 25% flat tax, how much money would they lose? Because 25% seems like a lot. You include like sales tax. There's so many different taxes.
Not hilarious,
right?
but
So if someone's
because you were just talking about
right,
Fox.
if someone's just spending, if
Eric,
the
man,
only
thank you,
tax you
man.
have, the only tax you have is 25% of your income. That's it.
Well, no, there'd be sales. There'd be other
Fucking
taxes.
140.
I just want on your
But
income.
why are sales taxes a thing?
140,
Explain that. If
18.
a corporation is paying taxes on the money that they make, and you're paying taxes on the money that you spend, why is there an additional tax whenever you want to use your money?
It's a racket.
And it's a lot of money. It's not a
goddamn
small
racket.
amount of money.
Oh no! I mean,
What is sales tax?
It's just criminal. It's criminal activity. It's a racket.
What's sales tax here in Texas?
8%.
Texas at least doesn't have state tax.
6.2.
Depends on exactly what it is. There's
6.25.
Yeah, Texas is good. It doesn't have a state income.
So what's the worst state in terms of state income tax? Or
New York and California are both very bad.
But I meant sales tax. I'm sorry.
I would get say 20,
Do you know
at
Jim?
least 2018's a session.
California. Well,
And a
it
session
depends on what it
was
is. Right now, I'm
4
looking at
hours.
Texas
And
is
I had, I don't know, like
That's
8
us.
sessions.
Well, Texas has got to run their state. So if they don't have income, if they don't have an income
I understand,
tax,
but
they got to have high property taxes.
But what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be like super simple if it was only you get taxed on income?
Yeah,
certainly.
sure.
I mean, because you're gonna the money's gonna go to people anyway. The money is gonna go to taxes anyway, because that money is like if you're making money and you're paying taxes on your money, and then you're spending that money, and the person who earns that money is also paying taxes. Why is there a tax in the exchange?
I think that Portland, it looks like, doesn't have one. Oregon.
Oh, okay. So
It's a county.
Yeah.
Oregon doesn't have it.
so
Going to
two
Portland.
places don't have sales tax.
Let's move to Portland.
So terrible.
Is that Wyoming?
0.99.
It's Montana? Montana doesn't have sales tax? There's more people now because of
Do you think you'll
Yellowstone.
do a big ranch eventually? Like a big Wyoming type of ranch? That might be amazing. Pretty sick.
Eric is high.
Like a Montana, like a crazy ranch. You see the show Yellowstone?
Yeah, I
Pretty
love
decent
it.
show.
It was good till like season 3.
Oh, okay. I watched
Might
some
try like
form,
Caverns
like-
Agent next.
Yeah, maybe season 4.
Thing
One of
is,
the seasons.
I'm not doing that right now because it's going to take an
There's like
entire
an
session
episode
to
where you're
figure
like,
out.
who wrote this?
What was the episode?
Maybe not.
Crazy.
I don't want to criticize the show because I like it.
It's a fun show, but I think that seeing you do a thing like that would be cool. I almost think of buying property up there. It's going up in value intensely.
Well, people are trying to escape from urban environments.
That's
and
right.
realize that remote work was a possibility.
That's
Like,
right.
That's the thing that's interesting to me, where these corporations
Yeah, man,
are pushing back
I got
against
the
remote
comfy
work.
setup in my
Like,
bed,
did you guys
chilling,
operate just fine while everybody was working
Right.
at home? Like, why do you want people back in the office?
Yeah, I
is
don't know
nice,
why that
man.
is. I would
It's a
think that
fucking
because they
hard-
could
I
save
remember
money in real
Dynamics
estate, they
going for
wouldn't
it.
want people back. I don't
I remember
know.
Dynamics
little
going
bit
for,
of it is
for
that
so long.
To
I remember-
control employees better.
It was
You
one of
want
the ones that Gamer drove out
like,
later on.
all of the weird office
Sure,
politics
like, damn.
evaporate. They go away. They go away if it's a Zoom thing.
like,
You might not. You might be
runway,
annoyed by that person. You have to interact with them. And go, oh, it's him again.
Right.
But you're not around them all day.
I think it's been a
Strange.
long time.
It's
You're at
strange that
home.
they want people back.
Not a long time, but
Anytime you do, you can just get up and do whatever you want. And then they're developing apps that people are installing in their computer, and they're getting busted for it. Because they have these apps that move the cursor around. Because these people they're tracking your keys and making sure you work with some organizations if you're working remotely.
It's crazy.
You're not. It's not as simple as, oh, I'll get all my work done on my own time at home. No, they want you in front of your computer, and they want to make sure you're using your computer. So people are using like these apps that like move your key around and
Jeez.
they move your cursor around and click on things.
To make sure that you're working.
I think it's a cursor. I think it's all I have to do is move your cursor. See if you can find that. Is that it?
You're right.
Oh, is it? What is it? It's a cursor?
Yeah, it's like this little mouse thing. Just drag your
So it just shows to the person that is tracking you that you're actually sitting at your desk moving. stuff around.
That's crazy. That makes so sad. But yeah, I guess they're just like people who are working an hour a day.
Yeah.
And we don't want to pay them.
I think that's exactly what's happening. But I think there's a lot of people that are in offices that are fucking off and playing Wordle.
Oh, yeah.
It's all day long.
But at least they're fucking off in front of us.
Yeah, because if you're sitting
that's why you have a manager. Then what do you do with the manager? Right. So it's like, it's just part of the thing. It's like, get rid of something. And then what do you do with all these people whose job is to like enforce the rules? What do you do with them?
In the old days, the manager used to always try to bang a secretary.
Yeah.
It's normal.
Yeah.
That's what they did.
Right.
Right? That's what they did.
That's why the managers were there.
They all did it. And now you can't do it anymore.
Can't do it.
It's interesting, right? That
It's
whole
very interesting.
environment, that whole work. I mean, it's the fucking oldest trope ever.
Yeah.
The boss bangs his secretary. How many times have you heard that one?
It's over now.
Yeah.
Well, thank God this worked, because
You
I
don't
don't know
think
what.
that's still
Thank
going
God
on?
we don't have to work like in that environment, because it's like the things we would say, we would just, like I just am thankful that I don't have to walk into an office and like have to participate in that, because I did it for years, but like that fake, phony bullshit culture of like, hello and good to see ya.
It's so bad for your head.
Yeah,
Because you have to do it all day long. You're not free until you get out of there.
And it really just is exhausting to do. And I'm happy I don't have to do that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Well, you went through it. I
went through
fortunately never had an office job. I had a lot of shitty jobs.
Yeah.
But they were never in the office job.
I went through it. I went through the fake, nice, hi, hey.
Dude.
I went through people pulling you aside, telling you all their problems with another person. You have nothing to do with it. And they're like, this is how Chuck fucked me on this, and he promised me this, and I didn't get it, And you're sitting there going, oh yeah, that's unfortunate. And you have nothing to do with any of it. And that's what a lot of it is. You're just wasting time getting up. Go to the bathroom. You take a loop around the hall. You walk around the office one way. Oh, take the long way. So you don't have anything to do. You got to look busy. Taking files out of your desk. Oh, let me call these people. Like, it's a lot of it's looking busy. A lot of it's fucking, lunch. Finally, the one part of the day I can fucking leave. Yeah. I can go smoke a cigarette in the parking lot and feel like a human being. And then you have to go back, and you're like, fuck, we're back,
It's a prison for people.
It is.
That's what it is.
It's a prison.
It's a prison. And people get stuck in it, and they don't know what the fuck to do, and they can't get out of it because now they bought a bunch of shit.
And the game for most people is to make your life as good as you can outside of there, so that you go, fuck it. Like, I have a great family, and this is for them.
Yeah.
Providing for them, and
yeah.
I go on vacation, we enjoy it, and I make my house nice, and I enjoy being in my house. Because most people, when you go into an environment like that, you just, you're losing all sense of who you are. You have to mold into this dumb corporate, like corporations are always kind of corralling you into these things, and like, that's why they do all the corporate events. And
it's so unnatural. It's so unnatural for people to not just interact that way and be stuck inside all day like that, but also to like exist in this fucking culture where everybody's full of shit all day, agreeing they're all full of shit.
Oh yeah, and it's just part of what it is, and like that. I did it for a while, but I was in a sales office. We had a little more freedom, but it's still the same type of office where a lot of it is, based on these weird relationships where you're kind of like, okay, we're here.
Yeah.
We're all just here, and we all have to find something about each other we can tolerate.
Yeah, sometimes it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. And
sometimes you're stuck with people day in, day out.
That's right.
That annoy the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Want you to believe their politics, want you to listen to their fucking justifications for things.
That's right. Thank God. We thank God we don't have to do that.
Thank God.
Thank God.
But I knew I never could. I always thought I was destined to be a fucking loser because I couldn't keep a job. I did zero ambition to have like a job in an office somewhere.
Well, you wanted to escape, as Andrew Tate would say, to escape the matrix. You did it. If you can do it, you can do it. And not everyone can do it.
But I didn't think I was doing it.
No.
That's my point, is that I wasn't doing it saying I'm escaping the matrix.
Yeah.
I was thinking I'm such a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I can't discipline myself enough to have a job. Like all these other people who I'm seeing succeeding.
Right.
I can't do it.
Well, there's a real value now to being, for the vast majority of my childhood, the value was in being a conformist, to conforming.
Yeah.
And that was where the money was, and that was where the security was, and that's where your good social life was. Now, being a non-conformist and going out and doing your own thing and being a self-starter and being independent and being able to collaborate with people you want, like that, the value now is there.
Yeah.
It's not going into these faceless institutions where you get lost in them. It's being your own thing, no matter what you do. It's being your own thing. That's a massive change from when I grew up and everything was brand names and the right school and the right neighborhood and the right country club or the right whatever. Now, being independent and creating your own world is certainly, desirable, much more so than falling into like some nameless corporation and becoming like a number.
Yeah. It's just people have this path that's carved in front of them by their father, their uncles, and all these other people that are around them that have done reasonably well for themselves.
Yeah.
And they think this is the only route. And if you don't follow that route, your parents get mad at you. But I think there's a lot of different routes out there now.
There is.
One thing that opened up people's eyes during the pandemic is there was a lot of people doing something they didn't want to do, and it got taken away from them.
That's right.
And then they realized, oh my God, I was spending all my time doing something I didn't want to do, and now it's gone through no fault of my own.
And that's why service sucks now. You can't, you call to get room service, they're not there for 2 hours, someone's writing a play. It's like, hey, let's
Alright, I'm gonna put up a vid. Enjoy it while we get some fresh air.
Fresh right there. What is this?
Is this on repeat?
fucking get the mozzarella sticks, cut it out. Not everyone is meant to do, like, some people, it does make more sense to conform because it's who they are. And their greatest joys in life are not monetizable, right? So a lot of people go, I really enjoy things I can't make money off of. So they go, I gotta go do something I can make money off of so that I can go enjoy those other things where I can't make money. There's nothing wrong with that either. But now more and more, I think people are going, can I make money off what I enjoy doing? Is there an audience? Is there a market? Do people want to buy something that I can, can I make money off what I enjoy?
Yeah, I think that's happening more and more. And that's a good thing. You know, it's like not all jobs are bad either. There's a lot of people that have jobs they really enjoy. They have great people they work with. They're having a great time. But the office thing always scared the shit out of me. Being trapped in this fucking cubicle, being told what you can and can't do.
Well, you're part of this organism that everyone's on the same page. It's kind of like North Korea. We all are like, this is the way we do things. This is our way. The other ways are wrong. This is the way we treat each other. This is the way we interact. The other ways are wrong. If you joke around a certain way, that is wrong. You're to do, there's all this approved corporate humor where the VP will get up and say something really dumb and, you're at the conference, you have to go, oh, he's fucking hilarious. But he's not. And everyone knows he's not. But it is that type of totalitarian structure that some people can really thrive in and then work their way up. And that's a lot of the thing with comedy now. There's a lot of people that have writers' jobs that work in the business. A lot of them are very good at office politics, and a lot of them are very good at maneuvering. And a lot of the really funny people who are fucking lunatics who aren't good at any of that shit are shut out, or they're not able to, Some of the funniest people you'll meet will never have careers because they just can't, for whatever reason, figure out a way to approach it in a professional manner.
Yeah.
But they're fucking hilarious. Some of the funniest people that I meet or have met or have seen at open mics, I'm just like, that guy's genuinely kind of crazy, but he's just a little too crazy. You gotta be in the zone of crazy where you go, oh, that still can treat this like a job. And some people are just a little out there. Where they can't do it.
Well, some people just don't have a good grip on reality.
That's right.
And they say funny things, but then everything else is chaos.
Just in terms of attempts.
Everything else is chaos. And everything can't be chaos.
Sometimes you just have a sense of things that are funny, and you know how to do it, and you have enough crazy to be able to go up there and deliver it.
Way more.
Yeah, or you just want to, or you can work and treat people decently, and you're not a lunatic who will start problems. If there's all these interpersonal, you got to have business relationships with people, and they have to be good.
Yeah, they have to be good. It's. I mean, imagine being a manager of a fucking office, and then imagine everybody just working from home now.
Right.
And you have to monitor their keystrokes and make sure that they're moving their cursor around.
And you want them back in. You want them under that boot.
So that must mean that they have access to like what websites they use and shit on their company.
Oh yeah.
It must be, right?
Oh yeah.
Because the thing was like this woman got in trouble because she installed it on a computer that wasn't working. Right. And that's how they figured it out.
Yeah. Well, it's weird. These are the challenges going forward because I think a lot more of the workforce will probably work remotely for a portion of the week.
But why don't they just give you a workload and then you do it whenever the fuck you want when you're home? Like, wouldn't that be better? Like,
you get hit right away out of the fucking like into the big room. It's over.
Are people more
can't get hit right away. I was really fast.
And I don't know.
Well, it's definitely productive in that you don't have to get in traffic. It's definitely productive, like all that time.
Well, you're a very evolved person. There's, you are thinking of it like most people, if they're not told to put on clothes or to do like they won't do it. So a lot of people just need that push to just, actually.
Dude,
I don't know how productive it is if you're sitting on your couch, you don't have to go anywhere. I mean, some people, these people that work at tech companies kind of know how to do it, but like, I don't know. I think also for your social life, just to get out of your house, to meet people, to function in society,
I'll be playing other levels
there might be benefits to not working exclusively from your home.
Definitely
also, some
benefits in
people
isolation.
live in with roommates, and they're like, I want to get the fuck out of here. So that's another problem, especially in cities like New York or San Fran or LA or people, even Austin's not cheap. Like, some people go, yeah, I live with 2 people. I can't work, you know?
Right.
So now you're in your room. So now it's not even your apartment, it's like you have to work from your room, so it's weird.
I didn't even consider that, but that is definitely a consideration too.
That's right.
But also, some people just want a choice. Like, just give me a workload. Let me be able to do it at home.
Right.
But I get the idea of, like, if you've got employees that were shifty already.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're working from home. Like,
Forget
why
it.
isn't this project on my desk?
Because
like, haven't you finished this?
All work essentially could be from home if you weren't in a customer service position where people were coming up to you.
Right.
If they were not in your physical presence, anything could be done from home. The reality is, I don't know how. Now, maybe there are studies that say it's more productive. I don't know. But if these companies want people to come back to commercial real estate that they're paying for, it's not because they're more productive. They're probably saying we want them back so that we can crack the whip. Because otherwise they would just say, fuck it, we don't need this $50,000 a month lease on this office. Fuck it.
That's the big one. It's the bubble, the big bubble. I mean, if you look around at how many places are for lease.
Oh, tons.
Oh my God.
Commercial real estate.
So much. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. And think about how many restaurants and small shops went under during the pandemic.
Yeah.
It's a big fucking number.
So many.
All those places are available.
All of them. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure some of them have been taken up by new businesses.
There's a lot of people that are going to open. I think hopefully we'll eventually take advantage.
Do you think that people are going to learn their lesson from this, though, in terms of, like, not locking down the economy again?
I don't think they'll lock it down again, unless. Here's what I don't think. I don't think people learn lessons. This is something I believe. I don't believe that lessons are learned ever. We have really short memories. People will forget. I don't know if we'll get another pandemic again that'll require, the type of intense focus and energy.
We easily could, though. We easily could.
We absolutely could. But I think it'll go back. Again, this became this weird political football, kind of almost from the beginning.
Yeah.
It was not a mature country looking at this going, what the fuck's going on? It was a lot of people fighting for power, relevance, and there were a lot of people using all of these things politically for their own purposes. Will that stop? I don't know. That's a big and much larger question. Like, will whether it's a pandemic or a war or anything, will there be any point in our country where we can look at a problem and not make it this political firestorm where there's winners and losers? Will we ever be able to collectively evaluate a problem and tackle it without retreating into these ideological camps? I don't know.
That would be the only way to get us out of this.
That's right.
If we ever realize that the problems that we have with issues are far smaller than the problems or the issues that we agree on. Like, everybody agrees we have to have less crime. Everybody agrees that we have to have more education. Everybody agrees that we have to have safer streets and safer cities. Everybody agrees that.
That's right.
And the things that we disagree on, will people disagree on, like, how to make those things a reality, though? Yeah. How do you have less crime? Is it by letting
it's also
people out of jail?
Us being divided helps. It helps people who want to just continually operate in the system as it's constructed. And whether that is the system of perpetual war or the system of the banking sector, the dominance of the financial sector, or the system is tech companies set up to have these political relationships, how they're presently constituted. People who are thriving in this system and using it to their ends do not want to change. And people hating each other helps them.
It definitely does. Do you think that that's just human nature?
Yes.
And you're just doing it while this is happening? Or do you think it's orchestrated? This is the question, right? Is the dissent, and is some of it, we know it's manipulated by other countries.
Yes.
We know that China does it. We know that they have these huge Russian organizations that in their troll farms. We know that that's going on. Well, the idea that we wouldn't do that to ourselves, if we were trying to get people riled up about it.
To an extent, it's probably an inherent flaw in democracy, but I'm glad I lived in one, and I'm glad I lived in the time I did. But I do think, you know, a democracy kind of descends probably into an oligarchy eventually. The vast majority of the citizens go, I don't want the responsibility of citizenship. So a few really highly motivated psychopaths go, we'll handle it, we'll take it from here. And then those people are fighting over their own interests constantly.
Do you think it should be illegal to pretend to represent a human being when you're a corporation that is promoting your own needs? So do you think that, like, a corporation that hires, whether it's a foreign corporation, let's say it's a foreign one, so it's not connected to us, that hires a company to propagandize about a specific political issue that's going to be a hot button target, and they do it as a bunch of people that attack people and go after people with dissenting opinions and quote tweet them and attack them, and you find out it's not even a real person.
Right.
That should be illegal. That seems to me like if we're allowing that in this country.
Oh yeah, but we'll continue to allow anyone with enough money.
Right, but don't you think that thing right there, just that's insidious? Like
Yes.
pretending you're a person for a specific propaganda game and having it like 1,000 accounts, and you're running it through computers, and you've got people that are responding to things, you got people that are just retweeting things and posting things, and it's all just propaganda.
It's insane that the Congress, the Congress members who went and started trading stocks based on the knowledge of how bad coronavirus was still have jobs, right? All of this is kind of insane. We're just at peak insanity here. And there's, you know, I mean, I don't know if we're at the peak, but we're close to it. Like, I do believe with the way things are going, and you're looking at some really crazy trends, and I don't know when they come to a conclusion, and if they do, without something, you know, a war or some violent or whatever. Like, it is just, you know, we're living in a time now where we all know everything's fucked, but we're mostly powerless to change it. And that's when societies start to decay past a point, and everybody just kind of sits back and watches it like a show, and it just descends into eventually something that becomes more and more unmanageable, and then either a strongman dictator type comes in, or there's some massive war that resets things, or there's some natural disaster. But it feels like we're kind of at that point, you know? That's why I'm glad we lived in the era that we lived. And we really should just be happy. We should be really happy. We should go, it's nice that we got the run we did, because it's not getting better. I mean,
here's what's interesting.
Or maybe it will, and God bless.
When I was a kid, I remember reading about like the fall of the Roman Empire and the fall of the Greek Empire, and then I was thinking about America.
Yeah.
And I was like, is this thing gonna go away someday?
Right.
Is that possible? Is it possible that this is just one? I mean, we want to think it's fucking permanent, but I bet the people of Rome felt the same way.
Of course they did.
This is how it is. This is how I live every day. This is not going to change.
Right.
And Russians know.
They know.
They know. They know it. They've been through it.
Our society will go down. Nothing will ever be funnier. America will come apart in one of the funniest ways. All of these people, these grifters, everybody circling the wagons, the Caitlyn Jenners, the Donald Trump. It'll be funny till you'll die laughing. Literally, you'll die, but you will be laughing. It will be the most absurd and insane thing. It will be out of a fucking dystopian horror movie, and no, it won't be funnier than America, because we're a crazy country, full of crazy people, and everybody's just trying to suck the last few dollars out of this bloated pig corpse of an empire before the end. And I'm no different. Watch my special and subscribe to my pod. What am I gonna fucking sit here? What am I gonna go preach on a fucking mountain? We gotta make a little money here. But make no mistake, I mean, if I'm wrong, and I'd love to be wrong, but if your attitude or your idea is that the population's gonna get smarter, healthier, and more adept at problem solving, you're on fucking crack.
Oh. Yeah, probably. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Well, what happens next? Like, do you think that we ever descend into some sort of like CCP-controlled world like that kind of totalitarian government? Do you think it's possible that through technology and just through people just falling apart, losing their fucking minds, thinking it's the right thing to do?
I think what happens next is we'll just have, you know, giant oscillating swings between right and left, and then I think, you know, eventually it'll get to a point where large areas in the country are unlivable for a myriad of reasons, perhaps crime or homelessness, climate, whatever. Very, you know, well-off or well-connected people will have these kind of enclaves that are, this is already happening. And then there'll be, you know, a fight to be in one of those two groups. And then eventually a dictator, a strong man, somewhere down the line, some man or woman will come in and go, this system's fucked. I am going to run things, and they will run things in a way, and it probably won't be for the best, but like the system will collapse. But I don't know if we'll see it, but it will collapse. There's no way it doesn't. It will collapse to a degree. And someone will come in and go, yeah, these elections are all fake and it doesn't matter anyway. Why do you fuckers need to vote? Here's a coupon for a chicken sandwich. And people go, I like chicken. And then, you know, people just go, fuck it. They don't care. And then you go, there'll be Netflix, and there'll be Domino's, and you'll sit in your house, and they'll say, well, you can't drive today because of the climate. And people go, yeah, it's Tuesday. Can't get in my car because of climate. And you'll sit there and they'll feed you poison, and you'll watch TV. And a few people will riot, but very few, because most people will be pacified by the goodies, which they'll still probably have. And, you know, the leader will come on and tell, like, well, they'll be like, hello, everyone, and you'll go, hey, there you go. And it'll be a celebrity. It'll be someone you know. It'll be someone you're very familiar with, and they'll say a couple of things. You'll be like, it's not that bad, is it? And they go, no, it's not that bad. And they'll feed you the propaganda, and you won't remember when you were free. You won't remember. And most people will be fine with that, but me and you will be dead. And it won't matter, you know? And we'll have experienced the best of it. We'll remember when you could get in a car without a tracking device. We'll remember when you didn't have a fucking tracking device attached to you at all times. We'll remember when you could say what the fuck you want, alienate people, piss them off, and no one really cared. It didn't matter because you could wake up the next day and say, sorry, I was drunk, and it wasn't on fucking Twitter. People didn't have a record of what you did, and what you said, and where you were, and who you fucked, and everything else. We will remember true freedom. We're one of the last groups of people to actually be free. And we should all thank God for that, because the hellscape that's about to be created is going to be so bad, they won't even know how bad it is. It won't even feel like they're in prison. Because those offices we talked about, people, they get to like them. Oh, there's creamer today. French vanilla, it's your favorite. Ugh. It's coming. It's coming, and it's going to be so bad it won't even feel bad. But we'll be like, shit. Remember when you could do all those things you can't do anymore? But, you know, and there'll be a few people that remember it, and then they'll take all those books about that shit and burn the fuck out of them. They'll go, well, those aren't good. Racism, homophobia, besides, burn, burn, burn. And people will forget when you were free, and they will just kind of create a society based on goodies, little rewards, and the addiction to celebrity, where our leaders will all be celebrities who will tell you on closed-circuit television how good things are going. And you'll go, good, thanks. That's what's gonna happen.
That was one of the best rants I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, well,
fantastic. I hope you're wrong.
No. I hope I'm wrong, or if I'm right, I just hope that I'm dead. Or I get to be one of the people who's keeping everyone else in the cage. They'll need a jester. They'll need a clown.
They could toss society on its head right now.
That's right.
If they went to a digital currency and said we're going to have an even distribution of wealth.
Yeah.
And that the way to solve the inequities of society is even distribution of all the wealth. So they would just take all the wealth from all the powerful people.
That's right.
So then they wouldn't have any wealth anymore. So they wouldn't have any ability to rise against the government.
Yeah.
If you wanted to live in like a total technocratic dictatorship where the technology completely dominates it from the top down, we're going there. We're more headed there than any other direction.
That's why we laugh at NFTs, but these are the little goodies and the treats, and look at the thing, look at the shiny thing you're being given, and you know.
But I mean, what's the solution to that? It seems like it's going in this general direction no matter what we do. It's like we're headed down a snow-covered hill in a fucking toboggan.
Oh yeah.
And we're going there. So like, what does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, does it mean that there is a decentralized world? Because it gets so powerful that no one can really control it, and that the people involved in the organization have too much power to say whether or not things are openly and freely distributed? Like, is that the bottleneck ultimately, that when we get to a certain point where technology becomes so fucking advanced that it's basically everything is integrated with everything, you can't hide anything from anybody,
right?
And everybody has access to all the information. And then the problem with that is, like, what about people that want to, like, hold on to things physically? What about people that want, like, actual physical wealth?
Yeah.
Like, is that what we're gonna have? Like, is all your money gonna be in stuff now?
Yeah.
You're gonna have gold bars in your house again now?
Yeah.
Because digital money might not mean anything anymore. It might get to a certain point where it's just distribution of resources.
It's crazy.
And that's when we're losing genders, and that's when we're losing. We're gonna fucking have giant heads, and we're all gonna be like moving through space and time. This is all coming.
It's coming. It's coming.
We're all going to jump right on board too, because they're going to come up with something, whether it's Neuralink or something else, that just makes life way better. They're going to give you this chip, they're going to put something in, you're always happy, there's no more war because everybody loves everybody, you're much smarter than you used to be, you get access to information constantly, you have like error correction software built in. It's going to be wonderful. You're going to have a much better life. You're going to laugh at those people with no chips.
That's right.
Just like we laughed at people that didn't have shoes.
That's why it's hard to like get too worked up or upset about it, because the reality is certain ideas just have a weird inertia to them that will happen anyway. So
They happen from the moment the first caveman knocked on flint. From that barefoot caveman, just knocking rocks together.
That's right.
And it kept getting better and better and better, and now it's achieved escape velocity. It's achieved this chaos of the combination of materialism, because everybody's obsessed with phones, everybody's obsessed with new things. So you're buying new and new stuff.
Right.
And they keep making better stuff. And what's it going to do? It's going to be more, you got to be more integrated. More integrated in the internet.
You know, but we can't worry about it.
It's not, you're not going to stop it.
You won't stop it.
It seems like a thing that the human animal does.
It's what we do up until we hit that zenith point when maybe the meteor hits, it all goes away, and then a couple years later, people build it back up.
Or we become those things that we see flying around the sky.
That could happen too.
I think that's the future. I think what we're seeing is like what a civilization looks like when it gets past what we're at. That's what I think. I think we're looking at us right now as if like this is the most sophisticated thing ever, because it is for this place.
That's true.
But we look back at like our caveman,
where
like, this is ridiculous. Imagine living like that. But
So
this is just what
once we find a way to
Let's go.
travel intergalactically,
we're gonna realize like all the problems that people had are instantaneously solvable. All the chaos in our lives, all the war and death and murder and chaos and horrific things that happen, all that is can erase with technology. That's what's going to be scary. Because we're not going to be people anymore.
Yeah, but you know,
I think we're the last people.
Maybe we've been people long enough.
I think it's our future. I don't think there's a thing we're going to do to stop it. I think that's our future.
I think you're probably right.
I think it can't go in any other direction unless the volcano blows.
Yeah.
Unless asteroid hits, volcano blows.
All possibilities.
100%. And likely too.
Yeah.
The Yellowstone one freaks me.
The super volcano?
Oh my God. That's due. That could, like, they don't know when. They say like every 600,000 to 800,000 years it blows up. And
It's
last
past
time.
due.
Yeah, it's past due. So it could easily happen 1,000 years from now, 100,000 years from
Or
now.
never.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Could be thousands of earthquakes. They have thousands of earthquakes every year, by the way.
But that's why you can't worry about anything.
Can't worry about it.
That's why you really can't worry too much about anything.
What is that quote that I used the other day that someone said that the problem, I forget who was talking about this, they were talking about anxiety, and it's humans' ability to problem solve in the future, and that it becomes a problem because you start thinking about potential problems instead of just like living in the moment. And people are always thinking about, oh my God, what if this happens? What if that happens? And they like develop problems in the future so they don't get surprised.
That's right.
So it's a little trap that your mind plays.
What we're doing here is amazing. The idea that we can talk to people, you know, in this way, versus, you know, what we would have had to do to reach people even nearly 20 years ago, like, which is nothing. 15 years ago, like nothing in terms of the time in all of history. It's such a short amount of time. It's an infinitesimal. It barely registers, and this massive fucking technological innovation that has happened in that short amount of time that's revolutionized the world completely. You know, that can happen in biotech, and you know, so our trip to becoming non-human may not take as long as we think. It might be pretty fucking quick.
I think it's going to be real quick. I think once we adopt the first devices, and those devices make life way easier for the people that have them, it's going to be expensive, right? Probably. And then you would think that the people that have the money are going to get a giant advantage by having it, because it really does increase the bandwidth, the access to information, and you can be much more productive. Like the way Elon was describing it, it's like you're going to supercharge your mind ultimately. Initially, they're going to use it for people with injuries, spinal cord injuries, and like medical problems. Right. And they're going to be able to like somehow or another activate areas of the spine, which is wild shit in and of itself. But if then you make it a fucking super person,
Sign off.
like you're literally gonna make an Iron Man. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing? And where does it go from there? Because once they start using CRISPR on people, you know the Chinese story?
No.
Oh, this is a good one.
CRISPR?
Yeah. You know what CRISPR is? No. CRISPR is genetic engineering. Oh, okay. So genetic and there's technology. Yeah. Well, it's initially they were using it. They were trying to see if it could be used to eliminate genes that cause certain diseases. Yeah. Right. And so this is what they did in China. They said they were inoculating these children for HIV, so now they can't get. But it just by happenstance made them much smarter.
Right.
It increased their IQ substantially.
Interesting.
And I think they put the doctor in jail after it was over.
Amazing.
The Chinese were like, we didn't have anything to do with that. This man's a criminal.
Right.
See if that's the case. I don't think I'm fucking that up too bad. Probably up a little. But the story was that they were supposed to be giving them some sort of inoculation for HIV. What CRISPR baby prison sentences mean for researchers. Chinese court sends strong signal by punishing He Jiankui and 2 colleagues. It's like, what did they do? What did it say? Biophysicist who announced that he had created the world's first gene-edited babies. To 3 years in prison, they sentenced him for illegal medical practice and handed down shorter sentences to 2 colleagues who assisted him. The punishments put to rest speculation over whether the Chinese government would bring criminal charges for an act that shocked the world and are likely to deter others from similar behavior, says Chinese scientists. By the way, this thing that shocked the world, they're going to do it on all babies. It's going to take time, but they're going to do it on all babies. Right. Because why wouldn't you do it?
To make them smarter.
Well, what if you found out your baby had a genetic defect?
Got to make it better.
Why would you, So anyway, what does it say that he did and what the result was? Because what was very strange about the result was that there was this positive increase in cognitive function. I gotta think that's not a fucking accident.
I can't be.
I can't imagine that they really were worried about these children contracting HIV.
There's no way it's
That's not what you would. That's not what you would think would be a focus. But if I was in a communist country and I was trying to make like the best thing for the government, what's the best thing for the government? Super fucking smart people.
That's right.
So let's get some super smart people on board. Run this shit.
Fuck yeah.
So I don't know if they allowed him to do it, if they gave him a license to do it, or if he's rogue. But it seems like that's a weird.
It seems like it was probably a wink and a nod.
I mean, they do have unintended consequences, right? Like, wasn't.
There's no way they're inoculating babies for HIV.
I doubt
there's no way.
It just doesn't seem like that's what you do.
It seems odd.
I don't
a
think
sexually transmitted disease. It's crazy.
It seems odd.
It seems like they were probably trying to see if,
Like sometimes they do medicate. Like what was Viagra was for like blood pressure or something like that, right? Wasn't
yeah, there's things like that.
And they find out, it works for this.
Right,
Look at that. But not that.
Right.
Where you're gene editing and you make someone wicked smart.
No way.
What was the increase in IQ that they found, or the evidence of increasing intelligence? Because there was some sort of evidence. I don't know what tests they use.
Yeah.
But they're fucking super smart people. But tell me they have it already.
Oh, for sure.
We're hearing about the first ones, really?
There's definitely cases, I'm sure, that were experimental.
How would they have tested the IQ? I'm trying to find it right now. I'm thinking about how you can't test a baby's IQ.
That's what I'm asking. I mean, what did they use to detect intelligence?
I remember reading reading that though. But
Yeah, I did too. I just don't remember what exactly they used or how old the babies are. Maybe the babies are already talking. Listen,
here,
Yeah,
I got some shit to tell you.
Maybe the
They have
baby's
an
like, listen.
enhanced ability to learn and form memories, but
Oh, may also have an enhanced their ability to. Oh no, but that's just in the title. What does it say down? Like, how did they find out? God damn. You ever subscribe to this bitch?
The babies came out and were like, fuck Taiwan. Like, God, they're smart.
Right
Their
out
first
of the box.
2 words, yeah.
They already knew.
It's a scary world. That stuff's not going to change.
because of the gene that was edited, it has to do with that.
Okay, now new research shows the same alteration introduced into the girl's DNA, detection of a gene called CCR5, not only makes mice smarter, but also improves human brain recovery after stroke and could be linked to greater success in school. Okay, duh. The answer is likely yes. It did affect their brains, says Alcino J. Silva, a neurobiologist at the University of California, Los Angeles, whose lab uncovered a major new role for CCR5 gene in memory and the brain's ability to form new connections. So it's getting darker as this.
Right.
We're too cheap to buy it.
Yeah.
What is that website though? Give them a plug.
MIT.
MIT.
Yeah, they need
MIT
help.
wants your money.
MIT needs help.
You put that out there, kids. Come on, it's for higher learning. We're trying. So they obviously did that shit on purpose.
100%.
Why would you?
Why wouldn't you?
Well, you're already in there.
And it's the thing
How
is
about
like,
fix it? Give him a big dick. What if they
it's-
got him the big dick?
Yeah,
gene?
it's hard to even argue against it. I know that we shouldn't, we shouldn't manipulate life and da-da-da-da-da. But that's not going to win that argument.
No, it's not going to win that argument.
No.
It's one of those things where, when you give people the ability to do something that can substantially increase a person's potential in everything.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you do it? Because you
Why
want to be able to
wouldn't you
do
do
it to yourself.
Competitive advantage. And you're giving them a big one.
And you're doing that to babies, but I think the idea is to do
Everybody.
it to people.
Everybody.
And I think they've done some things to people. Like, what have they used CRISPR on for, like, a live patient, not an embryo? What have they done with CRISPR that,
Well, they're trying to do a lot with stem cells.
yes, they're definitely doing a lot with stuff, but that's different.
That's
Like,
different.
Yeah, that doesn't have nearly the same impact. Like, what stem cells do is they allow you
CRISPR
to
is
heal.
like deleting the genes.
CRISPR is like altering the code. It's like a guy who knows DOS and he gets into your fucking laptop. He's like,
Right.
Tim, I'm gonna fix your thing. Like,
Right.
Like, you're in the code of the fucking human body.
Right.
And if you can delete genes that have problematic results in a certain percentage of the population, you could literally like eliminate specific genetic diseases that people have.
Right.
You could make sure that babies are not going to have any issues as they're developing in the womb. Like, you'd be able to correct things ultimately one day. And that's what's going to lead people to get excited about it, and then it's going to continue to escalate. It's going to be something that's everywhere. Okay, so what does it say here? The first use of an ex vivo CRISPR-based therapy to treat a genetic disease, researchers treated a patient with beta thalassemia in Germany in February 2019. 12 more patients have since been treated, and 7 of them have been followed for at least 3 months. None of the patients need blood transfusions in the months after treatment. The first patient with SCD was treated with the same therapy in Nashville, Tennessee in July 2019. This patient, Victoria Gray, has shown remarkable progress. Hear from Gray herself. Early results on other patients are promising too. All patients treated for SCD or beta thalassemia are showing normal to near normal hemoglobin levels. Holy shit. Where at least 30% of them or 40% of them of hemoglobin is a fetal hemoglobin. In bone marrow samples taken from Gray, an additional SCD patient, and 5 beta thalassemia patients, researchers found cells with the expected genetic edit that allows them to make fetal hemoglobin. This indicates that the edited cells have successfully taken up residence in the bone marrow. The only immediate side effect associated with the treatment resulted from the administration of chemotherapy. So only the chemotherapy fucked them up. That is wild.
That's wild.
That's wild. They're fixing people with this shit.
They're fixing people.
That's the positive aspect of it. And it's amazing. But what's going to happen is everyone's going to look like Thor. We're all going to be perfect. We're just going to, and then we're going to be super. We're going to be, there's going to be people just like women have like double E fake tits.
Negative, I don't know if that's the negative. If you look around at our society and you go, the problem is everyone's going to be in shape and look like Thor. I don't know, but I understand what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
We're getting rid of the natural quirkiness that makes someone different. Like, that's Rachel. She fucking never eats lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. You know, listen, it's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine.
Be this anymore.
We can't be. No. We've had enough of being human.
Well, we're just so attached to this because we've always been this, and we've always known, you know, Abraham Lincoln was this.
Right.
Well, this is this.
But, you know, the next Abraham Lincoln is going to be CRISPR.
Yeah.
CRISPR the fuck out.
He's going to be like that alien in Prometheus, the one who comes from another planet to
That's right.
put his genes into the DNA.
That's right.
That's what he's going to do.
That's right. And I'm ready for that.
Yeah. Remember what those dudes look like? They all
look
exactly
they
the
were
same.
like weird obsidian balls.
This is actually the best example. Yeah. Go to the aliens in Prometheus. It's the best
in shape guys,
yeah,
but they were like
super fucking jacked.
Yeah.
But show them without their shirts on, because there's all these pictures of them without their shirts on. They're fucking like when the dude goes into the river. That scene in the first.
There it is.
I mean, come on. That's what we're all gonna look like. That's our future. That's the future with genetic editing.
You're not hugely different from that now. You're gonna have much less of a trip than I will.
But he looks even better than that. That's like, go to that photo there. Well, see if you can find the video, because the video is fascinating. The opening video.
What do you think timeline?
Prometheus.
30 years, 50 years?
50 years. Yeah, 30 50. By 50, everybody looks like that.
Wow.
By 50, everybody has a bulletproof body, and you see through walls.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Yeah. And I think we're all gonna embrace it, because it's gonna be way more fun. It's gonna be way better than not having. Here it is. So he goes down to the waterfall. So watch this. Takes off his robe, and he's going to kill himself and destroy his body. His DNA is going to enter into the Earth's DNA. Look at this fucking frame on this man.
Now, why is he doing this again?
Because he wants to show you he's jacked. That's why he has to take his shirt off before he poisons himself. So he's going to, but he wants to cover his dick up because he's modest. Look at the body of it. That creature from another planet with a perfect physique.
And he's poisoning himself.
Yes, so he's going to poison himself, and it's going to break down his DNA, and he's going to enter into the river. See, the spaceship has dropped him off for him to populate Earth just with his DNA, and the idea is that he'll eventually integrate and become.
And this is what happened to America. This is what happened to Earth, right?
Well, I think this is a very sensationalized version of what they believe.
Right.
They believe that there was some genetic. The real kooks believe that there was genetic engineering to ancient hominids, and that's what created human beings. They were a combination of primate, lower primate, and some sort of species from another galaxy.
Correct. Right?
Something happened. We fucking definitely got to jump on those motherfuckers. So look how he dies. He dies and his body just destroys and falls apart, and he falls into the river and integrates. And then the idea is, I guess, that his genetic material is the building blocks for whatever life is going to emerge on that planet.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
So what they think happened here was that human beings have been visited from the beginning of time, and that what happened was they recognized that there was an intelligent species emerging, but they were really, really, really far behind. And so they give this intelligent species some of their genes, or they manipulate their genes and allow them to advance much quicker than all the other primates or any other animal on the planet.
And where did that intelligent race come from?
Well, it depends on who you listen to. If you listen to some of the people that think that UFOs are coming from multiple different galaxies and multiple different planets, it could be from anywhere. But if you listen to the real kooks that believe that the Anunnaki came here, you ever, the Zechariah Sitchin stuff?
Yeah, dude, I'm big time. The first episode we ever did, I brought that.
That's the fascinating stuff. The Zechariah Sitchin stuff is the fascinating stuff because it's all based on these ancient Sumerian texts. It's very in dispute of what this guy says. There's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com where they break down his assertions and say this is what's inaccurate, this is why it's wrong. But what's undeniable is that these people had a detailed map of the solar system 6,000 years ago that they wrote in clay. It showed the sun at the center, all the planets in the correct orbit with the correct size. Not necessarily like the ratio, but this one's bigger than that one. And they had a knowledge of the cosmos in some strange way. And they also had depictions of these very tall, strange-looking figures with little monkey people on their laps. And they had the symbol for DNA with like the double helix DNA. They had that. And
that's crazy.
They had that symbol that they used to represent medicine. That's the same symbol. Like they had that on the walls.
Yeah, so there's
6,000 years
something.
ago.
They had some idea, some knowledge.
Well, it depends on who you ask. Some people say it's all just ornamental and it's all just beautiful. Zechariah Sitchin believed that what those Sumerian texts depict is that there's a planet called Nibiru. And the planet comes here, and the Anunnaki have been genetically manipulating people since the beginning
of time.
It's a fun one.
I've been in there, and I know. I mean, there's Chariots of the Gods, Eric Von Däniken, all that shit.
I had lunch with that guy.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like whoever did this, it's like thanks, but also you fucked up a little.
Well,
you know?
maybe they're just standing by for technology to take us into the next realm.
That's right.
I think that's probably the inevitable. I mean, I know people are like, fuck that, and I'm with you. But I'm just saying, I don't think we're going to be able to stop it.
It's coming.
It's coming, and maybe that's what the aliens are hovering around waiting for.
That's right.
They're waiting for, like, they're right about the bloom. Like, they're coming in right when the human race is about to bloom.
Right.
They had a few hiccups.
Yeah.
You know, there was a late frost with the nuclear war.
Well, maybe Elon Musk is going to, maybe they'll start in Austin. And all these, half hybrid human aliens will just walk around eating tacos.
How long before you get a chip?
In my hat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that anyone's offered one.
But if it started coming out,
I mean, if I was at the end of my thing, at the end of life, I would go, maybe. But, I'm going to hold on. I think we hold on to humanity as long as we can. Because we are that last crew.
8 more minutes. Thanks for being here.
And that's what makes it. And the minute we put the chip in, it's like we're done. It's over.
I got to pee so bad. I think we should wrap this up.
Yes. Joe.
Tim Dillon, you're the fucking man. That was one of the best rants I've ever heard.
We're going to clip it and put it on my Instagram. Don't sue me.
Please do. Please put it up there.
And listen, if everything ends and it's all horrible, we got a chance to live in the greatest city in the world, Austin, Texas.
We had a great time.
That's right. Thank you, brother.
Bye. Love you.
Okay, I'm gonna sign off in like a minute, but let me... I don't know, let me play a 5-minute video. What's a nice 5-minute video I can play? Oh shit. These homies, man. I gotta raid after. Right after. God. I gotta write this after. 5 more minutes. I gotta reply to this after. Dubious task. Amazing. Gregor Manarino for Dick.
Okay, everybody, it is me, Gregory Manarino. It is Sunday, September 18th, 2022.
5 minutes,
This
then I gotta go.
is, of course, my newest segment of Markets, A Look Ahead. I was going to say lovely, but it's always lovely. I love being here with all of you. It's kind of like my thing. All right, look, let's talk. We got a few things I want to cover here with you. Some of it's not going to be a shock or a surprise, probably none of it. But we keep hearing more and more of the same. What am I talking about? How our economy is not doing very well. We're getting warnings from more CEOs of corporations explaining that things are not as lovely as they're being portrayed here on the mainstream propaganda ministry, and man, is my shock here. But this week is pretty big. Why? We're going to hear from public enemy number one, the Federal Reserve, Wednesday with their monetary policy announcement. Let's just set this up right now. We're going to get a rate hike this week. The question really is, how much? 75 basis points? 1%? To me, it don't matter at all, honestly. I believe that a 75 basis point hike is baked in. If the Federal Reserve were to shock the market with a 1% hike, the market's not going to like that. But the bigger picture isn't really, again, what the Federal Reserve is doing here in their so-called attempt, okay, to slow down inflation, which is not happening. Look, this is crazy. Bank of America, this is what they're saying. Inflation shock is not over. Oh, really? You mean inflation is going to get worse? Yes, of course it is, and you know that if you've been following this blog. The Federal Reserve, for many months now, has been incrementally raising that federal funds rate, and they're going to do it again this week, and it's not going to do a damn thing to slow inflation. Although Jim Cramer, our favorite market analyst, oh yes, he's saying that the Federal Reserve is doing a good job, and they're actually, raising confidence in the market, and inflation is going to get better. The man has lost all credibility, in my view, a long time ago. I believe in yours as well. He's shilling here for the Federal Reserve. And again, the definition of insanity can be defined as doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. So the Fed's going to raise the federal funds rate this week, 75 basis points, 1%, whatever. It's not going to do a damn thing. We already understand what's also going on here in the background. Central banks around the world continue to inflate, okay? And we have this issue, a huge issue, with the debt market selling off. Global bond yields continue to rise, people. 10-year yield, 3.45. Kind of stuck in a range here towards the end of last week. I'm not convinced, at least at this point, although I have been saying that I believe the Fed's going to get in here and do more. They really haven't. We've seen the phenomenon here of rising global bond yields, the 10-year yield continuing to show some sign of instability in the fact that, again, bond yields, 10-year yield continues to rise here. Dollar strength, that's another thing that, you and I have understood for quite a long time. I don't even know how long ago, maybe over a year ago, right here on this blog, we discussed how the relative strength of the dollar would continue to climb. Now, I'm not convinced at all that we're done with regard to seeing the relative strength of the dollar, that is its value compared to other currencies, rise. I believe it's going to continue to rise here. We had a break above 110 on the Dixie recently. We came down a little bit. But the combination here of the stronger relative strength of the dollar and global bond yields rising, that's a big tell here, people. What is it a tell of? Again, the bigger problem here is the issue of instability in the debt market. It's a time bomb. I wrote an article yesterday. I posted it in my free newsletter. Link in the description of this video. Check your email box if you are subscribed to my free newsletter. If you are not subscribed, please do it and check out this article. I explain to you what's going on here. And again, I've actually said this in these exact terms for a while, that the debt market is a ticking time bomb. It's ticking louder, it's ticking faster. We're starting to see the side effect of what central banks collectively have been doing for years, and that is inflating, buying debt, creating currency out of thin air, and now we're facing surging inflation with no end in sight. Don't take Greg Manarino's word for it. Listen to Bank of America. Inflation shock is not over. I mean, come on. They can't stop this. And again, what you're never, ever going to hear from the mainstream propaganda ministry, from a Federal Reserve president and chairperson, is by raising the federal funds rate. This is what they're trying to convince you of. It's the biggest lie in the history of the world. Okay? Literally, probably one of the biggest lies in the history of the world. By the Federal Reserve raising that federal funds rate, which is the overnight lending rate. Okay? They want you to believe that it's going to somehow miraculously slow down and maybe even stop inflation, kind of like the Inflation Reduction Act. Hundreds of billions of dollars being pulled from the future, and that's going to slow inflation? No, it's not going to do a damn thing. In fact, it's going to create even more inflation. But look, that's the story here. It's the deceptions, the distractions, and the frank propaganda is just going to continue and go on and on and on. So, anyway, let's refocus here. So this week, again, as I said, you got the FOMC, Federal Open Market Committee meeting here, and they are going to raise rates, and then you're going to hear all this kind of bullshit about how our economy is doing well, and you know, everything you can think about to twist your mind. This is what they always do. I am not sure how the market is going to respond to this. If it's a 75 basis point hike, the market's going to take it in stride. A 1%, and I don't know what they're going to do. I'm being honest. I think if I had to pick one, if you're going to ask me to do that, I'm going to say a 75 basis point hike because it's already baked in. The Fed's watching the market, believe me here.
So just kind of playing more little, see if we can go for 6. Might move on to the next tiers.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.